Yep, that was the game you were playing yesterday, I guess.
Yep, of course. See, I was double checking. Whenever I double check anything, you can pretty much guarantee that something is gonna get missed. For me, double checking does not increase the likelihood of something going right. It increases the likelihood of something going wrong.
That's why I check things like 10 times.
But now, there's a decent chance that we might be streaming to the correct thing. Possibly. Maybe.
It appears we are.
Let's see. I am also going to try and make YouTube stop the other stream, just on the occasional chance that it's just going to continue. There we go. Right. Lovely. Everything is working. 12 minutes later, but everything is working. Hello, chat. Normally I start by, introducing the guests. Like, hey, we have a person here that might make you want to watch us. Unusual as that may be. But we've introduced ourselves by screwing up the stream today, so.
Lovely.
Hello, everyone. I see all the kick devs in the chat already. Hi, guys.
It was Dev's fault. It's true.
Wait, how is it I don't have access to your restream.
I'll find
It's
a reason,
always your
Dev.
fault.
Oh, you've learned really quick, haven't you? You've been here like 5 minutes. You already picked up on the vibe.
It's always your fault. You were not going to convince us otherwise.
Today's guest is Vara Dark. There will be links, of course, to her down in the description below. I would put it in the title, but I needed too much space to shield the drama.
Makes sense. Definitely.
Lots of drama.
We actually have a couple of funny things today. Nothing too serious, honestly, just mostly funny. Beginning with, since Vara, you started as a tabletop channel, didn't you?
I did. Way back when, I started as a tabletop channel, primarily covering, it was primarily CCGs, but then I kind of shifted to, in general, tabletop, Dungeons and Dragons, and things like that. And I still like tabletop games, don't get me wrong, but unfortunately, it's become so awful over the past few years specifically that it just has become hard to support a lot of the companies within the space, which is, yeah, unfortunately, where I kind of decided to go down a different path, because I cover primarily video games now and stream them because, first of all, I love them. I always have, but tabletop, especially with WotC, is completely lost, at least for the moment. I don't see a way to save it, so I spend most of my time trying to stop the video game industry from being completely torn apart.
Well, I think we're about 10 years too late on that one, but hey, we can at least fix it. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
And on
Things
that
are slowly
note,
coming back. I still maintain that the woke is slowly being put away. We've crested the hill. It'll be okay, guys. No more doom pills today, okay?
oh yeah, we're heading in the right direction. Now we get to see how far in the right direction we're gonna head.
I mean, things always kind of pendulum swing around. And, we'll return back to when we were younger, Arch, when you had religious right-wing people who were censoring games. Yeah, it'll swing back around. All right, it always goes back and forth.
It probably will. But for now, at least, it's the left-wingers who are slowly getting cancelled by themselves still, as Wizards of the Coast is a very progressive company. And I think a year ago or something like that now, one of the executive producers, I put the link in the link channel, Kyle Brink, stated, "There's been mistakes made in years past where people assume that D&D players were all, white dudes in a basement, which has been a faulty assumption for a lot of years and gets more and more false every day. And so in my viewpoint, honestly, guys like me can't leave soon enough for this hobby." And Kyle Brink was fired the other day, replaced by a woman.
Be careful what you wish for, because you might just get it.
Oh, that's fucking great, dude.
That is
I remember
great.
this quote too. I'm not really in the tabletop space. I play with you, Arch, sometimes because you're my friend and other friends are in there. But I don't play them myself. I'm the guy who kind of comes along. I'm more of a video gamer. But when it comes to tabletop, when it comes to things like Warhammer, when it comes to video games, a lot of these spaces are all operating the same right now, and they all have the same problems. So I know what's going on.
Yeah. And what's hilarious about this is there are a lot of D&D Beyond moderators absolutely coping because when he initially said that quote about the, D&D players and, there needs to be less people that look like him in the hobby, it was interesting because there was a lot of people that said he was talking about leadership positions, but he used the words D&D players were white dudes in a basement. I mean, how can you like misinterpret that? It's such an SJW cope. And it's hilarious now because there are people still saying the same thing on like Twitter/X saying, oh, he didn't mean that. You guys are sharing around like a false statement. You're missing context, but that's clearly not the case.
Oh yeah, like we know exactly how his brand of politics thinks. He meant this as he says, well, white dudes in a basement. That is him identifying the white dudes, and then himself going, people like me can't leave soon enough. You would have to have an incredibly charitable take to go like, oh, in leadership positions. No.
Right, like what other bizarro context can you create from that statement? Like it doesn't make sense how they're saying, oh, well, he meant leadership positions. No, he didn't. He specified Dungeons and Dragons players.
Oh, yeah. This was a classic SJW outgroup preference comment where he's like, oh, I am a bad white man, but, I'm one of the good ones, so I should stay in my position. But all of the other people like me should totally leave. And, well, he was the first one out the door, which is comic justice, if nothing else.
Yeah, good riddance.
This is how I know that you've been in this conversation for a while, Vara, is because you said SJW and not woke. All the new arrivals to this stuff say woke now.
Well,
but it means the same thing,
I still
basically.
think it's a relevant word or term to use, but I mean, he is just a massive social justice warrior.
Yeah, he is.
Yes.
And he's also put his, just to hammer home the point as well, it's like, oh, that's totally not what he meant. He's got his post protected now.
Yeah, I mean,
he knows.
This is absolutely hilarious because, right, he knows that he is going to be laughed at and mocked because of his statement. He got what he wanted. And it's great because while he wasn't, one of the only people that ruined the game, right? He was only there for 3 years, but the executive producer of Dungeons and Dragons for 2 years. He is one of the people that is behind a lot of the problems that are going on at the company at this point. He is one of the people who, continue to perpetuate the idea that things like disclaimers were needed and that alterations and, desecration of older content is okay in the re-released products.
Oh, yeah. And this is, for anyone who's unaware of the D&D thing, this has been going on for a long time now. Dungeons and Dragons started to kind of like open its doors to politics like 5-6 years ago. And it has just been hammered for the entire period. There are dozens of articles alleging that D&D is racist, alleging that it has a horrible past, alleging that its creators were racist, etc., etc., etc. Because the moment you agree with one of the woke's ideas, you are going to have to take on board all of it. And there was even, I think last year, they went over the re-release of one of the early adventures, and they mentioned that it was horribly racist, like, made by white men. They had fighting men as a class. Oh, disgusting. It would never pass. What was it? Diversity review today?
Yes, that is insane. We've seen this argument for a very long time with, certain things being racist. It stems back to Tolkien and, the orcs are racist. And then it's kind of spun into, the orcs in Dungeons and Dragons and all of these different things. We have seen so many alterations because of the claim that things are not diverse enough or inclusive enough, which of course is awful. I mean, we got into alterations like half races. The orcs have always been racist because apparently Tolkien was racist. And then, more recently we had the Hadozi situation where an original race never created to mock anyone was seen as offensive, but people projected their own racism into the Hadozi. So they changed everything around. And then we have the disclaimers on the Legacy Dungeons and Dragons products, basically calling all the older authors racist. It's insanity what is going on at Wizards of the Coast because of people like Kyle Brink, but also specifically like Chris Cox. He was one of the people who kind of started this movement in Wizards of the Coast, which unfortunately a lot of tabletop companies have also, picked up on.
Oh yeah, because this became the culture.
Yes.
It became what was socially acceptable, popularly acceptable, and company-wise acceptable.
The question. Fire
and again, Dungeons & Dragons was one of the ones that opened itself up the most to it, and so it is one of the ones that has received the most critique. I mean, this has become mainstream news now that D&D is doing this. And
Heresy's the question.
I mean,
Fire
it kind of came to its logical conclusion recently with the Mexican orcs.
Oh my god, that is absolutely... It's laughable, but everything they do at this point it's just clown worlds. That's all it boils down to.
Oh yeah, because the orcs, right, okay. Orcs, for me, I would define the orcs primarily from the Tolkien viewpoint as an anti-civilizational force. They are the outsider, they are the invader that every nation has a history of. They are the uncivilized come in to ruin the civilized, to destroy the world of men, etc., etc. And for that, all they really need to be is the classic barbarian, whether that is the Visigoth of the Romans or the Mongolians or the Hungarians, etc., etc. And yet then we came to the idea that orcs were black people. And I remember just receiving a DM one day from a random stranger's like, hey, do you think 40k orcs are black people? And I was just, because I hadn't heard this before. So I sat there like, what the fuck is going on now?
Like, how do you take something like an orc and go, oh, black people? You are projecting your own racism onto characters and certain races. And it's just absolutely clown world that these people point and go, this person was a racist when it was never meant to offend anyone. I mean, that's what you're taking out of it. Maybe you're the issue.
Oh, absolutely. Like, the entire notion, because I had never in my life thought previously, looked at an orc and go, black people.
Right, never. Absolutely not.
I think what's going on there is, like, they look at they take a look at an orc, right? And, like, I always use Warcraft because Warcraft's what I know the best. So you look at a Warcraft orc, and, they're kind of muscular, they're tribal, they're kind of feral, they have like huts, stone technology, and then they're like, well, who does that map onto? And they look over at Africa, like sub-Saharan Africa, and like tribesmen, and they're like, oh, that's who they are. Obviously, that's who they're talking about. But you can only make that connection if you yourself are doing you're doing the racial profiling there, like, because the creators aren't, and most gamers aren't. So if you're coming in with this critical eye, and you're connecting it to real world things, like that's you creating the racist content in the orc. It doesn't exist otherwise.
Yeah, well, right. Hold on there, Dev. Hold on a second. I don't believe the Africans build many structures out of stone either, actually. But don't tish.
Okay. All right.
And I mean, it also goes further than that. Going back to Tolkien, he based his stuff on, he had an anti-Nazi stance, and he was very, I don't want to necessarily say vocal with his work, because it definitely is not super obvious to his work. You would really have to dig. His work is very complex, and I understand that. But he was also very vocal in his life about these stances. And, to take something like an orc, right, and say, oh, racist, 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 it's just absurd and shows how people do not understand even the man that Tolkien was. And of course, they want to trash his legacy, and then that goes to, other orcs and other properties like Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh, yeah. And this is absolutely a part of the left-wing worldview. this is in like Warhammer context, but there was a big subreddit, Sigmarxism, that talked about a lot of this too. And they managed to find a racial equivalent of like every Warhammer race. The Skaven were Jewish, for reasons I've never quite managed to piece together. The Chaos Dwarves too.
I mean,
were
I can get it,
Jewish.
Arch, but I understand what they're saying there. But it's funny to hear them say it, you know?
Oh yeah, and they managed to find like a racial component for everything. And nobody else manages this. Nobody, okay. Greedy, short-sighted, and murderous. That fits for Skaven. Does that... Well, Dev, tell me, Dev.
Mm-hmm.
How does that describe Jewish people?
I wish I could tell you. Arch. Well, to be fair, hold on. To be fair, there was that event at the start of the year where you had Jewish people in New York climbing out of holes.
That was funny.
Oh yeah,
yes.
that was very interesting. Not the news I was expecting to hear that week.
But it's like it takes literally like the Nazi interpretation of the Jew and go like, oh, this was clearly the intent of Games Workshop when they created the Skaven. Like, come on.
Yeah, it's absurd. But, this is something I talk about a lot is when you are looking for something to be offended by, you're going to find it. You are going to take whatever information is available and you are going to stretch it to fit your narrative. And that is exactly what these people are doing. And it's so sad that it's happening so often now because there are these new individuals coming into companies like Wizards of the Coast, like Games Workshop, and they're taking this older work and they're trying to find issues so that they can hire other people like these diversity councils and teams that are reading over work so that they have a job, which of course is absurd. It's so sad that we're seeing so much be sanitized because one person stretched an example or a description and said, well, this could have been a quote or a description that someone finds offensive, and it's snowflakes finding something to be offended by. And of course that means more sanitization of older work and also of new work. That's why it's so hard to support so many products now, whether it's books or video games, because there are creatives who now are afraid of cancellation and their work being ripped apart by these individuals. And we've got into such an absurd place, especially with these companies. It's like how they say the goblins in J.K. Rowling's work in the, the Potterverse, how they're supposed to be Jews too. Like, how do you take these characters and instantly assume, oh, she's a racist, this is, anti-Semitic because she had a goblin in her work, or again, like Tolkien, having an orc. It's ridiculous the lengths that these people will go to find something to be offended by.
And then the best part about all of it is, what is the solution? Okay, so orcs are coded as black people. This is a problem that we apparently need to fix. All right, let's assume we agree with that. What's the solution? We make them Mexican. Oh, I see.
Yep. This surely will be less offensive.
It seems like what they're doing is they're saying, well, we cannot help but stereotype, so let's just make it a positive stereotype instead.
That's the retarded part, right? Because the orcs were stereotypically orcs. Like, we had created a fantasy race that everybody viewed as a fantasy race, and then the diverse and inclusive people somehow managed to turn the fantasy race of orcs into Mexicans.
Yep, because they wouldn't have jobs otherwise. It's similar to what's going on in the gaming industry with narrative consultation companies like Sweet Baby Inc., for example. I'm sure that's the one most people in the chat would know. It's their job to sanitize things and to find things that are offensive, or else they wouldn't have jobs. So we've gotten to a point where a lot of companies are willing to listen to these individuals, and we do know that, a company like Wizards of the Coast, they do have these diversity councils. I don't remember what they
Heresy's the
exactly
question.
called them,
Fire is
but
the
they're
answer.
usually called the Diversity Council, who goes through work and sanitizes it, and they make things up. That's their job, is to make shit up and say someone's offended by this, even though nobody is, or a small, vocal minority of people on social media end up being offended by it, and then they change it around for everyone, even though most sane people have no issue.
Absolutely. And at the end of the day, this is very much so a case of the racism is calling from inside the house here. Oh, and hello, Lumi in chat. I hope you're doing well.
Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
Oh, Lumi.
There is no
Also, my
solution.
internet's currently shitting itself. Give me a minute.
At least you're not. That's good. And there is no solution to this problem, because
Heresy's
that's
the question.
like the core
Fire is
part
the
of
answer.
this. Woke creates problems. They cannot then solve the problem, because if they solve the problem, they would be out of a job. And particularly in the case of
Heresy's the question.
orcs. Like,
Fire is the
okay,
answer.
orcs are racist. Right, well, how do we fix that? Well, we can't make them unracist because, well, we would just be making orcs again. Literally, if they wanted to make unracist orcs, they'd go back to the porgs of yesteryears, like the pig-faced orcs, or even Tolkien's original more like cat-like orcs. But no, Mexicans.
Yeah, and you had just mentioned, there's no way to fix it. I mean, technically there is, and that's get rid of all of the people that are infecting these companies. But the issue is that you have so many of those people at these companies. Look at how many activists are at Wizards of the Coast. Like Sam Maggs, for example, she was working on the Knights of the Old Republic remake, and she ended up leaving that project to go and work on Dungeons and Dragons. She's a senior writer now, great. But they'd have to purge the majority of the people that work there. So there is technically a solution, but then they'd also have to go through and hire people who are passionate, who understand the source material. And unfortunately, even if we got rid of half those people, there still would inevitably be some of those individuals left. And then it becomes, do they end up changing course and understanding that people do not like them and they're losing money? Or will they basically convert the people that started working there? It's definitely a difficult topic. Unfortunately, I don't see a way that these companies could be saved at this point. But it is an interesting, theory of, if, they fired 60% of the activists, would the other people be willing to put their politics aside and just go back to
Fire is the
creating
answer.
content that people actually want? And who knows? I mean, it'd be worth a shot, but at the same time, there's not a guarantee there. Even if Hasbro cleaned house, it would take a decade plus to fix Dungeons and Dragons for them to course correct. Because, looking at least at the next decade, because of 5e 2024 and the future releases of 1 D&D / 6th edition, that's a clusterfuck because it's supposed to have digital purchases, but who the heck knows how they'll do that and what it'll actually look like. But the point is that those aren't course corrections. 1 D&D is most likely already written, so it's going to be like a decade before people can even
Service
attempt to fix
guarantees
Dungeons and
citizenship.
Dragons, but they'd have to get rid of the activists ruining the game, and, releasing products that are woke and full of microtransactions isn't how that's going to happen, and it's not going to go over well with people.
Oh yeah, because this is going to be a very long process. It has started. There was yesterday, CNN announced that they were removing their race and equality team from the company.
Yeah, I thought that was a very interesting move that I feel a lot of people didn't see coming. Now, is it very surprising? No, because these teams they're basically just diversity teams that are meant to sift through content
Heresy's the
again. And then,
question.
the
Fire
race
is
and
the answer.
equality topic at companies like CNN. I thought, I did think that was very interesting, but I feel like a lot of people were, of course, on social media laughing at this decision. Like, oh, we told you so, that these teams weren't going to do anything for you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we have definitely reached like a cresting peak here, because there was also The Acolyte. Have you been watching that, Vera?
Oh, yeah, unfortunately.
I've been
Part
keeping
of the
up with it as well.
job.
Yeah.
Yep, part of the
Yep.
job. I gotta watch it. That is truly a nightmare. I used to love Star Wars. I was a mega Star Wars fan. And then, well, we got the sequel trilogy, which I didn't think The Force Awakens was bad. I thought it was a good basis to a trilogy. I know that's kind of a
Yeah,
hot
same.
take.
I agree. I
Um,
agree.
Yeah, but God, modern Star Wars or new Star Wars, Disney Star Wars, it is just a nightmare. It's so depressing.
See, The Acolyte, in my opinion, was Disney's like absolute all-in gamble, because it does everything the progressive
It
wants.
does. Yeah.
Like every step of the way. It's full progressive. Because I guarantee you, all of these companies have been told by HR, by marketing, by all the activists, like, okay, there's a huge market out there. There's
Heresy's
like
the
billions
question.
of woke
Fire is
people
the
just
answer.
like me that are desperate to consume our product. If just
yeah,
we make it for
surely.
them.
Right, surely.
And that was kind of The Acolyte. It was like, okay, fuck, we haven't done enough. Let's just pull out all the stops, shove all of it in there, and see what happens. And they weren't rewarded, they were punished again.
Yep.
Like, these companies have got the message. Like, it has sunk in. But again, like you say, Vara, it's gonna... like, because you gotta view this like Game of Thrones almost, power politics. There are hundreds of employees in these companies who are going to
Yes.
cling on to their jobs, who are based purely on their identity politics and their view
Heresy's
of
the question.
politics.
Fire is
They
the
are all
answer.
going to need to be purged and fired. Excuses need to be found. Then they need to find people who can actually write non-woke nonsense in the current year. They're going to have to
Yeah.
purge a generation of writers before they can even think about making good old-fashioned entertainment again.
Yeah, and another thing that I see Chad is talking about Rings of Power, which does bring up a very interesting discussion, because if you look at Rings of Power and you look at the writers, the producers, they are all new in the industry. And this is something I've talked about a lot on my
Yep.
channel because I love Tolkien's work. The Rings of Power is an abomination. Oh, just god awful. But they're hiring new people who are willing to basically bend the knee to the politics that the company wants. That's, I feel, why they couldn't get someone like Peter Jackson, because he is a staunch supporter of Tolkien. He understands the lore. And yes, I understand his movies. You know, they did make some deviations, even though they turned out amazing. But he has a clear set vision, and they don't want that from creatives anymore. They want new people they can boss around, that these new people are going to fall to their knees and say, I'm so grateful you hired me for this. But then they can demand they put these small things in and make these changes, gender swap, race swaps, and they go, anything for you because you hired me, a no one, for this job. And it's led to so much bad entertainment.
Oh yeah, and the amateurishness of it as well. Like the guys who are doing Rings of Power, they pulled off the heist of the century.
Oh God, I
they've-
could go on and on about Rings of Power. It's just so god awful.
They secured a 5-season contract commitment from Amazon. Those fuckers are rich,
Well,
and all
actually,
they need to do
technically,
is drag
they
it out.
only secured 3. The other 2 are not secure at this point.
Ooh, really?
They initially said they wanted to go 5, but they are only currently signed for 3. So there's been a lot of
Service
speculation that
guaranteed
after
citizenship.
that third, Amazon's going to say, no way. We've put way too much money into this and have not seen a return.
Oh yeah. Like I have a guy who sends me some information from behind the scenes on Amazon. Jeff Bezos' phone was ringing off the hook after the premiere of Rings of Power. All of the investors were fucking furious.
Yes. Yeah.
Because this
And
was the
it's not
slam dunk.
surprising.
This was supposed to secure Amazon Studios' futures, because how on God's good earth do you mess up Rings of Power? It's Lord of the Rings, for goddammit.
Right. And it's like you are talking about a series that between the first two
Heresy's the
seasons, well, it
question.
was like
Fire is
securing
the
the rights
answer.
the first season, some of the second season, you had $1 billion. My God, that is so much money. Like, that, right, should have been a slam dunk with, yes, I get it. There wasn't a lot of source material for that time, but there's enough to go off of. And if you look at the other works that had been made, like Peter Jackson's, you have an understanding of the way that the elves look, the way that certain locations look, kind of the whimsical, magical elements, and what made those movies previously so special. And they just did the worst job possible. It's like with the Acolyte, even though it was a new story, they still had a general time frame, which I know can be a little rough when it comes to, fitting your story in a certain part of the timeline, but they had almost $200 million. How do you make series that are that bad?
So this is something that we talked about back when Rings of Power was new. It was me, Arch, Kibbs, and Lilith, and we were doing the watch-alongs. And one thing that I mentioned is that, and I think it's generally true for this current crop of writers, is that like they know the basics of what makes a story good, all right, but they don't know how to assemble all the pieces. Because when you watch Rings of Power, when you watch The Acolyte, or when you watch the Obi-Wan Kenobi show, really fell into this trap. This applies to games, it applies to movies, it applies to TV shows. They have big emotional impact scenes. They have big set pieces. They have all the things that they remember being really cool from the stuff that they grew up watching and playing. And they can at least like craft the facsimile of those, but they don't understand that there also has to be an emotional undercurrent to it, or else you won't care. The viewer just will not care about what's happening. And it just feels fake and phony. And they don't know how to do that part of it. So that's why I liken it to them having the pieces of a good story, and then they assemble it completely incorrectly.
The
Service
Gandalf
guarantees
thing
citizenship.
is the perfect example of that, because you would think that Gandalf, super important character, right? If we have Gandalf and we reveal Gandalf, everyone's going to fanboy out about it.
Heresy's
The problem
question.
is
Fire is
Gandalf
the
doesn't
answer.
exist in this timeline. He's not
Right.
in Middle-earth.
Nope.
Right.
This is not a thing. And so, no, people aren't going to fanboy about it. They're going to absolutely hate you, because it's going to be you forcing the ever-living shit out of this. Same with the Harfoots, the goddamn hobbits. I remember an interview early on where it's sort of like, hey, the hobbits didn't even do anything in this period, so why are there hobbits? And their justification were, well, you can't have Lord of the Rings without hobbits.
Right.
See, I think a better example, Arch, is the storyline between Sauron and Galadriel in the first season.
Oh, their weird romance thing.
Well, here's the thing: like that was a terrible story, and we all agree with that. However, you can tell what they wanted to do. They wanted to do this seductor story where she falls in love with the guy that she's supposed to be hunting, and then has to make the heart-wrenching decision in the 11th hour to actually do what is right and turn on him. They wanted to do that story, and you could make that a very good story if you had competent writers. But they didn't have the competent writers. They had the pieces of the story, and they just didn't know what to do with them. So that's why it completely fell on its face.
Yep.
Yeah. And I mean, around that time frame, in
guarantees
general, the
citizenship.
hobbits, even though they are very important, they had very little story. And with the Harfoots, I don't think that they did the worst job possible, but also you could just tell they had really no idea what to do with them. The story was just kind of like pieced together, and it just felt very bizarrely thrown in so they could market it to people that are nostalgic. And that's just what Rings of Power really is to me, is oh, hey, it's Lord of the Rings, you're nostalgic, come and watch this. And then that goes into characters like Gandalf, and then oh god, the romance they tried to set up was not good with Galadriel and Sauron. And the is I wouldn't mind some kind of romance story being in this. Tolkien wrote amazing romances like Beren and Luthien, but well, the Rings of Power, just there was nothing in it that was good.
Yeah.
Yep. And then if you go over to Star Wars Acolyte, I haven't finished the show yet, so from what I understand, the moral arc of the show is, what if the Jedi are actually not just this force for good, they're also a force for evil, because they are these religious puritanical people who will go and oppress other users of the Force who have different interpretations. Okay, you can make that a good story.
Yeah,
These didn't
you
do it.
could.
They didn't
Right.
make it into a good story. They made it shit. And
Yep.
the problem
Service
isn't
guarantees
with
citizenship.
the skeletons of the story themselves. The problem is what they do with it. They don't have the talent to actually pull off what they want to say.
Right.
That is it, part of it too, but it's also the fact that this. I found an
Service
article
guarantees
the other day
citizenship.
which was talking about how the fans were the problem with Star Wars, and it began by saying something
God,
very
yeah, I saw that.
interesting. By basically going, Star Wars was a good versus evil story, blah, 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 and this makes it
Here's the
limited the
question.
kind of
Fire
stories
is
you
the
can
answer.
tell in that universe. And they presented this as if it was a bad thing. And the thing is, that isn't actually bad. That simply means that this universe is focused around this thing. Because balance in the Star Wars universe isn't that light and dark should be equally strong.
Heresy's
It
the
is that
question.
darkness should actually
Fire
be
is the
eradicated.
answer.
And Star Wars has a very pro-genocide view on this thing. The dark side simply shouldn't be. And so if you try to make a story where the dark side is just misunderstood, it's just a different way of using the Force, guys, it doesn't really work. Especially when your dark side user is a clearly crazy person who has no problems killing loads of goddamn people. You could create a Dexter-style story, I guess, where you have like a murderer with a reason, or there was another TV show that covered serial killers a while ago, which I can't remember the name of. But you could create like that sort of, where you have a clear anti-hero.
Yeah, well, the thing is that in the expanded universe, there are gray Jedi or the Gen Jedi, but they're not canon anymore, which is an issue. Is that we had the gray Jedi and they were great, but they're not technically canon anymore. So they tried to like start replicating that, but they didn't quite understand how.
Oh, did you see that one article where someone at Disney complained that there's not enough stories to go around to make new content?
Yeah,
my
that was
God.
shortly
You
after they
canonized all of it.
decanonized it too.
Oh my god.
Yep.
So yeah, I think what's going on here is like part of it is they don't have the talent to do what they're saying. Part of it is that they don't understand. Okay, here, I'll give a hot take that chat can hate me for this week. Here's the red meat to the chat for this week. And I know that after The Last Jedi, everyone started mocking the idea of subverting expectations, right? Because it was just done so poorly. Subverting expectations is something, however, that, for example, The Dark Knight did back in 2008 or something. That was a movie that did some subversion of expectations. However, the reason that it worked is because it existed in a culture that didn't ever do that, so it was new. And there was already like an established, solid cultural canon from which they could use that to be a foundation and then build a new story on top of it. But we're now at the point where you can't subvert expectations because everything is a subversion of expectations. The idea of a standard is gone. The idea of a cultural canon is gone. The foundation doesn't exist anymore, right? Like you have to know the rules before you can start breaking them and understand when it's correct to break them and when it's incorrect to break them. And that's kind of the problem that we're running into now, is that you can you know what, that really is what it is that you have to learn what the rules are and why they're important, and then once you've really understood that knowledge, then you are prepared to break them. But this new crop of writers doesn't have any of that. They just break the rules because, oh, well, this is cool, right? It's just cool, let's just do it, and then it turns out to be like fucking dog shit.
Well, it's because they're not writers, they're activists.
Yeah,
they're,
that's part of it too.
They're parading around as writers, but they have no experience that should land them in these roles, whether it's, a game writer, a senior writer, or a writer on a movie or a TV show. They don't deserve the position because they don't have the background for it. And I'm all for, allowing new people in, right? I don't think we should have the only one writer doing, 50 things. I'm fine with newer writers being brought in, but they have to have some level of experience or understanding, and they just don't.
Someone in the chat says exactly what I was trying to say, only a lot better. He said, we've had 10 years of evil Superman. We've had 30 years of evil Superman. All right? Here's the thing. You can do an evil Superman story, but you need most Superman stories to be good in order to actually do an evil Superman story properly. But then as soon that becomes cool, right? So then that's all you do. And it's like, well, then at that point, you do that for 20 years or 30 years. And now the new canon is just evil Superman, and you've completely lost the point of the character. And now new people coming up don't know what to do. That's the issue, is that you can subvert, but it has to be done sparingly and properly. You can't just do it all the time.
There's an interesting expansion on this topic here, because in essence, improvisation should only be done with a solid footing in doctrine, is what it is. And the evil Superman thing was cool. Like, Injustice did this, and it worked out really well. But it became the thing that everybody wanted to do. And in part, we are cursed by DC because of this, because DC appears to be a company that is incapable of getting on the bandwagon when it's rolling by. Instead, they're always chasing like 5 meters behind it at all times. Which is why all of the DC movies, not only did most of them flop horrifically, but all of them have the same markers in them. All of them are shot in this weirdly dark style, where everything is somewhat grey and diffuse and boring looking, and how all of the heroes have abandoned all of their rules and principles. Like in the Batman v Superman movie, Superman outright just fucking murders a dude. Like the terrorist leader, he could have disabled him in a dozen different ways. Could have lasered his gun, he could have sped over there, disassembled it, he could have stopped a bullet leaving the barrel. He has an infinite number of ways to disarm this man. Instead, he elects to smash into him at Mach 11 and turn him into fucking vaporized blood.
Yep.
It's
That is
so
true.
dumb.
Well, it's like also something like, Superman Red Sun, where he crashed in the
Piracy's the
USSR. That was
Yes.
cool.
Fire is
He
the
wasn't
answer.
evil per se, but he believed in communism till the end. But that was interesting. We need stories like that, not. I feel like that is just on a different level of
They are the
Superman.
exceptions.
the
Like you
answer.
need
Yes.
the basic doctrine, which is Superman the hero, which then
Yes.
allows for stories like Red Sun to come out and feel fresh, and actually in turn make Superman as the hero also feel fresh.
Yes, 100%.
So the ongoing conversation that we have on this channel, we've had it now for almost a year at this point, is how much of this is due to politics and how much of this is due to
Fire
them
is the
being
answer.
bad at their jobs. Because they're related, but not quite the same thing. So what do you think, Vara?
I feel like there is a mixture of incompetence and malice when it comes to these people. I do feel like there are individuals who don't understand, or they try to, understand, and they write something that they think is great. But then there's also the people like the activists who are coming in just to ruin things. And I feel like that's the problem with modern entertainment, is that there is a mixture of those two groups that are overpowering the passionate, good writers.
Yeah. So I know that there are some people out there who think that it's all malice. It's all malice all the way down. I don't agree. And the reason that I don't agree is because there actually are occasionally good leftist pieces of art that are explicitly leftist. I always use the example of Disco Elysium as being a great RPG, Celeste as being a great platform game. Like, these are made explicitly by just completely leftist teams, and they are overtly political and they're overtly left-leaning. So like, you can still make good stuff. The issue seems to be that once they make something bad, they say, oh, well, it's people just hate me because I'm a leftist and you're like an evil alt-right gamergator man baby chud. It's like, well, no, you actually just made something wrong this time. It was shitty. What you created was bad, right? So, but there's also malice too, though. So I've also gone over this several times, but you're new here, Vara. I interviewed someone who worked on the Saints Row reboot.
Oh,
Maybe
Jesus.
last summer sometime.
Oh,
I
I
think.
covered that a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God, that fucking game was terrible.
Yep.
To be fair though, if you play it without getting the day one patch, it's hilariously broken and not just boring. So
Yep, that
it's
is
still,
true.
It's still worth it to play. But I talked to a guy who worked on it, and he basically said that the people at the very top of the company, they weren't political at all. They just wanted to make money, and then they were told by middle managers who were very political that this is what would make them money, so you should do this. And then people at the bottom, like him, were just kind of stuck. They were just stuck with doing whatever they were told. A bunch of the writing staff had to leave. They brought in some outside contracted writers to like punch up the script to try to get the game out the door. It was a clusterfuck of a development cycle for that game. You can tell by looking at the game. But also, it wasn't just politics that ruined it. It was greed and ignorance at the top of the company as well.
Yeah, yeah. And I get a lot of flack for this, but I'm a gaming live streamer. I live stream 20, 25, 30 hours a week, and I will still play games that I generally look at and I think look like trash, like Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. I live stream that in its entirety on my channel. Next week, I plan to stream the Sweet Baby Inc. Flintlock Siege of Dawn, because even though I
Service
think it's going to be bad
citizenship.
and it is filled with teams of activists, it's still my job to cover it, and I want to give things a chance because, like you said, sometimes people on the left can create decent entertainment, and the thing is that a lot of the times they don't, which is true, and they're, the ideologies that they believe in, they definitely do push. But I still try to give some of these people a chance, because sometimes things do surprise you, and I always say this: everyone's got their own opinion, and I don't want to judge someone based off their opinion. It's the way that they put their opinion into their works, especially in movies, TV shows, video games. If they are going to create something, I'd prefer them to leave their personal politics at the door, but sometimes they can create decent things, and they are just generally good at their job. I mean, Apple TV had written a show, Dark Matter 2024, and I know Dark Matter, there's been several Dark Matters, but it was written by leftists, and it actually came out pretty good.
I haven't heard of it, to be honest. So I don't know.
Yeah, it came out not very long ago, and it just had finished a couple weeks ago, but it was actually pretty decent. I mean, was it the best piece of entertainment I've ever seen? No, but it wasn't bad.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I think Red Letter Media made a similar point a few weeks ago. I think it was Rich on Red Letter Media. He said that at the exact same time back in the 80s, you had Ghostbusters come out, and Ghostbusters is an unapologetically libertarian story about three small businessmen, starting up their business and scraping all their money together and like managing to make it off the sweat of their own brow. And then it's the government that comes in and ruins everything, the incompetent bureaucracy that doesn't know what's going on, and they cause the destruction, right? And then at the exact same time, RoboCop comes out. And RoboCop is a very leftist story. It's a critique of policing and the police state in the United States. It's a critique of capitalism. It's a very left-leaning story. And both of these movies came out, and they came out around the same time. And they're both really good, regardless of the political slant of the story and the people involved. Because at the very least in the 80s, you had to make a good story to stand out. There was a lot of bad stories as well, but like, you know what I mean though, is that like, even if you were political overtly, you still had to make a good story to make it.
Right.
Exactly. There was no ESG fund propping you up or anything like that.
Right.
That is also the thing here too, is you can make a good left-wing story if that is what you go out to actually make. The problem is that now so many left-wing writers are trying to write stories in other universes where they don't belong. The Superman thing is a perfect example of that. Superman cannot be written well in the modern-day view of a progressive, because he is in essence the Law and Order, the Boy Scout, the Truth, Justice, American Way character. He has to be subverted. Same with Batman. He has to be subverted as well, because you can no longer have that kind of heroism anymore, not without it being political heroism. And if you can't,
that's why you always hear like Batman's a fascist. It's like, well, why
Yes.
is he a fascist? Because he's rich and he beats up like poor people
Yes.
who are criminals, and they should be institutionalized and not arrested. And fuck the police. It's like, well, I understand your point of view, but that's fucking stupid.
Because it leads to a lack of reverence for the character. That is why you have Man of Steel, Superman killed General Zod in the first movie. Like, this is a complete misunderstanding of the character of Superman. If you want Superman to kill somebody, it better be 3 fucking movies in. Like, that needs to be an extreme situation after he's already demonstrated the ability to solve the problem in other ways. That needs to be an absolute incredible end of the line, I have no other options, impactful scene, which is what they were going for. It was the same with Batman v Superman, because they were like, okay, well, this has to sell. It's Batman v Superman, right? Yeah, and it would if you had set it the fuck up. But you didn't. You just dumped it on everybody's lap and went, This is what you like, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, the MCU works. They spent 10 years setting it up before the first Avengers movie. That's what they need.
It was also the MCU had scope. There's another thing too. Tony Stark is Tony Stark first,
Service
Iron Man
guarantees
second.
citizenship.
Superman was never Clark Kent in the Superman movies, and so there was no scope and scale. You went directly to the big fight against General Zod. There was no part in which
guarantees
Tony Stark was
citizenship.
fighting against goddamn terrorists and building his first armor out of scrap. There was no interpersonal relationship with Pepper Potts. And so all you had was this flat level of engagement, which is the highest one. Batman v Superman. That's about as a high level engagement as it gets, and no flaw. And so you don't have anywhere to go from there. There's no escalation, there's no coolness, there's no greater than. It's just Superman punches Batman and Batman brings out kryptonite. Great.
So one thing I realized, this segment's about D&D, and what I've noticed is whenever we have a conversation like this, no matter who the guest is or anything, or if it's just you and I, Arch, it always goes down this specific rabbit hole because the same thing is happening to all of these mediums.
Oh yeah.
To all of these forms of entertainment. And you know, the argument is, you know, is it incompetence, is it malice? It's obviously a mixture of both. And there's like several ways to look at it, because, you know, if it's malice, well, then they're doing it because they have a certain political ideology that they want to push, and they have no problem with, you know, subverting these properties and these cultural institutions and kind of getting in there and saying, you know what, even though this is supposed to be, you're supposed to like make a good game out of this, we're going to actually, you know, use a soapbox and convert it, you know. And Arch, I'm sure I'll put it in the link channel. I'm sure you've seen this guy's tweets before. He used to work at Riot Games, where he just said it. He already said it back in 2020. Where he said, as a game developer, as a manufacturer of cultural content which specializes in resonance, you have an obligation to advance social justice and diverse representation. You're not just making art. You are not just making art. You are participating in the formation of bedrock. There was a time in which we could resort and rest on the creation of aesthetics of the known. That time is past. As stewards and bookkeepers of artifacts, both widely consumed and niche, artists, writers, and designers have a responsibility to wrap diversity and justice in the consumable. The pedantic and irrelevant cry of the social justice warrior agenda is not only a tired one, but one of desperate grasping of dying cultural relevance, a vestigial organ of a sunsetting class of consumers who don't represent the bulk of the audience and have no ability to create anyway. So this is back in 2020, and he's basically saying you have a moral obligation to make things more left-wing if you're an artist or if you exist in any one of these companies or these institutions. And people who hate it, well, they don't matter because they're dying out, and the new audience is here, and fuck you. However, in the 4 years since he's said this, it hasn't really come true, because all of these companies are rolling this shit back, and consumers are generally just rejecting this.
Service guarantees.
So this is like the malice position, just stated plainly. You need to get in there and push your politics forward, even at the expense of the quality of the thing. The incompetence position is, well, like why is it that they're incompetent? That's kind of a tricky question. Right? Like, why are these people not capable of making better work, regardless of their politics? And then the answer to that is probably something like, well, if you hire for diverse representation reasons rather than reasons of merit, you're probably going to end up just over time getting worse people in the job, right? In your workplace. So if you take in like 50 resumes for a job, and the best person for the job per their credentials is, you know, a black wheelchair-bound transbian, okay, fine, you don't hire them because they're the best for the job. However, if they're like the worst out of the 50, but they're the most diverse, and you hire them for that reason, well, you've just missed out on 49 better people who could do better work. And now you do that for, you know, several 100,000 job openings over the past 10 or 20 years. You end up with a workforce that just can't, even if they're a diverse workforce and a very left-leaning workforce, even if you put a gun to their heads and said, no, you will make the big boobed anime girl as the next protagonist of this game, they can't actually do it. They don't have the skills to do it.
Right, and it's actually funny because this guy had recently basically attacked all of the YouTube channels talking about the culture war and bringing up his statement all over Star Wars Outlaws because he was basically saying, you guys don't know what real women look like, and you guys are just getting upset over a female's body proportions. And he was going on and on against gamers and, of course, content creators just like us. But this is the same guy who said that, you know, they have an obligation to advance social justice. So that's why he was on board with Star Wars Outlaws and the character model change.
Right. And I talked about this with Lumi actually, I think a few weeks ago, Arch, but I put the image in there again. This is the model that did the face scan for the Star Wars Outlaw character.
Yeah.
And like she's
beautiful.
beautiful.
She is beautiful.
Yeah. So they put her in the game, and she's not nearly as attractive in the game. And it's like, well, what did you guys do? How did you fuck this up? And we know, by the way, that it's not just that they can't fucking do it. Sometimes it is, but in this case, it's not, because we've seen them scan in male actors, and they look pretty much one for one.
Yep,
So,
and in the other Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order and Survivor games, Cameron Monaghan as
Cal
geez,
Kestis.
what's Cal Kestis? That's it. Yeah, I mean, he looked amazing. He looked just like him. It was crazy. But then you have situations like this, and we know that
Heresy's
this
the
game has a
question.
large
Fire is
budget.
the
It's not
answer.
like it's a low budget game. So why are they not utilizing the same technology to make them look one for one? Well, that's because it's a female character.
It's also the passion part of it as well, because we've even got a more recent example with this woman. We must pull every lever we have for LGBTQ representation, who was recently hired by CD Projekt Red as a senior writer. The thing is, even if you are theoretically competent, a person can only be passionate for so many things. You have your natural interests, right? And if your natural interest is social justice, you are not going to be as good, in all due likelihood, at writing a non-social justice story. And so if all you can think about is LGBTQ representation in the video game, you might be able to write a fantastic LGBTQ game, but you're not going to make a very good cyberpunk game.
Right. It's completely different.
And I mean, this all goes also to the entire idea of female character design. I'll put this in chat. This was a meme that was going around for a little bit, which I've changed up here, about how it's totally okay to have strong jawlines because they make them look heroic. On the right-hand side, you see the original image, and on the left, I literally just removed the character's makeup and gave them, like, simplistic eyes. And you can see immediately, if you'd taken the hair as well and malified it, it now looks like a man. Because we actually do know this. We have art tutorials explaining what makes a character look feminine and what makes a character look masculine. And there is no way that these fuckers, after 10 years of design school, don't know this.
Right, they clearly do. And so they're doing these things intentionally. They're making the decision to alter these females' faces. And we're talking about beautiful females here. Same with the Fable situation. She was a beautiful model. And then we end up with the fucking Crimson Chin over there. Like, I'm sorry,
Service
that's
guarantees
just not
citizenship.
acceptable. It's not what people want. And then you get into the hypocrisy with these people. It's perfectly fine to have a male character who looks strong, who looks masculine, who has his
Heresy's the
shirt off,
question.
but it's
Fire
never
is the
okay for a
answer.
female to look feminine. It is absurd. We just saw this with the Acolyte is a great example. There has been so much divide over the Acolyte, but you have people like Alyssa Mercante saying it is perfectly fine to have this type of fan service and have men with their shirts off and showing their muscles because it's what she likes to look at. But then you have the same person going after Stellar Blade saying, oh, it's not okay that we
Heresy's
have
the
this
question.
fictional
Fire is the
woman,
answer.
you know, in a very risque outfit. The hypocrisy with these people is insane. And then if you don't like the changes that they're making, it instantly becomes you're an is, you're a phobe, all of these different things. I mean, it's not okay. But they don't care because it's their opinion.
Have you heard of the term safe horny? You know what's going on there?
Yep,
All right.
I do.
Yeah, don't gotta explain that one to you. Okay.
No, you don't.
So yeah, this cartoon that you posted, the four panel cartoon of the woman jaw and the man jaw. So I have seen that before because it was drawn with reference to the new Perfect Dark game.
Yes, that's
And
another one.
there's the new Perfect Dark game art. So Perfect Dark was a first person shooter on the Nintendo 64, so back when I was a kid, and then also on the Xbox later on. And it's been the IP has been dormant for like 20 years. And then they announced a new one a couple months ago. It's like, oh great, dude, Perfect Dark, awesome, they're bringing it back. And then it's like, oh, that's Joanna Dark. That's how she looks now. You
How
just
they
gave her
massacred my poor girl.
Oh my god, that's what they did to. Oh
Yep.
Jesus, like that's rough.
It is.
That's rough. I guess I don't know if I'll be playing that one, guys. Maybe I'll skip out, even though I loved Perfect Dark as a kid.
Rough and yet inescapable.
Yep, a lot of these activists are very anti-male gaze, and that's, of course, the fictional concept they all go back to. Oh, we can't have Joanna Dark looking the way she used to because it appealed to the male gaze, which is just so absurd.
Now she's Joanna Dark.
Yes. Yep.
So here's the thing, right? Like I've always maintained that you can, like, it's like I said with the you can subvert expectations if you have a solid foundation. You can do this sort of thing, but only once in a while, right? Like you can make a very masculine female character who's like muscular and has like broad shoulders and like femboy abs and like a strong jaw. You can do that character, but you can't make every single fucking female character in your cultural canon that you can't do that. You can have that character once in a while because she is not realistic, but her being not realistic is what makes her interesting. But if that's
Right.
all you get, it becomes very boring.
Yeah, I mean, I love her older design. I get it's more stylized, but she just looks so unique. Where the new Joanna model just looks, she just doesn't look good. She looks like a man. I'm
Like
sorry.
every
The crimson
other
chin is not
man-faced
attractive.
protagonist.
Yeah.
Yep. It removes the uniqueness because you don't have a design anymore. You have a man with red hair.
Yep.
Right, let me delve into a few super chats for a little bit, and then we'll move on to my favorite topic of the day. Dev explaining to me how the European Union did nothing wrong.
I haven't followed this story. I don't know what's going on.
Don't worry, Dev. I trust you to give me the pro-state take. Zero, Vara, so good to have you on. No fight yet?
No, Alyssa blocked me. She doesn't want to. She says she was going to beat everyone up. She said she'd beat me up in a street, and then she blocked me. So,
That's
no,
right. You were supposed to box her,
Guarantees
right?
citizenship.
Yeah, we had companies reaching out to us like Keemstar's Happy Punch. He was like, I'll set this up for you guys. We'll do it. And she was like, I don't think so.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I remember this, because she made a public declaration on, like, the Giant Bomb podcast or something, like, I will fight any one of you! And, yeah.
Yeah, she's like, fight me physically, bitch. And then there were many females who were actually like, yeah, I'll do it. And then companies reached out to us and she backed out. She did not want to go through with it. And then, of course, she ended up, accusing me of being obsessed with her simply for covering her in videos. And then she
Fire is the
threatened
answer.
me and blocked me. So, interesting stuff with her.
So aside from like podcast appearances like here or Side Scrollers or somewhere else, I haven't talked about her on my channel. I don't think I've talked
Yeah.
about her on Twitter, but she has me blocked. And I'm like, oh, why? Why do you have me blocked?
Yeah,
Like my Twitter account isn't even like my name. It's Sleepy Devo because I've been banned like a dozen times off Twitter at this point over the years. So I have like a ghost account called Sleepy Devo, and it's like, why did you block me? Like, no one knows who I am on Twitter. I guess some people know now at this point, but you know what I mean, though.
Yeah. It could have been a blocked chain, but
Yeah, that's possible.
she blocks and unblocks, blocks and unblocks, and it's her tactic, and it's a stupid tactic. It's like if you want to talk to someone, just talk to them, but she doesn't do that.
So there was like a BLM podcast she went on when the Sweet Baby Inc. stuff was going down, and I recall this wasn't on a stream; it was offline. I was watching a bit of it with Craig, and I was like, man, I would love to sit down and talk to this person for like 5 minutes, because the joke in the chat is that I'm a communist. I'm not a communist, actually, by the way, but I was one when I was like 18 years old. And I did read a bunch of the communist theories, so I know all of the lefty arguments. And I'm like, you know what? I would love to talk to this person, just because I know every single thing that she's saying. I know what she means by it when she says it, and in ways that most people wouldn't. And I was like, man, this would be like the easiest conversation for you to have. But she would never, ever sit down and talk to me. No fucking way.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, she blocks people that. I mean, a lot of these individuals, these activists, they poke the bear and they threaten you or they say something about you and then they block you. I mean, she has all my moderators blocked. She went that far. Like,
That's
what
crazy.
kind of unhinged behavior is that?
That's pretty wild, actually.
Silver Camaro 78. Dev, getting HIV is bad. Wear a diaper instead. Why did you say that, Dev?
Well, that's because... Hold on. Wait, fuck you. I didn't say that. That was a super chat. I didn't say that shit, Arch. Okay, the reason that's being super chatted, guys. Arch, you should bring it up, because we should at least spend 30 seconds on it, okay? I'll repost it. I'll repost it. Come on. I'll repost it in the link channel. So, currently, the entire internet left is very angry at me because of this take that I gave, where there was this trans activist named FemK Ultra, and she basically exclaimed that she thinks that being monogamous is strange, and that only having sex with people that you're romantically interested in is strange, and in fact sex is better used to have just to strengthen friendships. Have sex with all your friends, become closer with them. And then she said, well, some of my friends are HIV positive, so I take medication in order to not contract HIV while I'm fucking literally everyone I know. And so I said, you need to take pills to not contract HIV. You can't just not have sex with people who have HIV, with a little SpongeBob fish. And my God, for something like 2 days there, my phone just would not stop rumbling. You could just masturbate yourself with it, because it would not fucking shut up. Because it was just constant anger from Twitter leftoids and progressives who were like, they were saying like I was doing like abstinence only education, and I had no idea how sex worked, and I just wanted gay people to die. I never mentioned gay people once in this post. I don't know why you're conflating HIV with gay.
You really pissed everybody off.
Yeah, I did. So I made a video of it today, which is actually doing pretty well. But it's also continuing to make people angry. So I'm sure my viewers are now showing up in the chat, as they always do, and they're super chatting about today's video. So we'll probably see a bit of that. That's the story. It's fun. It's good to laugh sometimes, and you just say like a normal, reasonable thing that no decent person would complain about, and then everyone gets mad at you. It's a good time.
Yeah.
Dev's ability to make everybody angry by his mere existence continues to prove profitable.
Mm-hmm.
Silver Commando 78. IRL, I usually say woke. For internet shit, SJW. There we go. Dividing line. Game Goblin, thank you for the stream. Dev, I lost 15 pounds in 2 months. If I can do it, so can you. Stop drinking maple syrup and count your calories. Live well.
Congratulations, dude. No, I'm also on the weight loss train. It's been going good the past few months.
Silver Commando 78. The way I distinguish it is if they say, oh, this product is racist, it's an SJW. If they say, we've made this product more inclusive, it's woke.
Fair.
I just have all communists under one
Heresy's
giant
the question.
blanket,
Fire
starting
is
with
the
Dev as a
answer.
tent pole.
Oh, yeah?
Nicolaus Cantor, greetings from the Lamenters chapter, Inquisitor Arch, and Dev the Tau. Also, how much for a Let's Play of CK3 after the end mod? All my money to that. I don't know. Argue with the rest of chat, I guess. I do have to set up some more funding goals for games, I guess, soon. I'll think about it. Arno's Foul.
Actually,
Oops.
Arch,
I just
that
saw
reminds me.
Citizens. What Dev?
Oh, sorry.
What Dev? Dev?
No, you gotta send me that thing.
What Dev? What Dev?
The
What?
secret thing.
The thing? What? What?
Yep, just reminding you.
What secret thing, Dev?
Service guarantees citizenship.
It's a secret, Arch.
Secret thing, Dev.
Send
Don't
me
worry
the
about it.
secret thing with the secret information.
Mentally going through the Dev drama. It's probably not that one. It's probably not that one either.
Dev, what do you? This is off. This is on a tangent. What do you think of postmodern neo-Marxism?
the Jordan Peterson was saying.
Yep.
I mean, like Jordan Peterson, I wouldn't say knows because he's kind of gone off the deep end, but he knew what he was talking about 5 years ago,
Yeah.
and he was absolutely like vilified and pilloried for it, right? Postmodern neo-Marxism isn't the best way to describe it, but it's close enough.
Also, Dev, that's not a secret. That's just the tracking system I use to keep track of donos. What's wrong with you?
Well, okay, sure.
The secret.
And it's being patched at the moment. Once I get the new version, I'll send it to you.
Yep. Sounds good.
Ikikrat, Skaven are J-boys, Tyranids are J-boys, Orcs are blacks. All of these nutty theories started on leftist forums. Yes, they all have a shared common origin. The Tyranids, too. Like, I compare Tyranids to feminists more so than anything. They destroy everything, leaving behind nothing but biological diversity.
Actually, here's the thing, right? Like, thinking about it real quick, cultural Marxism is probably closer to describing what Jordan Peterson means versus postmodern neo-Marxist. But the problem with that is that everyone thinks that's a Nazi dog whistle, even though it isn't. So
Yep.
that's where we are.
Yeah.
Here's the thing: as soon as you identify what the problem is, and then you put a word on it that like more or less maps onto it, so you can say, okay, I see the problem. Here's how I'm going to call the problem, so we can at least talk about it. The pushback is always going to be, well, if you use that word, you're a bigot, obviously, right? And we've seen that with SJW. We saw it with woke. We've seen it with all of these things, right? So, like, let's say, I don't know what the next term will be after woke kind of fades out, because it will. They always do. Whatever the next term is, they'll be like, hey, if you use that word, you're a bigot, and we can't associate with you. Don't bring this person on your podcast or whatever. It's like, shut up. It's the same playbook all the time.
Yeah, well, you can't say anything now without someone calling you an isterophobe of some sort.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true.
See, Dev, my goal is to make woke Nazi. Literally. Just make it the word Nazi again. It will never fade. It will remain a stick with which to beat the people I don't like for all eternity. I've considered Trotskyist fascist because I really like that term, but no, too overused.
That's fucking hilarious. I like that one has about like 15 nerdy fucking layers underneath it. I get it.
Yes.
But no one else is gonna get it.
No, it's brilliant because Trotsky is fascist is a term with so many layers of depth and socialist depth as well. You say that to 15 different communists, you're gonna get 15 different interpretations. It's brilliant.
Yeah, well, activists always hijack and change words. They change the definitions of things all the time, which is another problem.
Ooh,
Yeah,
chat,
it's all
chat.
it's all weaponized stuff.
If you ever argue with a leftist, just call them a Trotskyist fascist, and he's going to make the best impression of a fish out of water. Like,
Well, to be fair, like if you argue with like a bog standard progressive that isn't a socialist, they won't know what the fuck you're saying. If you argue with someone who's like, nope, you need to abolish capitalism, then they'll be highly offended. Yeah.
Daniel says, one word, projection. Absolutely. That and keep paying me. I wish to keep a salary going.
Yeah.
PBR Street Gang, Arch, didn't you have a series of videos about Tolkien Foundation a while back getting taken over by an Indian SJW group? Yes, the Tolkien Foundation were big fans of the Rings of Power. Enormous fans, weirdly enough.
It's very strange.
Silver Camaro 78.
Yeah, we were so bad.
Corpos do this because it raises ESG scores, which raises stock prices, because you can get government dollars. They care about stock price, not profit. This is true, Dev. To a degree. See, profit is a reflection on the stock prices, and ESG money only goes so far. But yes, like, CNN has only been able to stay alive for as long as it had, and after the great Trumpian drought of the last 4 years, because of investment money, which is why they're now currently being bought up by Associated Press.
Mm.
But here's the thing, right? I know that there's a lot of people on the internet. I've seen a lot of people like do deep dives into ESG. I know there's the Bridges thing. I think Kirsch was covering the Bridges thing. I've seen like a whole bunch of like the Geeks and Gamers guys. They've done a little bit of it. So, Side Scrollers talked. Like everyone's talking about this shit right now, right? The issue, there's two problems with the whole ESG thing. One is that it's not necessarily bad. It's just being used very badly right now. Because the idea of ESG initially was like, okay, well, if you simply pursue profit and nothing but profit, there's going to be some negative externalities that come with that, right? And the obvious one is environmental. You have the company that dumps sludge into the river and does not give a shit that the town downstream gets poisoned and they all die. So you need some way to stop that from happening. Some of that's going to be like environmental regulation. Sometimes what you can do is if a company is cleaner of their own accord, you can then reward them somehow. That's what ESG was basically like. There are certain good behaviors that I think we all agree companies should follow, and if they follow them, we'll reward them. Okay, that's fine. The issue is that the social justice stuff was put in there where it probably just didn't belong, because the environmentalism is not the same thing as social justice. Even though they like to conflate them, they're not. But also, social justice made it much easier to get your ESG score up. Why bother cleaning up the environment and the impact of your company when you can just, I don't know, just hire a black woman or something. You know what I mean? Like so it was used completely incorrectly. However, the second half of it is that because it's been used so poorly, like the ESG money is running out. For some reason, the people who have been talking about ESG in the past 6 months think that it's going to go on forever, and it's not. It's just not. If you look up the current ESG numbers, like the money is running dry, the government doesn't care anymore. People who own ESG specific stocks, those stocks are plummeting. People are selling out of them. Like the ESG regime, if we're going to call it that, is completely collapsing. So it's not like we're going to be under the tyranny of the government propping up corporations that do social justicey things, even though they don't make any money. It's not going to happen forever. Like that is also coming to an end as well, along with the regular woke stuff. And yes, Arch, I see what you fucking put on the stream.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna disagree. I do not think that it is good in any way, shape, or form. ESG was only created for companies to try and create more profits, like the green tax, and then they added DEI. I mean, look at the response to Shift Up. Shift Up, the company behind Stellarblade, had just gone public, and Tencent is already they already own 20% of stakes, and people are upset because the day, I believe it was the same day, it was yesterday, it was announced they went public. And I did cover these in videos, but they are already hiring ESG managers to publish reports and everything. And, of course, I'm looking at this from an entertainment point of view and entertainment companies. But yeah, I mean, I do not think in any way, shape, or form that ESG is good or has done good.
Well,
yeah,
do you think
I have to join the
decline?
anti-dev dog pile here, because I get your idea that ESG could have been used for good.
It could have been.
But I believe it was intentionally, inceptionally created as a tool for social justice, first and foremost.
Yes.
You think so?
Yes.
Let's see, I have to look into it.
I honestly think the environmental thing is an incidental additive, because anyone who's seriously looking at the energy crisis do not believe that renewable energy is the solution, because it simply isn't effective enough. We've been trying this for decades now. The only solution is nuclear, and ESG is vehemently anti-nuclear.
Is it?
Yes.
I didn't know that about it, no. I mean, yeah, nuclear is obviously the way to go in the future. But, I'll have to look into it, yeah. No, because I know that there's last time I looked into ESG, to be honest, was about 9 months ago, and I remember seeing there was 5 or 6 different wings of it, and only one of them was the DEI stuff. I mean, we all here disagree with the DEI stuff. That's not even an argument. But the other ones just seem like, yeah. The other wings just seem like okay, if a company did this, that'd be okay. Like that's what it looked like to me. I'll go see if I can dig up what I found.
Yeah, the social wing of it is just all DEI. That's what you're referring to is the ESG, the social kind of branch of it.
Like in essence, what you're appealing to is the green part.
Kind of, yes. So on the environmental dimension, there's there's like
Heresy's the
sustainability,
question.
so like
Fire
how
is the
efficient
answer.
your organization is, and then there's like how much like what do you do with your waste and how much waste is produced. On the social, there's the diversity stuff, which we all disagree with. There's consumer protection stuff, which can usually be pretty good. I think I'm usually on the pro consumer protection side. There's animal welfare. I mean, I don't think I buy anything that abuses animals, just in general, aside from like the food. But like whatever. But like I assume like that probably applies more to like
Service
cosmetics companies or
guaranteed
something, right? So
Yeah, definitely. There's a
yeah.
lot of cosmetic companies that test on animals.
But
Yeah.
see,
And then, of course,
the
clothing and things like that.
the big problem here is this kind of goes back to the ESG, the governance. Most of this is already illegal because we've already done the governance side of things. Now comes another investment firm, not a government firm, that tries to enforce its ideas upon the government via corporate pressure.
Yep.
Right. So when it comes to, for example, consumer protection, a great example that I did just pull out was Apple, because Apple is notoriously anti-consumer rights. There's no right to repair. You're stuck in their closed ecosystem. There's strict penalties on you if you jailbreak your device. And so Apple actually, for a while, had a very low ESG score because of their anti-consumer protection stuff. But as soon as the diversity stuff was brought into it, their score goes right up because they are more than happy to comply with that stuff. So it seems like there's maybe it initially started with a bunch of good ideas in this, but then as soon as they tacked the diversity onto it, everyone just used that as the easy out and then ignored all the actual good ideas because it was just easier to do.
I think the only good idea was the environmental part, which also needs to be rephrased completely. Because what we basically need to rephrase this as is pollution. Because nobody is really pro-pollution, and there are so many things we can do to reduce pollution. Nobody is going to be anti-forcing a company to place filters on their smokestacks, for example.
Right.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
But then you tack on the social part. This is why the green parties across Europe have been attacking nuclear energy, because it's the same problem with the Mexican orcs, in essence. The moment you solve the problem, it is no longer a path to power.
Right.
Yep. Power and money. Yeah, you cannot have grievance studies if there's no grievance, basically. Well, if that's the case, Arch, I mean, how come you're against the consumer protections part of it?
Because we pretty much have all the consumer protections we require
Heresy's
already.
the question.
The only
Fire
place
is
we
the
should
answer.
probably expand this is online consumer protections, as gaming companies in particular basically just ignore all of them.
Yes.
Is it different in Norway though? Because there's a lot of
Service
terrible
guarantees
consumer
citizenship.
protections in the United States.
Well, the thing is, most of this is in many ways illegal. It is just that nobody has the potential, has the time, the money, or
Heresy's
the
the
interest in trying to
question.
challenge it.
Fire is the
For example,
answer.
Steam. Steam has been challenged on their protection, the whole the idea that you are subscribing to Steam now, that you don't actually own your games. Blatantly illegal in virtually every nation on Earth.
Heresy's the question.
But we
Fire
get
is the
why
answer.
they do it. They do it so they can ban people. Because if somebody does hacking, etc., or cheats in game, it's to be able to take away their Steam account without
Yes.
having it be a legal issue. And so we just sit there and go okay, hands off, we're not going to interfere with it. Now, the right to repair stuff is more complex. And hey, if you can find me the section of ESG that says we will enforce the right to repair on Apple, I'll have one positive thing to say about ESG.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, because I'm a tinkerer, right? I've done videos on how to take apart TVs or phones or whatever. I've done that if you fix a laptop, it's just kind of my thing. And I bought a Fairphone specifically because I fucking hated how every major phone company does this shit. How you can't fix your own stuff, you can't buy parts. If you even if you think about opening up your phone, you lose your warranty. They won't repair it for you if you it's ridiculous how far some of this stuff has gone. That's a different conversation, though. Sorry.
Why are you hating? Says they're trolls with jobs. Kinda. Except the trolls at least do it partially through, fun and the malice. Nathan Cassidy, do what I do. Take their post and replace whatever they are criticizing with I or my side. Post it in their replies and watch the fireworks. Orcs are racist against black people. Nightmare Dev nearly has many Biden moments from all the pegging, but thankfully he's got a toilet nearby. Oh,
God damn it.
that's where the diaper thing comes from. I get it
The
now.
pegging, is that the new lore?
Well, the pegging's the old law, but the pooping thing. I mean, if you have a torn open anus, Dev, I imagine it'd be harder to keep it in.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't make that connection before today. Thank you, Nightmare.
All the new lore is being written right now in the chat. That's how it is.
It is.
Silver Camaro 78. I meant long-term profit. This work stuff bankrupts companies in the long run, but that'll be after they've sold all their stock. And this is a thing, Dev. Yep, absolutely. Pumping up the value of the company to then sell it off. Nicholas Quistoff.
Well,
go on.
Well, I mean, this is something we mentioned last week, Arch, is that the pipeline for creation of all this stuff is sometimes like 2, 3, 5 years, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like the
Half a
Acolyte's been in
decade
production
plus.
the Acolyte's been in production for 6 years.
Yeah.
So, they've been receiving some really bad financial reports for the past couple of years. And I did look up, like, the ESG stuff is going away. People are kind of like moving away from that as a marker. So that money is drying up too. It will probably be another 5 years before we start seeing truly good stuff come out of Star Wars, for example, at least.
Well, right, and that's the problem, is that it takes time. It's like they already have 2, 3, 4 things probably
Service
planned out that
guarantees
they're hiring
citizenship.
for in the works, or at least one of them, but they have like 4 laid out. And until you get through that content, there's not going to be a massive shift. Like, look at Elder Scrolls 6. That's been in development for such a long time at this point. We still don't have a release date. Imagine what they're going to do after. Well, if this game, let's say for argument's sake that it does have woke content, it's going to be another 10 years before we get the next iteration of Elder Scrolls, and we don't know what that's going to look like. It takes so much time to get these projects done and then potentially see a shift. So while companies right now, let's say that they're shifting their mentality back to what consumers actually want, it's going to be years before we actually see it.
Yep.
Elder Scrolls 6. My butthole physically clenches whenever I hear the title, because I'm so worried for that one.
I am
Starfield.
too. It's gonna be bad.
Fucking
Oh my
Starfield.
god!
If that is a preview of Elder Scrolls 6, oh my Jesus.
It was
Yep.
so disappointing.
It really was. Did you pick up one of the 3-cent copies of Starfield?
Me?
Yeah, did you hear about that?
I didn't, but I bought
Okay.
Starfield. I pre-ordered Starfield for launch.
Yeah, so did I.
Womp womp.
That was definitely okay. So, yeah, here we go. I'll post it for you, Vara, in the link channel. So this was back in January. Walmart was just throwing out all their copies of Starfield.
Yes,
Yeah.
I did see that. That's absolutely hilarious to me. It really
so-
is.
Starfield's a really bad game, but I would buy it for 3 cents. I'd
I
shell out
mean-
3 cents for a copy of Starfield.
I didn't think it was awful. I know this is a hot take. I thought it was like a 7 out of 10. I thought it had a lot to
Really?
offer. Yeah, it just fell short in a lot of areas, like a 6.5 to a 7, because of course I live stream these games at launch. I do reviews for them. I thought it was like a 6.5 or a 7. It still had a lot to offer, and I still
Service
had
guarantees
a
citizenship.
level of fun in the game, but it technically was not sound. They pushed way too many systems and they went for quantity over quality with the systems. I still didn't think it was awful, but it also wasn't great.
I don't know if I put it at a 7. I don't know. Listen, at least it's not me who's giving takes the chat hates today. At
Yeah,
least it's not just me.
I mean, my chat makes fun of me because I am very generous with my game scores, but there are some games that I do trash. I mean, I gave Suicide Squad a 2. I gave the Gollum game a 2. I think I gave them the same score, actually, both a 2.5. But I mean, I play good games too. I live streamed Elden Ring and Shadow of the Erdtree. That shit was a 10 out of 10.
Mm-hmm. I know what you mean. Yeah. See, the way I do it is like if you're 5, like 5 is like the cutoff point, right? So like if you're above 5, you're still a good game. You're just like you're still like, oh, you should get this, maybe on sale, maybe like, but if a game like this, I would have to put below a 5. because it's just a game that I, under no circumstance, unless it's 3 cents, do I recommend that you buy it, right? Because it's like, and then at that point, it's like, well, how bad is it? Is it like technically deficient? Is it poorly designed? Is it unfinished like Gollum was? So, but above 5 for me is like at least a soft recommendation.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think that it was awful, but my Bethesda reviews come with the caveat of they are significantly better if they have mods, like Skyrim, right? Skyrim with mods is like a 9.5. It is so amazing, but Skyrim without mods, that's rough.
Yeah, I agree with you. The last time I played New Vegas, I used a lot of mods as well.
Yeah.
I can't play it on its own anymore.
But we also shouldn't be rating games based on what mods can do for them. So it's kind of a gray area. I thought Starfield had a lot to offer, but I also thought that it was not as good as it could have been, and it was disappointing. I mean, I still don't recommend people buy Starfield. I mean, I played through it and I didn't think it was like the worst game ever, but I still don't recommend people playing it. I think when I gave my review, I said you could spend like $15 on this and get your money's worth.
Right. See, for me, like the last company standing in terms of just producing consistent, decent stuff is Nintendo. And not everyone likes Nintendo. Not everyone likes them, but I do.
From Software.
Yep, that's true. Them as well. That's true.
They're my favorite developer. They do amazing, and sometimes they do stumble. Don't get me wrong, but they still do a lot of good work.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. Yeah, for me, it's Nintendo, and it's like, you know what? In a sea of like politically compromised garbage where just everything sucks, pretty much if you pick up like a Mario game or a Zelda game or a Metroid game,
you know they're going to be amazing.
Yeah, you know they're going to be good. You're going to have a good time.
Yep.
As long as you like those games already. But yeah.
Well, yeah.
It's like a refuge at this point. You know.
Yeah.
The last fortress that is still uncaptured.
Yes.
And with that, you know, I can't wait anymore. I need to see Dev defend the European Union.
Fire is the answer.
I don't know anything about this, man. I'm probably not going to defend it.
Do it, Dev. Do it.
Okay, what's going on here? Let's see.
So this was something that popped up, I think, literally yesterday, and this is a bit of a she said, he said, etc. With old Elon here saying the European Commission offered X an illegal secret deal. If we quietly censored speech without telling anyone, they would not fine us. The other platforms accepted that deal. Twitter did not.
Dun dun dun.
See, and what is that person? Was it an investigator? I assume she works for the European Union.
Yes, she's one of the bosses over there, head commissioner or something or other.
Yep. So she said, in our view, X doesn't comply with the DSA in key transparency areas. It misleads users, fails to provide adequate ad repository, and blocks access to data for researchers. It's the first time we've issued preliminary findings under the Digital Services Act. Okay. So she's saying, hey, listen, you are violating this law or like not living up to these standards because of these reasons, and the reasons were misleading users, not providing data, blocking data for researchers. So that's her claim. And then his claim is, if you censor speech for us, we won't slap you with these violations. Is that basically what's going on here?
In essence.
Okay. I'd have to see. I have to look up what the DSA actually is, I guess.
It's definitely a lot of he said, she said here, which is I think the problem that I personally have. Seeing how corrupt governments are, I can believe that they offered some secret deal, but I also need to see it. I need to see something, but right now it's just Elon saying this happened.
Yeah, and I mean, Elon also has his own incentives to blow up something like this. It would look good for him. So, let's see here. Digital Services Act forms a set of rules that applies across the whole EU. 2 goals. To create a safer digital space in which the fundamental rights of all users of digital services are protected, to establish a level playing field, to foster innovation, growth, competitiveness. Okay.
Now, a little bit of the interesting thing here is that other companies have also been looked at by this.
Yes, they
Facebook
have.
and Instagram have been looked at by this, but nothing came of it. It all just kind of disappeared from the public news sphere.
That is true.
Oh.
Because I was looking this up in preparation for this, and I could find loads of examples of them looking at other companies, but not actually doing anything on it. There's been a countless little things where the EU has been looking at these companies for toxic content, for, far-right propaganda, the usual.
Yeah.
Yep, classic. I mean, I tend to believe Elon when it comes to this, but if he's telling the truth and they're offering a deal to not investigate or fine companies, people need to be kicked out of government and laws need to be changed. But, they are still, yes, going after Meta and TikTok and X. So it's not like those situations have completely gone away. And he claims that everybody accepted the deal. So it's kind of just a he said, she said, but I know a lot of people don't like Elon. That's, I'm not sitting here saying you should or should not like Elon. I do think he's done a lot of good with X as a platform. But at the same time, it's hard to believe he said, she said, especially when they're talking and using words in phrases like hate speech, right? Like, what is the definition of hate speech? What's the definition of the toxic content they're talking about? I'm going to say it. I think women smell. Is that hate speech? Like, this is a major issue.
Okay, let's see here. I pulled up at least a description of what the EU is formally slapping him with. So they said, the Commission said the interface for verified accounts and the blue checkmark was done in a way that does not correspond to industry practice and deceives users. Blue checkmarks used to mean trustworthy sources of information. Now with X, our preliminary view is that they deceive users and infringe the DSA. Okay, so because Elon started selling the blue check mark, they're saying you're deceiving users. Okay, I mean, I get it, I understand. Is that worth hitting them with a legal thing over? Probably not, I don't think. But I understand the point. Secondly, the Commission said X is not in compliance with required transparency on advertising and did not provide a searchable and reliable advertisement repository. Okay. Third, the Commission said X fails to provide access to its public data to researchers, which is required under the DSA. So, because X is not making its data public, it's apparently a violation of European law. Okay. And then of course Elon said actually it's because we chose not to censor speech, so they're going forward with this.
Yeah, and they have continued on Meta, incidentally. Out of the social media platforms that I've seen them mention, which is Facebook, Instagram, Microsoft's merger of the AI platform, and TikTok, the only one I've been able to find them talking about again is Meta, where they claim that their subscription service, I guess, does not meet with their rules and regulations.
Right.
So it does seem as if some companies have disappeared off their radar in a very odd way. Now, it might be that they simply haven't gotten around to them yet, that they haven't completed their investigations, possibly, but it's suspicious.
Mm-hmm.
And
or the companies could have actually just like changed what they were doing. It's like, okay, we'll just change to comply with it, and it wasn't a big news story. Could have been that too.
Possibly.
Right.
But we know that there's an assload of hate speech laws in Europe. A whole lot of them. And yet these companies aren't being slapped with it. Like, you would think that Facebook and Twitter, etc., they would be in violation of EU law every single solitary fucking day.
Exactly.
So why isn't that being enforced?
Right. And, when we're talking about the commission, I just want to see a detailed study with examples of the abuse they're saying is happening. I don't think we're obviously going to get that anytime soon, but I'd really be interested to see what their definition is. I mean, going back to the blue check marks, the whole thing is really about propping up legacy media people over normal people with the check marks. Yeah, I mean, there's so much here that's so questionable with the way that they're going about this, and a lot of the statements that are being made. There's been several individuals from the commission over the past couple days on social media and Twitter/X. I hate calling it X for some reason, but
I fucking hate calling it X too.
I do. Yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. But there have been several individuals who are basically attacking Elon Musk, saying that he is just not being truthful. And again, we don't know the whole truth, but at the same time, what he is saying is plausible.
Yeah, like this is very much so one of those things where the EU has rules against everything and anything, and yet it doesn't seem to be doing like the things it claims that it is doing as well. I did find one mention that they were opening proceedings against TikTok as well, so that is that too. Now, amusingly, they actually made it illegal to have TikTok on any of their phones.
Yeah, the government devices.
Which I think is hilarious, because, like, okay, you will not allow anyone to have TikTok on the phone on anyone within the European Commission, but you're still not sure if they're in violation of your security rules, are you? Because what they open up a check for is whether or not TikTok have breached the Digital Service Act in areas linked to the protection of minors, advertising transparency, data access for researchers, as well as risk management for addictive design and harmful content. Really? There are no allegations of, I don't know, spying or data harvesting, but you don't want it on your phones.
Right, exactly. It's very suspicious.
Weird.
Yeah.
And, like, sure, you could also argue that Elon has something to gain here, as Dev does, but I don't know. Because think about this. If he is alleging this,
service guarantees
how many laws is he breaking right now? Like, you claim that the government is coming after you with secret illegal deals. You claim the European Union is doing this. How many lawsuits are you opening up to? How many legal investigations from entire countries, an entire continent, are you opening yourself up to? I don't feel like Elon would do that unless he has a little bit of a standing. I mean, you would think that the immediate response from the European Commission to this would be like, Elon Musk is clearly a liar, we'll continue with legal action against him or something.
Right, right.
I kind of view it the opposite way, actually. I think so if, like, let's say that Elon's lying here, and he knows that, like, this will, rile people up and get people on his side. So, or maybe, like, he's embellishing something, right? If he says it publicly, and there was actually no threat behind it, then it doesn't really matter, right? Because, like, you can't. I don't think the government can go after you for slandering the government. That seems to be a privilege reserved for private citizens. Like, if you say something wrong about the state's not going to sue you for slander.
Well, right.
So it's not like him saying this. If it were real, he'd be more incentivized not to say it. But if it's false, then he's more incentivized to say it.
Right. Well, we were just talking about Elon, and Elon has enough money to take lawsuits until the end of time, as long as, Tesla holds. So he obviously has a lot to lose in terms of money, but at the same time, he just seems like the type of guy that doesn't care.
Yeah.
Possibly, but again, you're making an enemy out of one of the largest supranational entities on Earth here. And I do not believe for a second that the EU doesn't have some sort of legal actions they can take against people, as we saw during the Russia thing, where they started taking people's yachts, for example. People who had no actual provable connection to Ukraine. It's just like they were connected to the Russian government, allegedly, and their property was in another country, and so just take.
Mm.
I don't know about the yachts thing, to be honest. I haven't looked into that one.
It seems like such a weird claim to make if there's no basis for it. I mean, maybe he's just assuming that people won't believe the European Union is a good organization. And hey, you know what? I don't believe the European Commission is a good organization.
Right, he must have some kind of proof. One would at least think.
It would be bold of him to release it. That would be very funny to see.
Yes.
Right, that'd be great.
I think that's what I need to see before I get on board with this. Is something more than his word.
See, the thing is, too, though, this is not going to be a contract or anything like that. This could very well easily just be Elon was at an office, and the European Commissioner comes in and is like, hey, Elon, we have an understanding here or something.
Yeah, I mean, he makes a lot of statements, but I personally believe that he must have something.
And I don't have a charitable bone in me as far as the European Union is concerned, so there's that. But it is good that Dev was able to provide us with the pro-European Union position.
How in any fucking way was that a pro-European Union position?
Well, you implied that Elon might have been less than forthcoming and honest with us.
Arch,
Dev.
you know that he's a human, right? And he has his own incentives.
Yeah.
He's also lied in the past. And like, do you think that just because he's politically aligned with you, he's perfect?
Yes.
That's retarded, and you know it.
If the choice is Elon Musk or the European Commission, Dev. Yes. Dev will one day understand these things. One day.
Yeah, see, like there's one guy in chat, Dev likes to sit and take daddy government. Dev supports the state. I literally asked the question, could this also be Elon lying?
Nope.
It's a reasonable question.
Nope.
And if you guys think that's me supporting daddy government,
Yep.
you need to go the fuck outside.
Just continue gaslighting Dev, everyone. Keep doing it. Eventually he'll understand.
Only do it in Superchats, though.
Also, on another Twitter thing, which is just also funny that I need to bring up. Actually, two funny things. Did you see this with Assassin's Creed's Yasuke sword?
Oh, the nice Amazon One Piece duo there. The stand is from Amazon, and that's Zoro's sword from One Piece.
Yes.
I haven't seen this before. This is new to me.
So apparently, the whole Yasuke thing. So Ubisoft's position is that they've spared no expense. They've done a lot of research. They're totally sure that Black Yasuke is a good thing. They can prove it is, and so they put out like merch stuff for this, like Yasuke's sword, Yasuke's real sword. This is how it would look like, and it is a 1-to-1 copy of Zoro's sword from One Piece, straight up. The hilt, the handle, the scabbard, all of it, and it's placed on a stand that is just commonly available for purchase.
Yep. Yeah, they released this collage of images, right, to promote the game and Yasuke, and they really thought that was going to go over well with them, and obviously it didn't. I mean, the katana and stand are listed on the company's website for $40, I believe, roughly. So they really thought that this was going to go over well. And we're talking about Ubisoft here. They had previously boasted about how they had cultural, I don't remember what they called them, like cultural readers. They had historians, they had all these different people working on this game. Well, clearly they're not very good at their job if they're allowing things like this to be put in marketing material and put on social media. And it's hilarious. It really is, because they have messed up so much with this game, with the criticisms of the architecture, of course, Yasuke as a figure. Now we have the reenactment group's banners that they had to publicly apologize for so they didn't face a lawsuit. Now we're seeing this. I mean, they put in the least amount of effort possible with this game, and they're still attacking us for it. They still want us to believe, as if we're stupid, that this is good, that this is positive, that this is historically accurate, when these cultural consultants clearly do not know what the hell they're doing.
Yep, this is classic intern work right here, where somebody looked at somebody in the office and went like, hey, fetch some Japanese things. Well, I'm gonna need it for a marketing
Service
thing.
guarantees citizenship.
And they went
Yep.
on Google and Amazon. It's like, just like, okay, fuck,
Yep,
Katana.
right off Amazon. Yep.
Ubisoft just cannot catch a
Heresy's
break
the
with this.
question.
And
Fire is the answer.
they picked the wrong time too. Like, it was inevitable that if they did Assassin's Creed in Japan, it would be Yasuke, because it's the current year. They had to. But they picked the exact wrong time. Like, if this
Heresy's the
had been in
question.
pre-Bud
Fire is the
Light
answer.
boycott time, they might have been able to squeak past a little bit of controversy, a few people laughing at them. But now, this is a culturally relevant moment where Ubisoft goes out of their way to pick the single sole black character
Heresy's the
in the
question.
entirety
Fire
of
is the
Japanese
answer.
history. And then it just gets worse. Then you have the rap music in the background of the videos. The
Oh my
Gladiator 2 trailer as well, where they put in rap music. Hey, we've got Denzel Washington. He's black, right? What do black people like? Oh, rap music. Oh, put it in the trailer. And the very fact that he's beating the shit out of Japanese people, which is just such a funny scene.
It is. It's so unsurprising, though, given the state of Ubisoft and a lot of these a lot of these companies. They're so focused on, you know, the forced representation, that instead of writing the game that people wanted and creating new unique characters and occasionally throwing in a historical figure or two, they decided to completely throw Yasuke's actual story away because they wanted to be able to make him the lead character within this game. And we've seen so many titles that are similar release, even over just the past few years. I love Ghost of Tsushima. It's one of my favorite games of all time. And you have like titles like Rise of the Ronin, and they're not exactly the same, but they're pretty close. But when you look at something like Ghost of Tsushima and the reaction to that game versus this, it is wildly different. I mean, the developers and the producers of Ghost of Tsushima they ended up becoming ambassadors for the island. And there were lots of people that, of course, supported them. A lot of, you know, individuals now are looking at something like Assassin's Creed Shadows, and they want to convince us with this title that things are historically accurate and it makes sense that Yasuke is this full-blown samurai, but it doesn't. And now you have Japanese individuals starting petitions. You have Japanese politicians coming out and saying this is a complete disrespect to our culture. And it's just a wildly different response, where if you look at, you know, Ghost of Tsushima, they did everything perfectly. And with Ubisoft, they are doing everything incorrectly with Shadows. And when it comes to the sales of the game, I think it's going to sell because there's so much nostalgia surrounding the Assassin's Creed name and franchise. But I do not think that this is going to be the win that they initially hoped for.
I'm not even sure it's going to sell. Like, it has created so much negative buzz, and it has become such a meme.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of mixed on it, right? Because I do think that we've seen so many titles sell just because of nostalgia, but there are ones that didn't, like Saints Row reboot, for example, that did
yeah.
not sell, even though Saints Row was a wildly popular name and franchise. So there is a chance that this will not sell. I think it's going to sell okay because there are so many people who are not on the social medias and they aren't really in the sphere, but at the same time the response has been wildly negative. So there is definitely a good chance that this is not going to sell. And with the way that things have been going with Ubisoft, I hope that this sells like crap. I hope that they don't make any money on this, but ultimately only time will tell.
Yep. It's such a stupid situation. Right.
I definitely
Service
agree.
guarantees citizenship.
Actually,
Hold on
how
a
much
second.
longer do we have you for, Vera?
How long have we even been live already? My goodness.
2 hours.
2 hours.
2
Roundabout.
hours.
Fire
How
is the
long? How
question.
long do you guys
Fire
usually
is the
go? I know
answer.
that it differs.
2 to
How long
3,
are we
depending on
thinking?
where chat takes us.
Yep.
I can go another hour for sure.
Okay.
I'm
'cause,
around.
Okay. Well, yeah. There's something else that I was trying to confirm just to make sure. So, you guys heard about? Oh, maybe you didn't hear about this. Here, I'll post this. This is the Amazon link to the book, The African Samurai: The True Story of Yusuke, a legendary black warrior in feudal Japan.
I have not seen that.
Okay, it's like a generic history book, right? By a guy named Thomas Lockley.
Oh yes, yes.
Yeah.
I did see
So
this,
it turns
actually.
out that if you dig back into the edits on Yasuke's Wikipedia page, you'll find that a lot of the edits that started coming in around 10 years ago came from an account called Totore Tom, and that's Thomas Lockley's account. So he started putting in his own research from this book under this account into the article.
Yep.
And he is the primary source of Yasuke being a samurai
is the
and not
question.
just like a
Fire
retainer
is the answer.
or
Yeah.
like a servant. Yeah. He's the primary source. So he's been like, for the past 10 years, forcing his own take into the Wikipedia page to make it like the cultural canon. And
Yes.
he has nothing to do with Assassin's Creed or with Ubisoft, I'm pretty sure. But the fact that this was all recently unearthed because of this, that he's been on this one man crusade to make Yasuke a samurai for 10 years now. And now it's culminated in this game that he's not really related to. But now like people have been dogpiling him and chasing him off social media.
Yeah, well, interestingly enough, there was an anime a couple years ago about Yasuke, and it's not historically accurate because he's basically a samurai fighting supernatural beings, but he was, obviously a black man, and he was a full-blown samurai, and we have seen this happen over the past couple of years in entertainment. Now, newsflash, of course, not shocking. It was Netflix that did it, but yeah, I mean, it's individuals like this who are being listened to by a lot of companies, even if they're not referencing him directly or using him directly. They probably did, yes, inevitably look at the Wikipedia, and it doesn't seem like their researchers and historians did much more than that. But when you have someone, and we have proof that they were editing Wikipedias for years, it's absolute insanity.
Yeah. And actually, going back to the cultural Marxism thing from like an hour ago, when I did my video on Antonio Gramsci, one thing I noticed is that, like, when I was in university as a young lefty back in like 2007 or whatever, the professors had no problem saying cultural Marxism. It was not a conspiracy theory. It was not Nazism. It was just what they called their type of Marxism. It was Marxism that critiqued culture, and it was a normal academic term. And then, by the time like 2012 comes around, the online right notices it, and so it has to be made into this conspiracy theory, right? So you have academics in the 2010s who write papers about how it's related to Nazism, the use of this term, and then it goes into the Wikipedia article. On a Wikipedia article, if you go back 10 years, you can see cultural Marxism was just a descriptor of what was going on, and now it's this alt-right conspiracy theory, right?
Yeah.
But if you look at it, the people who are editing the Wikipedia articles are also the people who are writing the papers in academia. It's the same thing that's happening. They publish something that is official coming through university, then they go online, and then under an account that, as you dig through, you discover it's theirs. But under this account, someone says, "Hey, I saw this paper, and I guess the academic consensus is moving away from this. We should change the article," and then the articles change, and then that becomes the new cultural canon. There's definitely a wider conversation here about like the Wikipedia wars and how people are selectively using sources to try and make things that aren't neutral seem neutral.
Yeah, I mean, it reminds me of the George Orwell quote from 1984: "The past was erased, the erasure was forgotten, the lie became the truth." And that's what that's what we're seeing happening with, Yasuke and of course many other figures. I mean, look at what Netflix did with Cleopatra. They cited it as a documentary or a docu-series, and then they had to change it to a docudrama because they realized people were so upset with them over the
Heresy's the
inaccuracies.
question. Fire is the answer.
Yep. And today's Wikipedia article on cultural Marxism, the one that pops up at the top, is literally just a pure,
Heresy's the
long
question.
left-wing
Fire is the
screed.
answer.
Not surprising.
It's quite the thing. But
Oh, by the way,
in
if you
that
go to
case-
if you go to the page Marxist Cultural Critique, that has the contents of the original page. They just changed the name of it. This is also what I mean, like earlier, like they will do the shell game with words and terms. They don't actually change the ideas. They don't ever actually address any
Heresy's
real
the
critique of
question.
ideas.
Fire
They
is the
just
answer.
make it so that it is either evil or good to say a certain word, and,
Right.
and then they shuffle it around as it suits them. Yeah.
Yep.
Heresy's the question.
Let's see.
Fire
I'll
is
do
the
a
answer.
couple more super chats then, and then we'll do the last topic, big topic of the day. Actually, I'll have a couple more little quick hits too, because there's been a particularly retarded week, honestly. But first, to allow chat to know that I haven't completely forgotten about you, only partially. Nicholas Quistoff, go back to the older books. D&D used to have such an enormous variety of races. Thieflings, for instance, used to have a more variety in appearance than any other race, but now they are a template race with no variety. It's weird
Yeah,
how,
sad.
as things grow more diverse, they also seemingly grow more stagnant, oddly enough.
Mm-hmm.
Marksman 117B, remember a random white guy who admitted to not playing much D&D tweeted at Wizards that orcs were black people and the company said, "You're right."
Yep.
Gigatwin, just so people know, but Mexicans-themed orcs are actually from an older D&D setting called Mystara, where orcs will copy other cultures to steal their power and success. Wizards tries to prevent this setting, to pretend this setting doesn't exist. That guy Gus, can't believe I'm doing this. Dev, here's a bit of cash. Thought you were the worst, then saw Corn Cob Jake. Good God. Talk about perspective.
Oh my God! Yeah, he's one guy who's currently jumping all over my mentions because of the HIV stuff. Holy fuck! That guy's been desperately trying to get me on his stream for like the past 6 months. Whenever he shows up, no. Whenever he shows up, he's like, "Come on, join my stream. Come on. You should join. The reason I won't, Vara, is because he tends to mass report people. and that's, like, a hard
I
line for me.
understand. I get it.
like I talked. We spoke before the stream. For the stream started about like me wanting to debate somebody, and I'm not necessarily adverse to debates, but
Yeah.
there are people who will sick their audiences to like try to take your accounts down.
Oh
Like,
yeah, and that's absurd.
Yeah, that's too far. So like I'll never talk to Jake. I'll never talk to like Ethan Ralph or Nick Fuentes. I'll never talk to President Sunday because these guys have all like destroyed people's online careers through not because like they've argued them and then like they've been blown out, but because they've just like mass reported them. Like, that's like a hard line for me.
Mm.
And remember, chat, Dev is only pseudo kind of communist, okay? He's the most communist person I know. But that doesn't necessarily encapsulate the full breadth of the full bread tube sphere. There are people worse than Dev.
Oh my! Yeah, so I said when I was talking about the HIV discourse, I said something like, "Listen, one of the reasons that being promiscuous is bad, and you can still be promiscuous. Like it shouldn't be banned or anything. It shouldn't be like illegal to be promiscuous. But one of the reasons why it's bad is because anytime you do something, you're not just acting on the world also acts on you. You know, you form habits and then you change as a result. Your personality changes very slowly over time. So like you can't just pursue a good goal. You have to behave in a way that you don't grow into somebody that you would hate, right? And so, be like, what kind of person do you become if you're promiscuous over long enough time? Like if you have a body count of 1,000 people, you know, what does that say about the person that you've turned into? And it's probably says something negative, frankly. Not all the time, obviously, but I think a large portion of the time. So I laid this logic out. You know, it's the basic virtue ethics idea of your actions will change you as much as they will change the thing that you act upon. And everyone understands habits, so we all know that this is true on some level. And he replied to that, and he said, this is a deeply socially conservative position, and it's evil. I'm just like, is that like there's no argument here, dude? And like it's just ridiculous. And he's like, come on my stream and talk about it. I'm just like, no, fuck you, no.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I'm fine with having conversations with people. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people in the gaming sphere who will not have conversations with me. Like we were talking about journalists and specifically Alyssa Mercante. There have been plenty of people I have, either messaged or said in videos or tweeted at saying, hey, listen, I would like to sit down and have a conversation with you. But these people don't want to, which I don't expect anything better from them. But when they constantly attack you, maybe just sit down with the person and actually have a normal human to human discussion. But that's not how a lot of individuals on the internet are.
Yeah. I mean, you have to thread like a needle on it though, right? Because if you go too far in one direction, then you're just like, I'm just gonna ban everyone who I don't like and who critiques me, and fuck all y'all, and you're evil, and I'm just not gonna talk to anybody, right? Like that's like Alyssa Mercante, right? Yeah. However, if you go too far in the other direction, then you end up in a space where I was, and Arch, you know about this. I was in the space like around 2017, 2018, where I was just letting people walk all over me because I was like, oh, I'll talk to anyone. It's like, well, that's pretty good. However, there'd be no good faith interaction at all. There would just be like, I'm just using you. I'm just shitting on you. And it's like, well, everyone can change, right? So I give them another chance. And then it would just be the same, right? Like, eventually you do have to cut people off. You have to say, you know what? That's enough. I do have some self-respect here, and I'm not just going to let you use me in this way and mistreat me. And I had to learn that the hard way. However, there's a middle ground between these two extremes, right? Where you should be willing to talk to people. However, you should also understand that some people are not coming into the conversation looking for the same thing that you are, which is
I mean, definitely agree. Yeah.
But
Dun.
Yes. What's up?
I don't know. I'd fallen off the track of the conversation because I heard a dev rant that I'd agree with come along, so I got up and did some logistic things around the house.
It's one of those times where, like, if you agree with me, you'll just, like, be silent.
Yeah.
And then, like, just kind of let it stand. If you disagree with me, then you start posting the communist images.
Yeah.
That's why the narrative's always cutting one way, Arch, when it comes to me.
Glow in the Dark. Dev, I heard some of your and V's old WoW fetish fanfic RPs. Oh boy. I'm glad V is no longer into Vara, I hope. Unfortunately, you seem to have embraced the eating part of the crinkle stuff.
I have no clue what this is about, dude. This is
I don't either.
I don't know what any of this is about.
It's a new chapter in the Devian lore. WoW. No, didn't you mention that he... No, Dev, I think...
What?
Maybe I am making this up. If I am, then that's good too. But didn't you mention... No, I know now. It's because you've been talking about, like, ERP from the 2000s because of your drama videos. And you're like, this is normal. Which means people now assume that you're... Dev.
ERPer in chat.
Dev.
It's more. They're just making more shit up. Okay, I understand.
Dev.
Yeah, I did mention that like the 2000s was rife with like IRC, ERP.
Heresy's the question.
Do you have a
I mean,
long
Fire is
history
the
of this,
answer.
Dev?
No,
Participated in any large organized ERP groups?
nope,
Played
Do you
in,
Dev's
play
innocent
Final
of this.
Fantasy 14?
no, absolutely not.
played an RP
Heresy's
server in
the
World of
question.
Warcraft?
Oh,
Fire
no,
is the
I know what this
answer.
is. Yeah, this is what it was. So I was playing on an RP server on World of Warcraft,
There
not to
we
actually
fucking
RP,
go.
just because they were like quieter and easier to connect to. I didn't actually RP.
Mhm.
No, I mentioned this last week. I was like playing in the Blood Elf starting zone, and then there was like a Blood Elf woman who was like lying on the ground RPing, giving birth as I like walked by.
Oh
And I
my.
was like, Jesus, okay,
Hmm.
that's what this is from. Yeah.
I never got super into World of Warcraft, but I love MMOs. And so, believe me, I've seen my fair share of questionable RP out there.
Don't let him fool you, chat. Dev was the woman.
No.
Maranga 2, public announcement for chat. Eamon lied on science calls. The lawsuit is public, loathsome as GW is. This time they're not morally wrong. I did look a little bit more into that, and it does look weird. It is true. Nathan Cassidy, Gary, Nerdrotic, has talked about the writers who were so bad at their jobs they went uncredited for writing Star Trek Beyond. They sucked so much nobody wanted to blame them for their failures. Why did you make the episodes then? God damn it. Silver Commodore 78. A guy whose favorite movie is Schizophreniac, the whore mangler, is lecturing about what makes a good story and how to assemble it with themes properly.
Yes. Okay. Listen, we need to sit down, and you're invited if you want, Vara. But we need to sit down and watch Schizophreniac, the Horror Mangler.
Dev.
Uh-oh.
It's the best movie I've ever seen.
Is it really?
It is. It is, dude. Okay, hold on. Here, just wait. Just wait. I'll put a couple of images
Service
that are safe for
guarantees
work because a lot of movies
citizenship.
are not safe for work. But I'll put them in. I'll put the safe for work ones in the link channel. Look at this incredible movie. Look at that.
Oh, that looks like very high quality.
We're just gonna ignore Dev chat, don't worry about it. Marksman of 117B. Current writers are like cargo cults. Bad Dev. Down. Psst. Glow in the Dark. ROP crashing and burning is an artwork. It is. It's very good. Artemis Fowl. Ballsack armor and Black Queen Dwarf. Entertainment has given us some great things.
Yeah, Rings of Power. That's a Witcher, right? With
Yep,
the ball sack
Ballsack
armor.
armor.
My God, that's awful. What were they thinking?
I don't know. That it looked disturbing.
First of all, that was a pretty good AVG impression. Secondly, I think the dwarves are probably the best part of Rings of Power.
Acting wise, yes.
Yeah, I agree.
I just hate the fact that she's wrong on every way. She's a great actress and she does a great job with the role, but she's a beardless black dwarf in Tolkien. It's like,
No, I think like one of the bright spots of that show was Elrond and Durin's friendship.
I can't wait for Durin and Eldron to kiss. Woo!
They're gonna make him gay. That's what they're gonna do next.
Probably.
Silver Commander 78. I love mob movies, and I think The Irishman is the best. I don't even think Irish people are human.
Whoa, too far.
He who wants to know, SCWs and corpos only grasp surface level stuff. In large part, yes, unless it's political, in which case they'll go in depth. Glow in the Dark, there is a lot of talent in Hollywood and most entertainment industries. I know, they can make good stuff. Kind of perfect time for it now. Cold War on the horizon, economic trouble, social upheaval, basically the 80s. Be still my beating heart. Actually, okay. That's a perfect segue to our last, big serious topic. Alright. Mr. Beast announcing his run for
no.
president.
Jesus. You know, this is the future. That's the scary part.
A YouTuber who's a president one day.
Well, yeah, one day they're gonna all be old enough, and then we're gonna see which ones actually run, and then well, it depends on how relevant they still are, but I'm sure there's still gonna be some of them that are gonna be relevant at that age, and then who knows the monstrosities that we're going to see.
So, like, here's the thing. Mr. Beast is popular primarily because of outrageous video titles and because he hasn't got an entire crew of people massaging the algorithm. I'll be very surprised if he's relevant in 3 or 4 years' time. I will actually be shocked, and good on him if he is.
I don't agree with that at all.
I don't.
Yeah.
No, I don't know, because I feel like, yes, he is super relevant right now, but at the same time, I don't know if 3 to 4 years is a fall off period. If you had said like a decade, sure, I don't think he's going to be relevant in a decade, but I think that this is going to, I think that his type of content is going to be around for a very long time. And look at the people in our sphere, right? Social media influencers like Jeremy Hambley from The Quartering's old enough. Melanie Mack is old enough. And it's hilarious to see because there are so many people. Now, of course, you have to be super relevant, like the size of Mr. Beast. Like, I just don't know, though, if... Well, let me rephrase, okay? I know a lot of his audience members are very young and very impressionable. But the thing is I don't know if in 10 years when he would be able to run it, it's like 9 or 10 years, if that audience would also still, number one, follow him, but 2, have the same opinions as him.
Well, there's the thing. So I think his style of content is one of those styles that happen and are relevant for 2 to 3 years, like the prank culture, which was everywhere for a while.
Yeah.
But the thing is, Mr. Beast is clearly an incredibly talented content creator, but I also think he's retarded. I think he's just stupid. And I'll prove it to you. If I were president, I wouldn't care about party lines. I'd just always truly make the American people my own number one priority. For problems I'm ignorant in, I'd have experts from the left and the right advise me on them and try to find the middle ground that's best for America.
I mean,
sure.
There's so much there that's ignorant of
There is so much.
Yeah.
I'm halfway through this, and I have many objections. Wouldn't be viable. Don't care about doing things just because my party says I should. And I would focus on uniting the country instead of dividing it. Anyways, we can pick this up 15 years when I'm old enough to run. This entire block of text.
He's not 20, is he? Because it'd be 35.
No,
35.
He's 9 years away.
Okay, yeah.
Like, this entire block of text reads like this person has never even heard the word politics in their life. Like, they have a periphery knowledge of what the word theoretically entails, but that's it. It's like,
I also think the comments are hilarious. Hold a battle royale for VP. I think that's just so funny.
I mean, hell, even Love's Warfare has a great one. Okay, so what's the middle ground between universal healthcare and not universal healthcare?
I mean, there's actually an answer to that. It's called a system that has both public and private elements, which is ideal, by the way.
Well, partially.
That person seems like a lefty. They don't fucking understand what's going on.
Well, the thing is, if you have universal healthcare, the only role for private healthcare, because this is Norway's system, is basically superior service.
That's fine. I'm okay with that.
And that's not really a middle ground, because the left-wing advisor is going to go, that's unfair.
Well, fuck him.
But that's the thing. His entire thing is, I'll take experts from the left and the right. There is no middle ground between a left-wing expert and a right-wing expert on universal healthcare.
No, there's not.
Then only get centrist experts. That's what you do. Only hire enlightened centrists for everything.
You're starting to sound like Mr. Beast too.
So well, here's the thing, right? Like, he says, I don't care about party lines. I'll just always truly make the American people my number one priority. That's a great way to not get elected, right? Because you need the support of a party to get elected. Because the party
Yes.
it does all the on the ground stuff of like bringing people out to vote and going around knocking on doors and like, you know, support of local leaders. Like, you need the party behind you if you're going to be elected for president. It's just simple as that.
Right.
And the party's not getting behind you if you don't care about the party. That's just how party politics works. The idea of getting experts from the left and the right to advise him, I mean, most presidents already try to do that. He's acting like they don't. The issue ultimately is that one is that experts aren't always right all the time.
Heresy's
And
the
two,
question.
sometimes you
Fire
get
is the
into
answer.
a particularly partisan era, like right now, where if a left-wing guy is in power, the right-wing experts will not help him, and then vice versa as well. And we've seen that. We saw it with Obama. We've seen it with Trump, and we've seen it with Biden.
Heresy's
It's
the
happened in all 3
question.
eras.
Fire
So,
is
or
the
all 3
answer.
terms. So, like that's like this idea that that he would just be able to get experts from the other side, whatever side it is, to help him. It's not going to happen, right? Let's see what else.
Well, even let's assume that he does, right? What you're telling me then, Mr. Beast, is that you will be a puppet president, and whichever expert spoke to you last and most convincingly is the path you're going to take.
Yeah.
Why the fuck do I need
mean,
you for the job?
Right. I mean, Mr. Beast has probably never even heard of Machiavelli, the man who created political science. He's probably never even heard of him. So he's just yapping on social media to his younger and impressionable audience who thinks this sounds amazing and that he's going to create some amazing situation if he was president. Like that's not how it works. That's not how politics are.
You know, absolutely. And again, this one topic alone, we could probably go for an hour on. Because, okay, you've now got an expert from the left and the right, both of which are PhDs, right? They're fucking brilliant people. They are going to throw so many terms and ideas at this guy that his little head is going to fucking bubble over. The entire point of an expert is to give you their point of opinion, a point of view. But if you are literally not well enough educated on what he is saying, you're not going to understand a fucking thing. It'll be like sitting there and having Dev talk to you about cultural Marxism and safe horny. It's like, the tutorial will be 6 hours long.
That's happened a few times where, like, no offense to any guests or anything, but we had some people come in who were like not super politically educated, and it's been like, here's what's going on, and they're just like, oh.
I talked to Craig and Blabs on the Science Girls for about an hour on the very most boiled down basics of Gramsci I could come up with as an explanation for why we're
Service
here.
guarantees citizenship.
Mm-hmm.
And that's even scratching the fucking surface of everything you could go with that. I didn't even really touch on intersectionality and Kimberly Crenshaw and oh Jesus.
Yeah. Well, it's something that I've said.
Heresy's the
Like
question. Fire
I
is
said
the
this in
answer.
my Everything Normal is Right Wing Now video, that Craig is he's a journalist. He's not a political science guy, which is fine. Everyone has their expertise, right? Like it's not an indictment against him. It's just that this is kind of outside of his wheelhouse. He knows more about journalism than I do, that's for sure. Let me see here. There's all So Arch, going back to what you said before, you know, you can't even for a president, you can't be an expert on everything. So you do have to rely on experts at some point, but you have to have at least enough baseline knowledge to be able to keep up with what the experts are saying. That's important.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah. And then I'm just trying to because the criticisms you're laying out, you can actually technically apply to any leader ever, but there has to be some. You have to have at least enough knowledge so that even if you're talking to experts who know more than you know what they're advising.
Yes.
And so you have to be like very knowledgeable on like a whole bunch of different topics. But then you also have to have like a pretty solid moral code that will direct you even in times of an uncertainty.
100%. But this is the problem, Mr. Beast, is he's preaching a utopia that isn't real. He's preaching about how he wants there to not be this political divide. That's just not going to happen.
Yeah, and again, he's just ignorant. I love the part also where he says, oh, I wouldn't be buyable. All right, so Mr. Beast is worth a lot highest estimate I could find, $1.5 billion. He's like, oh my god, there's so much money. I could never be bribed. You have no fucking inkling of the amount of money that runs a government. 1.5 billion is a rounding error in the budget of not of a city, never mind a state or the country.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're not buyable? You haven't seen the fucking price tag, son.
Nope.
Well, to be fair though, I mean, he kind of isn't. Like you could offer him a shit ton more. Like, you could offer him $100 billion. That's way more than 1.5 billion. But at some point, the money becomes like just meaningless almost.
Well,
And
there's the thing.
Now that depends on your own personal morals, right? Because
Yeah.
you could have somebody who's very morally upstanding who has like $1 million or $1 billion, and it's like, you know what, you could triple my money, and I still wouldn't do it because I have enough. I'm good, you know. So like it depends. It really depends.
Let's put it like this. What's the
Okay.
best way to make money be worth a lot
Service
more?
guarantees citizenship.
I don't know. Fill me in.
To take it the fuck away from you.
Okay, so it's not going
Yeah.
to be a bribe. They're gonna take it away from him.
Well, yeah. It's like, look at how much of Trump's total value has fallen whilst he's been president. And Trump has what 3-4 times the net value. He was worth like $4 billion going in.
Let's see. I'm gonna look it up. Trump's current net worth is 5.3 billion.
Whew.
Jesus.
Let's see.
It's a lot of money.
I want to see how much he's lost because I'm sure he's lost some recently.
Oh, yeah.
Service
I was starting to look up,
guarantees
like, because
citizenship.
I know he's lost value, because I saw that during the president. I don't know the last 4 years.
Well, I think to become president, you have to divest any holdings you have in various companies. So like he owned like part of the various Trump companies, so he like gave those to his kids. You know.
Yep. I'm trying to find like a graph or something simple, but the internet is not helping me right now.
It never does when you need it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't find anything easy, but like with all of the lawsuits being thrown at him, with all of that stuff costing money, with all of the, the constant attention that he is getting, and his companies, and the convictions, and so on.
Here, Arch. I got something, but it only goes up till 2017.
Yeah, where you see like a big dip when he announces the presidential candidate run.
No, it actually goes up a bit.
Yeah.
Well, it goes up for like a year, and then it goes down to 2017 there.
Yeah. I wonder. Yeah, you know what? You're right. Yeah. Okay. Here's one that goes till 2021, and basically he peaked in 2016, and then he kind of went down and plateaued.
Yep. So it would be a
Service
lot
guarantees
easier
citizenship.
to ruin Mr. Beast than it would be Donald
Oh,
Trump.
yes. 100%.
Though to be fair, I have a feeling Mr. Beast might keep his nose a bit cleaner than Trump did.
Potentially.
Like I who truly knows, because you can't know a YouTuber unless you meet them.
Well, right.
But
And he
Mr.
is
Beast-
relatively young.
Yeah. I have a feeling Mr. Beast is not gonna have a scandal where he had sex with Stormy Daniels and then paid for it with campaigning.
see.
You know what I mean? Like,
I'm immediately going to leap on Vera's point that he's young. He's a young,
Yeah.
stupid, rich person.
He hasn't made any major fuck ups yet, but
That
he's
we
young
know
and
of.
right. He's
Fire is
he's
the answer.
fucking rich.
He's rich and young and dumb. Like, maybe he's just a really good guy, and I hope that's true. But a
And he's
part of
got
me-
Google behind him.
Yep, but a part of me feels like we're a few years away from a Dr. Disrespect moment, or really bad.
Baby.
so
You know
Oh my
what would
God.
be really fun? Okay. I'm going to just say one word to describe what could be the fall of Mr. Beast, right? To give you a scale of what I'm saying here. Boogie.
Oh my God, that's right.
Yeah.
Now, I hope not, but I'm just saying, these people tend to be great people until you learn about the thing.
Right. They're great people while it's hidden until it's unhidden, and then you find out the truth.
Yeah, I mean, Boogie. Here's the thing: like Boogie has scandal after scandal after going back like 10 years. Like
Yeah.
Boogie is not at all a clean person. I mean, there are some YouTubers. They seem to be few and far between, frankly. But there are some YouTubers who kind of keep their noses clean and have no legal dramas or no like crimes committed or something. You know.
Me, I'm the only one.
To be fair, all of us here, like we've had like personal dramas, right? Like audiences have come after us, or people have tried to cancel us. Like that's all happened, sure. But like in
Well, yeah.
terms of like legal dramas, no.
Right.
Like IRL things, no. Like we're all pretty clean here.
I saw a list on Twitter, which I definitely can't dig up now, but it was like just like all of the internet personalities that had drama this year. It was a long list.
Yeah, there's a lot of people.
Like the Dr. Disrespect thing was one of the big ones. I'm guaranteeing he's really regretting not taking that kick deal right now.
Yeah, his statement was also very questionable.
Oh yeah, he was in a hole and he decided
Editing
to
it,
grab a
holy
shovel.
shit!
Yeah, the editing was fucking insane. Thinking he could edit it out and no one would notice. That right there was that right there was it.
Okay, so I haven't like had a direct line to the quartering for a few years now, ever since he kind of like drifted out of Sargon's group. Like I'm still friendly with him, but like I haven't talked to him. The quartering was he actually like sticking by? Like, do you guys know if he was sticking by Dr. Disrespect? It seemed like he was for a minute there, and I was like, Jeremy.
Well, the thing is he initially reacted with firm handshakes to the edited post. He did not know that it was unedited.
Okay.
And he has stood by. I wouldn't say he stood by Dr. Disrespect, but the innocent until proven guilty that a lot of people like myself stand by, because we haven't seen any chat logs, and this is a major issue. And obviously, he's not supporting Dr.
Service
Disrespect
guarantees
anymore, but he
citizenship.
has said similarly to many people, myself included, that we want to either see chat logs or not have articles published on these major websites like Bloomberg of he said, she said,
Fire
and that's
is the
the issue
answer.
with the Dr. Disrespect situation. Now, obviously, what he did, and he admitted it. He admitted he talked to a minor, so that right there is kind of the end of the story. But when it comes to it, yeah, I mean, I completely understand that people want to see chat logs or hear something besides he said, she said by journalists like Slasher who are not to be trusted. But yeah, I mean, he hasn't really stuck by him anymore. Honestly, I haven't seen a lot, if really any people, just generally standing by him, because he did admit it and then he edited it. And he did word it in specific ways, like, no like legal wrongdoings and were found and things like that. But I don't think he is going to magically come back and everything's going to be hunky dory. And the creators that were initially saying innocent until proven guilty have kind of backed off simply because he did admit it and then tried to hide the minor part, which was not a good look for him.
Yeah, this was a moral failing, because I agree too.
Yes.
Like, theoretically, if you have a conversation with a minor and you didn't know because it's on the Twitch thing where you need to be 18 plus, etc., and the conversation is something like, "Hey, see you at TwitchCon." Yeah, sure. All right, fine.
Right. Is that what they're talking about? Or is there more? We don't have details because we haven't seen anything.
And if I was Dr. Disrespect and that was what would happen, you better fucking believe I would be releasing those logs, which is why I'm thinking that maybe it was a little bit more than that.
Mm-hmm.
I agree, because why else would he not release them instantly to prove? Because everyone would, well, I wouldn't say everyone, but all the people that were initially supporting him would still be supporting him.
Yes. And the thing is, too, like, this isn't even necessarily a legal thing, because, yes, there should be a police investigation. If nothing illegal has been found, then fair. But there is a point at which you are cancelable, reasonably so, that is not illegal. Having an inappropriate conversation with a minor over a messaging app, I don't know if that's illegal. I haven't tried yet, so, give me a break, I guess.
Yet?
You never know. You never know.
FBI, check his computer.
But I don't even know what the rules are around that. Like, is sexting minor illegal? I don't know. But
well,
let us assume, for shits and giggles, that it isn't, right? That is still inappropriate. and it is okay to cancel someone from your, sponsorship deals for being inappropriate with a minor.
Yeah,
Right.
even if it's not illegal. Yeah, obviously.
Dev should demand proof she was coerced. They can't prove a negative. That's right, Dev. You haven't heard the government state on this yet, so...
Or the chat's still going on with the Stormy Daniels comment.
Ah.
Well, because here's the thing: like, someone at some point dug up a letter that she signed years ago saying that she never actually had sex with Trump, and then she came out later and said, "Listen, I was coerced by Trump's team into signing that." And it's like, well, okay, fair enough. Which one of those two is the letter true? Because that's her own words. Or is her saying she was coerced true? Because that's also her own words. Either way, you're taking her own word at it, right? So the way I view it is discard the letter entirely and just look at the other evidence. But that apparently makes me completely irrational and deranged and incapable of any critical thought whatsoever. Thanks, chat.
Thanks, chat. Without you here, Dev would be getting away with a lot of his communism. We gotta be careful about that. It's very important. Alright, so the Mr. Beast thing, we're mostly over that. See, this is exactly why we have age limits, because a 35-year-old wouldn't be like, yeah, I'll just listen to the experts, because he will have been yelled at in his life more times. Oh, boy. Oh, by the way, on other news, Disney has been hacked, so I'm looking forward to finally seeing those pedos child smuggling logs that I was asking about last time they got hacked.
Can't say I'm surprised that they were hacked yet again.
I'm hoping something nice and juicy will come out of this one.
Potentially. It's going to be a while, though, I'm sure, before we actually get it all sorted.
It'll be. Oh yeah, there was apparently a lot of data, and most of it's going to be just dumb
Service
shit,
guarantees
undoubtedly.
citizenship.
But
Yeah.
hopefully there'll be something good in there. And just because Artemis told me to bring it up, apparently furries hacked the
Heresy's the question.
the Heritage Foundation,
Fire is the answer.
which was
Oh,
the
yes, I've
Project
heard about
2025, which was supposedly the plan to make America fascist again. And apparently it was a Chinese op or something.
Those darn furries at it again.
Yeah, that was a whole thing. Sounds too stupid to be true to me, but who knows? See, Dev bases his worldview of whether or not the government tells him. I base mine on whether or not it sounds stupid.
Service guarantees citizenship.
No, god damn it.
I don't know, Dev.
So yeah. When it comes to the Project 2025 thing, like, I know a lot of leftoids on Twitter have been like freaking out about it. Like, Trump's gonna. This is what Trump wants to do. And I mean, to be fair, there are a bunch of people who are part of Trump's inner circle involved in it. So it's like, fair enough. I understand. But then, like, Trump came out and said, yeah, that's actually not my plan. That's just some other people's plan. And I appreciate the input, but I have my own plan. And I think it's called the Agenda 47. I think it's called. You can go look it up. And then, yeah, the hack kind of revealed, like, oh, it's just China.
God, if I was
China's
Trump, I would
China's
call
behind
it Agenda 666.
Oh my god.
Something. Yes. Actually, one less 6. Order 66. That's the one, yes. That would be the perfect one. Purges. Purges must happen. Of the furries, too, apparently. Otherwise, they'll hack it and reveal it. Oh, well.
Oh, I mean, since we do have, like, 10, 15 minutes left, do you want to quickly talk about what happened with our good old friend... Was it Alec Baldwin? Was it Alec or Adam Baldwin?
Ooh, Alec,
yeah.
Baldwin. Alec.
So
yeah.
his case got tossed out.
I can't fudging believe it.
Really?
He's famous.
I mean, okay, I can. I mean it as, like, I can't believe that this is the end. The end of
What do you
it
mean?
all.
That it just
Well,
got tossed
because
out?
well,
go
yeah,
ahead,
because
sorry.
it got tossed out and it's over. Like, this is
Well,
the ending that we ended up getting. We got Helena, she got no justice out of this.
Helena's the person that he shot, right?
Yes.
Well, no, didn't the armor go away for like years? Hold on, let me look it up.
Yes. I'm not
Yeah.
sure exactly how long, though.
Let me just look this. Yeah, Alec Baldwin shooting. Surely it's. Of course, yeah. The Rust shooting incident. 2020. That was 3 years ago. 2021. This happened. Okay, Jesus.
Yeah.
Time flies, man.
Yes, it does.
Okay, let's see. The criminal charges, investigation, prosecution.
I mean, we're never going to know the exact story. We're never going to know exactly all of the details of if he really was innocent or not. But I mean, it is primarily the armorer's fault.
Yes. Arch, you know the story here? You know what happened with this?
Yep, Alex Baldwin killed the dude.
Yeah.
So it was during filming Rust, and
Heresy
he was
is the
given
question.
a gun
Fire is
for
the answer.
for the shot, and it was supposed to have a blank in it. It didn't have a blank in it. It had a live round in it, and he shot the person he was aiming it at.
Yeah.
And so people said that, like, well, he shot her, so he should be going to jail.
Right, and he can't be retried now.
Yeah. Well, the issue ultimately, though, is that it does come down to being the armorer's fault, right? Because
Yes,
the procedure for this sort of thing is that the armorer clears the gun. The armorer makes sure that there's no actual live ammo in the gun. That's their job. And then hands the gun. And they use real guns on these shoots because they just look more realistic. So then once the gun has been cleared and verified cleared, then is handed off to the actor, who then performs the scene.
Yes.
So it's ultimately the armorer's responsibility. So I had a feeling that Baldwin was going to kind of beat these charges. It seemed like it was the armorer's fault and not Baldwin's.
Yeah.
However, I think it came out during the trial that the prosecution massively fumbled the case.
Yes,
something like
they
that.
did.
And yeah, so what was the details on that?
According
I
to
don't-
Buckymus, who just super chatted, his case was tossed because the defense stated that the prosecution didn't hand over all relevant bullet evidence. The
Yes.
prosecution denies the evidence is relevant to the case, but the judge was sympathetic to Alex.
Yes.
Well, that's actually a big fucking deal, though. Like, you have to hand over all
Oh yeah,
evidence during
it
discovery.
definitely is a big deal.
It's still... But here's the thing, though. Isn't it still involuntary manslaughter? At least.
I mean, I don't know, is it?
You'd think so.
I mean, well, wouldn't it be manslaughter by the armor and not by the person who actually held the gun, because they didn't know? You know, they didn't have the appropriate mens rea.
Possibly, but it is negligence. Because, you know, the gun is supposed to be safe, but you still probably shouldn't point a real weapon, at a person, and then pull the trigger for shits and giggles.
Well, sure. Here, let's put it like this. Let's say you're shooting a movie, right?
Heresy's the question.
Actually, well, no, hold on.
Fire is
We'll
the
do two
answer.
examples just to make it real quick. So in one example, you're driving your car around, Arch, and you go park and go into the store, and then you forget to put your parking brake on, and the car like rolls down the hill and like kills someone, and you didn't mean to do that, but you were clearly being negligent, right? And you should be held accountable for that crime.
Right.
The second option is, like, let's say you're shooting a movie, and the movie requires a car to roll down a hill and hit someone, and so you park at like the top of a hill, and then as an actor, you make sure that, like, you know, the car's doesn't have the parking brake on, and then the car rolls. And now at the bottom of the hill, there's like a staff who makes sure, hey, make sure no one's actually there, so we can get the shot of the car rolling down the hill, and no one's actually in the path to get hit by it, and that's their responsibility. And now they didn't do that, and then there was somebody at the bottom of the hill, and they get hit by the car.
Yeah, but that is a lack
in that
of
case-
action. Because he didn't
Well, sure,
do anything then, except what it instructed. But in this case, Alec did point a gun at the person and pull the trigger, which is an active action.
That's what he was instructed to do. That's what he was instructed to do, though. Like in both cases, he's instructed to.
No, he
either
wasn't
put the
instructed to
car
do it.
in. Well, hold on. Either you're instructed, like you're instructed to put the car not in park, then get out and let it roll, versus hold the gun up and shoot. Those are both a series of instructions you have to do for the shot.
Yeah, no. This was not as a scene, as far as I can understand. From what I remember of this case,
I'm pretty
this
sure it
wasn't
was.
this wasn't a part of a scene. This was them joking around.
No, I'm pretty sure it was part of a scene.
No, I'm pretty sure it was part of a scene.
Was it? Now, maybe this wasn't the new thing, but I
Heresy's
heard
the
about this
question.
originally. I
Fire
think
is
it
the
was
answer.
the allegation that it was joking around or something. But if it was part of a scene, then that's different.
Let's see here.
Heresy's the question.
Says it was
Fire is
in
the
production,
answer.
on set shooting. It says while he was practicing using the revolver.
Ah. Practicing using the revolver.
Yeah, so they weren't filming yet, but they were going through like the here, everyone gets their marks and like we're gonna run the scene once before we actually turn the cameras on kind of thing.
Well, practicing. Either that or he was simply just practicing, like, drawing it and shooting it, like practicing a scene, and then somebody walked in front of him, or he did it in front of somebody, or whatever.
Yeah,
Service
but going
guarantees
back to what you were
citizenship.
saying about the car, but the problem is a car is not a weapon. A car is like a tool. A gun is a weapon.
I mean, yeah, but cars are considered weapons all the time for the law. Like if you hit someone with a car, it's
Yeah.
considered, like killing with a weapon, you know.
I still
doing
think
trying to
he's a
find-
bad person and should have gone to jail.
He is.
Just for
I
fun.
agree. Well, the armor.
Listen, he's in
only-
Hollywood.
My-
He's in
my
Hollywood. He has to be bad on
gut.
some level.
Dev, my little belly tells me Alec Baldwin should have gone to jail. That's good enough for me.
Well, the
See, I-
armor only got 18 months. I feel
That's fucking
like
ridiculous. That's
yeah,
fucking
that
ridiculous.
is. I feel like that right there is ridiculous. Yeah,
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
18 months is not enough.
I do like that whenever Arch and I like argue down through the facts to the core of a conversation, and it turns out that Dev is right. Arch is like, but my gut feels like it's wrong. Dev.
Well, we haven't arrived at any Dev is right here. We've arrived at Dev has come up with a scenario.
Hold on, I want to see. Yeah, okay. The events. Let's read the events here. 12th day of filming. Da, 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 da. Yeah, so no, this shit happened. I forgot about this part. Yeah, the reason that there was even live bullets in the gun in the first place is because other crew members were taking the guns and shooting them for fun because they were bored, and then brought the guns back to the set, and then the armor didn't clear them properly.
But that doubles it,
Fire
though,
is
because
the
if
answer.
Alec Baldwin knows that the guns have been used with live rounds, he should definitely not have been pointing them at people.
He might not have
Right.
known.
He
Yeah,
might
he
not have known. But you
Because
know what,
that is the
Dev?
responsibility of the
You
armor.
know what
yeah.
my tum-tum tells me, Dev?
What does it tell you, Arch?
That he would have
Fire
heard
is
the
the
loud
answer.
bang-bangs at night as the staff was amusing themselves.
Does it tell you that you need to get your pastry soon?
Nah, it's too many super chats before that. But my tum-tum tells me the man is probably a murderer.
Okay, hold on. Let's see here. I'm reading it. Oh yeah, that's right. No, the armorer tried to like tamper with shit after the fact. That's fucking right. What a piece of shit that person was.
See,
Yeah,
chat
that
right
part
there.
is crazy.
Sharp stick, he has a cat picture, which means that he is relevant at all times, and says, basic rule of gun safety, it's always loaded. Checkmate, Dev. The government
Yeah, I
can't
mean
protect you now.
it's still
Hold on, it's different
negligence.
though. It's different. It's different when you're on a set though.
No, is it?
Because the idea of an armor is that they're supposed to check if it's loaded or not, right? And in fact, no. In fact, it has to be that way
Shifting
because like
responsibility, Dev.
Well, no,
Personal
hear me out.
responsibility, Dev, is
Yeah, yeah,
good.
I get it. I get it. Hear me out. Okay, so like let's say, so let's say the armor clears a gun properly and then hands you a gun as an actor, and then you decide to clear it yourself. So you open it up and you take a look. Well, at that point, like if you fucked up, and there
Service
somehow is actually a
guarantees
bullet in there,
citizenship.
maybe you're being duplicitous and you put a bullet in there. Now the armor has to come over and clear it again because the armor has to be the last person to look at it because
Well-
it's their job on the line.
Yeah, that. I mean, a gun is always a weapon, like you were talking about with the car. A car is a tool. It's still not the same. A gun is always a weapon, though, and that's why these people always need to check through them and make sure. And it seems that on set, that just wasn't the case. There were no safety procedures that were gone through when they should have been. Just because you checked at the, let's say, start of the day, 5 hours later, you still need to check again before it's in the actor's hand, and that didn't happen.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Yeah. I think at the very least we're all in agreement that the armor fucked up, like royally. Like this
Yes.
was the armorer's fault in my view.
I mean, clearly
I'm
no one
just-
was following firearm safety.
Yeah, I'm just not sure if it was Alec's view, Alec himself.
Artemis
I do know there-
Fowl
I
also
know-
drives me to say, I don't know why Goyam, that's probably you, Dev, keeps blaming the armorer.
What?
There were live rounds in Alex Baldwin's belt. If the armorer did their job correctly, then Alec Baldwin loaded the round himself, Dev.
That's the point, though, is that the armorer didn't do their job correctly.
Yeah, but Dev, the point you brought up, where he might have, been duplicitous and put a bullet in there, thing like, I blame it on the armor.
Service guarantees
yeah, that's possible.
citizenship.
You just need evidence for it, though.
Evidence, Dev. I don't know. My belly, Dev.
Arch like, evidence. The bane of this fucking podcast is evidence.
Service guarantees citizenship.
The state.
Mercenary just super chatted $2. One on set. Everyone has to check by law. That's not true. That's not true. I know for a fact that's not true. So I looked into this back when it happened. By law, everyone does not have to check. The armor is the one who is legally liable.
I don't know, Dev. I think that Alec Baldwin may have been promiscuous with his gun, and that he should have had better standards. Instead of pointing
Maybe so.
Cleared weapons at people and clearing the trigger, he should have been the person he wanted to be, Dev, instead of an involuntary manslaughterist.
I get the joke, Arch. I understand.
Good.
But no, like there are instances in which you can't be the one to personally check on the safety of a thing. Someone else has to do it. And in fact, if you step in and personally check on the safety of a thing, you might have tainted it, and then now the actual person has to come in and check again, right? Like this is a sort of thing you see in like industrial situations as well, where it's like, hold on, it's not your responsibility to do this. It's someone else. Even though like you have an interest in seeing it done, it's not your responsibility. It's someone else's, and they have to do it. It's like I understand the logic. So I'm not sure if Alec is. But here's the thing.
Is the answer.
Like it didn't even get to that point in the trial because it was
Right.
it was a technical fuck up, wasn't it?
Yes. Well, it
Right,
was
It was the-
Hold
what,
the
how
on
would they
evidence
say
there.
they hid evidence,
Heresy's
right? The
the question.
prosecution.
Fire is the answer.
Suddenly, the conspiracy theory brain begins to whir in the background yet again.
Let's hear it. Let's
The
hear it, Arch.
prosecution decides to not hand over evidence in clear violation of all legal codes, making the judge dismiss the lawsuit. Or the
It was
trial.
planned. He purposely did not comply with discovery.
Yes,
The
Dev.
reason why is because the prosecution actually
Heresy's
hated the person that
question.
was killed.
Fire is
Yes,
the answer.
well, no,
Like they were like high school
Or
lovers,
Alec
and he was
Baldwin just bribed
spurned.
them. Was
He
like,
was spurned, and
Alec
so
Baldwin went
like,
up to the prosecutor and was like, "I'm going to show up at your kid's wedding. You just get this. Just make this disappear."
And now Alec Baldwin gets a TV show.
Service
Congrats
guarantees
to him, I
citizenship.
guess. They're doing that reality TV show. I guess that's what happened.
Oh, are they?
Yeah,
Damn.
they are. Yeah.
Just as planned, Dev.
Just as
Service
planned.
Right.
guarantees citizenship.
Kakudori desu ne.
Oh man.
How did we
Well-
get onto this topic? Oh,
something
Dev,
else
this
happened
was your
today.
fault.
Yeah. It was something else that happened today that would be fun to
Citizenship.
talk about.
All right. Well, Vera, whenever you need to go, feel free to do so.
Yeah, I've got maybe like 5 more minutes, but then I'll be out of here. Unless this is a good segue.
I'll just start
Well-
reading Superchats, and whenever people need to leave,
Yep. We are getting close to my time too as well, Arch. So
Dev.
you'll be left by on
We
your
started
lonesome.
an hour early, which means you have an extra hour.
I usually stay till like 6 anyway.
Oh.
I usually stay for like 2 hours, yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes 2.5, you know.
Yeah, 2.5.
Well, you know what? Maybe this is a good time for me to dip out before you start reading super chats. So yeah, I guess I'll get going in just a second.
All right. Thank you very much for coming on today, Vera. It was fun.
Yeah. Thank
was
you for
fun.
having me on, chat. If you don't know, Vara Dark Titan Media. I'm nearly at 100K here on YouTube.
Nice.
I live stream 25, 30 hours a week. I do 2 to 3 videos a day. I'm a gaming live streamer and an entertainment commentator. So go and check out my channel.
And soon to be a frequent guest on the ArchCast, judging by
Yeah,
today's performance.
hopefully. Yeah, hopefully.
Arch is like, now you have to.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm
You know,
down.
I have
But,
come to the conclusion that I can peer pressure women into appearing quite often on the channel. This is
Yeah.
a valuable discovery.
Peer pressure does work occasionally.
This, you know what? In 10 years' time, this will be Arch's Dr. Disrespect moment. Like, this will be clipped.
Probably.
When like,
Yeah.
something comes out about Arch.
Nah,
Yeah,
like, if I'm
probably.
going to be cancelled over everything, it's going to be how I treat Lumi more so than anybody else.
Yeah. But all right, I'm gonna get going. Thank you guys for having me on. I appreciate it. And chat, thank you for hanging out the past few hours. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it was nice to meet you.
All right, nice to meet you too. Bye, guys.
See ya.
See ya.
Have a good day. My collection grows, Dev. We must find dirt on this one too, so we can ensure that it stays. Incidentally,
Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
listen, I have plenty of dirt on Lumi. Yeah, we just need to find more. Just like I have dirt on you, Dev.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, I have a whole folder full.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Let's see.
Really? Hold on. Wait, what's in my folder?
I'll put up weather, Dev, for a little while. Most of it might theoretically be fabricated, but Dev can't prove that.
Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
Zero says, Star Wars already had morally grey stories. It was KOTOR 1 and 2. They subverted expectations with the Jedi and the Force, but it was good. They cared.
Oh, man. Okay. Aren't you happy,
Service
Arch, that
guarantees
the
citizenship.
KOTOR remake is dead?
Yeah, a little bit.
I know Vara mentioned Sam Maggs earlier. She was working on that, wasn't she?
I think so.
At one
Service
point, I need to do a
guarantees
video on Sam
citizenship.
Maggs, okay? Because she's fucking hilarious. And we've talked about her on the show before. We all know what's going on. She was the person who worked at a GameStop in Toronto 10 years ago and said that it was, there was eerily realistic rape in online GTA 5. We all know all of her bullshit, but like, she just seems to be someone who is the quintessential example of a person who fails upward. Because every project she's worked on has either been shit or never come out. And she somehow managed to get out of working at a GameStop in Toronto to moving to LA and getting into the industry and making nothing, but is still somehow around. Like, what the fuck? How does a person who does nothing have a career? Like, not even put out failures, just put out nothing.
But any happiness that I experience over that is immediately mollified and ruined by the fact that Cyberpunk 2 will now be absolute hot garbage.
Oh yeah, wait, will it? Hold on. What's happening on Cyberpunk 2?
Oh, the
wait, no.
chick who said they will pull every lever to put LGBTQ into things is now working
Right.
at CD Projekt Red.
Oh no, that's pretty shit.
Caleb Knight. Actually, even in Lucas canon, you are wrong, miss. Grey Jedi were fan cope that was accepted at most. At best, still genocide to the dark side, just disobedience of the council. Yeah, see, I've fallen more and more for the extremist point of view on Star Wars, that the dark side is just evil and just needs to be eradicated, and that seems to be balance. Silver Commando 78. Dev is type B Kozhko. He reeks of the Al Ghul. I don't even know what that means. Kozhko?
Let's go Elysium jokes.
Fox 2300. Dev, that's true, but the problem with giving them any ground, even if they are warranted, then they will take as much extra ground as possible. That is true. We cannot laud left-wing entertainment like Dev does. It leaves us weak and open to abuse.
I think this was when I said, that we're having the incompetence versus malice conversation, like how much of it is it? And I said, listen, it's obviously not all malice in some situations, and here's how. And that answer is like the pure political answer. It's like, it doesn't matter if it's actually incompetence, we still must punish them. That's the political point of view.
We must still punish them, Dev. Alfarius Omegon. CNN just needs to take a page from the famous socialist revolutionary Benito Mussolini, who once said, race, it's a feeling, not a reality. 95% at least is a feeling.
That's true, he did say that, yeah.
He was a very progressive lad, that Benito. And Glowy. ESG might have been better if they offered to subsidize filters on smokestacks and waste disposal, but like all things, you could then manipulate it to fund hiring DEI people or programs. All things the dev champion can indeed be abused. It is true. Zero Final was it? D&D has become more inclusive for Purple Diaper Dev and his tribe. Shame on you, Dev.
What the fuck, dude?
Glow in the Dark. Ongoing conversation on channel. When will the government come out? Tell Dev what happened and what needs to be done, as all the commies desire. Dab.
Listen, There's like, okay, there's not even anything to respond to anymore. It's just you getting money.
Yes, that's good. Actually, I rewatched a Dev video the other day because I needed a background noise whilst I was playing Enlisted, and in it, Dev said that he liked Trudeau.
How long ago was this?
It was like just a long take about how amazing Trudeau was.
Wait, hold on. What video was this?
How he used the Emergency Powers Act correctly.
Because like I made my Trouble with Trudeau video in like what 2018.
And he praised Trudeau a lot.
Okay, Arch, you can't just keep making stuff up and ignore what I'm saying.
I'm not making stuff up. I'm telling the truth.
What video was it? I'm like I don't remember. Like I maybe I said that. I don't know, but like what video was it?
Dev said that Trudeau was a libertarian.
No fucking way.
Yes, way. Have you not realized what I'm doing yet, Dev?
What are you doing? You're making lore?
No. I'm just neglecting to mention Trudeau Sr.
Oh, okay, fuck you.
And thus, in verbal battle, yet again, Dev was defeated. And Dev accused Arch of lying. Chat, listen to Dev. Bad Dev. Sinestro Corman, I guess. Soundgarden's video about Hollywood being a cargo cult of itself can be applied to Western entertainment as a whole. There is a lot of superficial mimicry. That is true.
You know what? That was. I think he's getting at the same thing that I was getting at when I mentioned that they have all the pieces of a story, but they can't assemble it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think he's talking about the same basic idea where it's like they're not completely ignorant. They can watch a movie and then feel an emotion and be like, I want to
do that too.
Feel that emotion. Yeah. So like they kind of like set up the trappings of it. They don't have the underpinning that actually makes it work.
I want that scene where like the woman has like it's revealed that the bad guy is the dude she loves and then she feels like betrayed. I want to do that. Yes, very much so. Skykey always assume malice and ideology, them being unbelievably incompetent at corrupting other people's work or creating their own is just a side effect. Mario Trujillo, the whole point of deconstruction is that you have to then do reconstruction, otherwise you're just making a new norm. Seems pretty simple. Oh yeah, which is why I finally finished the We Need Clark Kent and Bruce Wayne video. Now I just need to edit it and then put it up on YouTube and then wait a week for all of the copyright claims to be resolved.
Yeah. So like, here guys, want some more bullshit leftist theory? Let's go a little bit. So, deconstruction, as it was originally intended to be, was a process where you would disassemble a thing in order to see its inner workings, but specifically with the intention that you could understand how it works and then reassemble it and then with that knowledge use it more effectively. But all of the people who do deconstruction nowadays never do the reassembling part. And frankly, they also almost never do the knowledge part either. They just take things apart and leave them. And that's kind of that's one of the big problems that we're facing right now. It's like, we got to deconstruct the patriarchy. Well, here, if you were actually going to deconstruct the patriarchy, you would, philosophically tease it apart, understand certain things about it, and then put it back together so that it would be a more positive thing, with maybe some of its bad parts removed and some of its good parts shored up. But they never do that. They just hate men, and that's all it is. And that's that's obviously the problem there, right? So
we'll put up the rarely used base dev picture for a little bit. Mog of War. Malice exploits incompetence, and incompetence is usually malicious. Also, it seems ESG hurts the politics it supports by propping up bad arguments. In the long term, yes. But we have to suffer in the short term. Zero. I've come to doubt what real women look like. Well, fat, ugly, smelly. Women are evil.
Jesus Christ, Arch.
Blaze Dev's debate video plus honest critique of some of his criticism of Trump because they were disingenuous by 2 of 3 definitions equals banned. Lolcow Arc goes moo, I guess. Sucks because Dev's more fair videos are high quality. It is true. He just has Trump derangement syndrome.
No. And also, I know who this person is. Yeah, I did ban you from commenting on my videos. And it's because you didn't actually do the things you just said in that tweet, in that super chat. You called me disingenuous. And I said, you know what? I'm not going to deal with you. So goodbye. I will still have good faith dialogue with good faith people. If you're coming into it thinking that I'm just a liar because we don't agree, I will remove you. You have to deal with that. Oh, by the way, if you want to come back, you can pay me $50.
Vara, Nightmare. Vara unironically looks more like Mary Jane Watson should than the Insomniac Sweet Baby 2 MJ does. Yes.
She does, actually, yeah.
Yes, unironically. Zero, I've known women with Nike-like proportions. I hope you did the same thing as the Austrian man and put them in your basement.
Service guarantee
Nike-like
citizenship.
proportion? What does that mean?
Oh, Nicke, I'm presuming.
Nick, what is this? Like,
It's the game, Dev. It's a game.
I don't know what the game is.
Dev.
Oh my god. Okay. Banal layman, walk on eggshells or else. No. You can critique me in like a myriad of different ways. You can go to my comment section, you can see them, they're all still there, no one's getting banned. All right? But no, I'm not going to let you just come in and say, hey, I know you worked hard on this argument and you laid it out really nicely. And it's like, okay, we have this point, this evidence. I'm just going to say, Dev, I think that you're lying and evil. And that's going to be my response to that. No, I'm not going to tolerate that
Heresy's
anymore.
the
Fuck
question.
you.
Fire is the answer.
Dreyfus, Starkiller, Force Unleashed looked like his voice actor Sam Witwer, and that was a decade ago. No way these creators aren't purposely masculinizing or uglifying these characters. Arch is right. It is malice, not incompetence. Yes. Pejorative malice, and any portion of incompetence that comes on top of that is just icing on the malice cake. KC, the idea of a Dexter-style Sith being taught that strength is gained by eliminating the weak and then proceeding to start wiping out all the other Sith, starting with his mentor, would make for an amazing Star Wars show. I love Dexter. Like, well, the final seasons were fucking terrible, but Dexter was really good.
Gonna be honest, I was watching the first season, and I was enjoying it. There's nothing wrong with it. I just forgot I was watching it and never went back to it. So I should probably try it, pick up again at some point, you know?
Dexter, I think, peaked. I think it's the third. Was it the third season? When he needs to start dealing with, getting found out. Dexter has some great scenes and some great suspense. Very, very little good show.
Yeah, I have a feeling that I'll probably not be able to reply to this one before my time is up, so I'll just say it now. Alamandorius, $5. No, Dev, your response is, you have Dev derangement syndrome. Well, firstly, DDS exists, and we all know it exists. Even Archie, you've admitted it as well. There's some irrational hatred of me floating around there for sure. No, I said that you have DDS because your critiques of me were just basically Dev irrationally hates Trump, Dev's being stupid, etc., etc. Like you're not critiquing me, all right? Like it's one thing to come to me and say, Dev, here's why you're wrong. Here's some evidence. Here's an argument. Here's why your logic is faulty. That's all fine, all right? But Dev, you hate Trump. It's not an argument, all right? And I'm not going to keep pretending that it is.
Ooh, Dev. Trump or
Heresy's
Trudeau?
the question. Fire is the answer.
I'm assuming I'm living under
Service
both of them, right?
guarantees citizenship.
In the hypothetical?
Yeah.
Would they have their own political systems? Like it has to be the Canadian system for Trudeau and the American system for Trump?
Whichever one you pick, you
Service
just end up in
guarantees
that country.
citizenship.
Okay. Trump then.
There you go, Chet. At least he's okay in some things. Barely. Cillian So Steve has been a member for 11 months and simply says blip. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, another fiver from Alamandorius. Dev, I put in a response a $10 super chat and you ignored it. Was this stream or Arches?
Service
Either way,
guarantees citizenship.
I know who you are. I recognize your name. I'm assuming you're the same guy. You know you can DM me on Discord. You don't got to pay any more money. Just send me what you said, and I'll look at it. Okay?
Oh, this happened. Did that happen today or yesterday?
I wasn't on yesterday.
No. I think this happened very shortly ago, actually.
Okay.
Okay, so take this with a pinch of salt here. But gunshots have
Heresy's
reportedly been
question.
fired
Fire
at a
is the
Donald
answer.
Trump rally, with the former president
God.
rushed off stage by security staff, and an image that looks as if he's clutching his chest.
Really? Jesus. 11 minutes ago, someone says.
Indeed. Now, I can't tell if that's his security guard grabbing a hold of him there. It might be the security guard actually grabbing a hold of him there.
You didn't post the link in the link channel. You posted your live streaming page.
Well, God help me, Dev. I'm trying, okay? There you go.
Heresy's the question.
Because
Fire is the
being
answer.
rushed off stage is entirely natural. Like, even if there's just a shot that happens somewhere. Yes, the Secret Service is going to rush up stage. They're going to grab him. They're going to drag him off. So that doesn't need to mean anything.
Heresy's the question. Fire
Like,
is the
I'm
answer.
presuming the red part there is just his tie, I'm hoping.
Like a handkerchief or something.
Yeah, something. But
Holy
it does look
shit.
dramatic. It certainly looks quite dramatic.
Let's see here.
And there is this breaking news story is being updated. More details will be published shortly. So there's no hard full news on this as far as I can tell.
I found the video. Okay, Arch, you're not going to want to play this on the stream, but look at it.
That's probably a good idea. Okay, I'll have a look at it. Let's see. So he's talking. Is this the
Holy shit.
same rally? I'm having a hard time identifying the crowd. Oh yeah, and there's the shooting.
Service guarantees citizenship.
He grabs at his head as everything goes down.
Yep.
And then he's picked back up again.
If you
That's blood. That's blood on his shirt.
Yep.
That is blood on his shirt. So Trump has probably been hit. Let's see.
Holy shit.
Yep, it looks like he has been hit. It seems as if he was hit near the ear or something, as there's a point where he raises his hand to his head and then ducks down. Yeah, so Trump has probably been shot, but probably not badly, from what little we know at the moment.
Yeah, so some people are saying that it hit him like in the side of the head, but he didn't like, his head didn't explode Kennedy style, right? So he was still like moving.
Well, the
So-
heads don't actually blow up like that, depending on what you're hit by.
Service
But
guarantees
yeah,
citizenship.
Jesus. Well, that is a thing, right? Well,
Heresy's the
people were
question.
saying that they were
Fire
probably
is
going to
the
take a
answer.
shot at him this time around because they were feeling that desperate, and yeah, it kind of looks that way, doesn't it?
Okay, hold on. Yeah, by the way, like, if you Front page of the Daily Mail, Arch. That's blood. He's been shot.
Heresy
Yep.
is the question.
And it looks like
Fire
it's
is
like
the
behind his
answer.
ear. So this is one way you ensure that Trump wins, by the way. Because
Service
if he
guaranteed
didn't have support
citizenship.
before, he's going to have support now.
Medical
Secondly-
emergency have gone to the place. Multiple attendees,
Service
former
guaranteed
Pennsylvania
citizenship.
required medical attention. No, this is something completely different. Soaring temperatures. Yeah, this is something completely different.
Heresy is the question. Fire is
What?
the answer.
Okay, now this was also released. Okay, this is weird. So another article was released at the same time. Multiple attendees at former President Donald Trump's rally in Butler County, Pennsylvania, requires medical attention. Soaring temperatures and insufficient amenities created dangerous conditions. What the fuck?
Yeah, he had like a shit ton of people at his rally today. Like I saw the pictures. There was tons of people. So
That's
I assume like it's one of those things where you have like a bunch of like 500,000 people in one park or something. Someone's gonna get like dehydrated or whatever. It's probably what they're talking about.
I mean, sure, but why the fuck do you bring that up at the literally the same moment as he gets shot at?
It was probably just coincidental.
You see a coinky dink with Dev. That's just weird to me. Okay.
Okay, hold on. I got you. If you want to see close-ups of his ear, looks like part of his ear is gone.
Yep. Yep. Again, chat, I'm not going to show you this. It's on Twitter because I have no idea what YouTube is going to be feeling
Yeah.
on this.
So, Dev, where were you 12 minutes ago? Okay, communist jokes are over. I don't support this, guys. That's not. I don't like Trump as a candidate, but I don't want to see him fucking assassinated.
Service guarantees citizenship.
So, yeah, like on the one hand, assuming that he survives this, and it seems like he probably will, this is going to be a massive boost in Trump support, like a massive
Heresy's the
fucking boost in
question.
his support.
Fire is the answer.
Because now he's a martyr. Secondly, I am looking forward to his Emperor Palpatine. This has left me scarred and deformed speech.
It seems, from what I can see on the pictures, he has been hit. There is absolutely blood. You can see blood on his shirt, on the one I got brought up. And there is very obviously blood on the side of his head. It looks as if he got grazed.
Yep.
It was that was a very, very, very close call right there. Jesus. Breaking news on the ArchCast, I guess. I don't know if it's the ear, chat. I see a lot of people saying ear shot. The kind of like it looks like the top part of his ear might literally have gotten sliced off. That would explain the amount of blood on his shirt too, because if anybody's ever had like a hairdresser cut them in the ear, that bleeds like nobody's fucking business.
Heresy is the question. Fire is the answer.
Yeah, okay. So 2024. There has been an assassination
Service
attempt
guarantees
against Donald
citizenship.
Trump. This is getting some seriously heavy-duty vibes here, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Trump did walk away, and he pumped his fist at the crowd.
Yep, it does not seem to have been fatal in any way. He does not seem, it doesn't seem life-threatening or anything from what we've seen. But bearing in mind this was minutes ago.
Yep. Oh my god. Okay, the $2. There are no coincidences. This is planned with the news. Come on, dude. Like, come on.
I mean, you know what, Dev? Like, I'm really like the same minute there's like medical emergency at the Trump rally. Like, that's just weird. That is just weird. Maybe it's a Coinky Dinky Winky, Coinky Dinky Winky's acting in weird ways, but Jesus. But yeah, no, as Chad says, pumping his fist after being shot is a Chad move. The only way this could have been better is if Trump chased down and beat up the gunman.
Yep. He could have like pulled a Ronald Reagan and said, "Missed me."
Well, he didn't miss him, so he couldn't do that. Honestly, that would be a lie, Dev. You arguing that Trump should lie publicly like that?
He doesn't need my help to do that.
But wow, yeah. There does not appear to be any reports on the shooter, mind you. I've refreshed. I mean, that judging from what little we know here,
Heresy.
like I would be surprised if this was like, I don't know. Like, is it a rally? The wound looks small, so I would guess pistol. But how the hell do you get a pistol into the rally? Or a long-range shot,
chat said
maybe?
that like it was probably like an extremely long-range shot, which is why they missed.
It might also have been that if it was taken at really long range by something like a hunting rifle, like a 22 or something, he might actually have hit Trump, because it looks like he's reaching up to his head. He might actually have hit him in the head, but the bullet did not have enough energy to actually, get through his skull.
Citizenship.
Yep. It's very long range, yeah.
Yeah. So that might be why there has been no arrests. Because surely, if this was from within the stadium and a single shot as well, because if there was inside like the area or a pistol,
there were 3 shots. If you listen, you can hear 3.
Okay, I did not listen because the chat can hear.
No, I understand. Yeah, now if you listen, there's 3 shots.
3 shots.
Yeah. Oh my God, $2 from Adam, and Democrats are definitely guilty. Listen, one person, possibly more, is guilty. Okay, you can't blame an entire party. This is the one time you cannot go conspiracy brained. Okay, guys,
Watch me
chill. Let's wait for the facts. Let's see what happens. All right, just lower the temperature a bit, because the more irrational you allow yourselves to become, the worse things are going to get. So just calm down, okay, guys?
Some of this too, though. Donald Trump whisked off stage in Pennsylvania after loud noises. Come on. What the fuck? What the fuck? Loud noises. Associated Press. Okay. All right.
Oh God, Tim Pool's frothing at the mouth right now.
I would
finally,
imagine,
my
yeah.
civil war will happen finally.
But yeah, this is a 10-point bump for Donald Trump, at least.
Oh yeah,
the man has survived an assassination attempt, and that is what it is. That is what it's going to be called. And unlike Dev, I know who's responsible.
What, do you think Biden was actually up there on the grassy knoll, like aiming at himself?
Nah, not Biden, but his wife. Joking, YouTube. Joking.
His wife was there.
Biden wouldn't be able to lift a 22 caliber rifle, but.
So yes, like Ammon Acumen, $2. Dev, let's see what the government says. Who do you think's going to investigate it, dude? Like FBI, also local police, state police. Like, yes, we should see what the investigation fucking says. Like, guys, please, for the love of God, like, just turn on your brains for 1 fucking second during one of these shows, okay? This is actually important now, all right? Use some actual rational skills here, okay? Please, God.
Now, I will happily hold the Democrats responsible for this, because after all this years of being told that anyone who votes Trump is responsible for racism, for misogyny, for everything else, yeah, I've quite warmed to the idea of collective guilt myself. What can I say, Dev? The left has made a persuasive argument.
Oh God, $10. Now is the time, Dev. Conspiracy theories all around. Let's hear every single one.
I mean, I'm looking at some of these news titles and they are odd. Okay. This title right here, Kamala Harris to strike at Trump.
Oh my God.
Just ignore the rest there. I love that headline. 17 minutes ago.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Kamala Harris to strike at Trump. Well, case
No
shut,
chat,
I guess.
I do not support the shooting chat, despite not liking Trump as a political candidate. I don't want him to get killed. Those of you guys who are saying, Dev, how could you be rational at a time like this? Someone tried to kill him. This is exactly when you have to be rational. This is exactly when you need to engage your full brain and like start actually looking over evidence and not just taking what a fucking viral Twitter headline says. Okay, guys, like please be smarter, please.
Okay, well, this is gonna be this is gonna be quite the thing, and
Service
I
guarantees
mean, it's been interesting to
citizenship.
see what the shooter looks like, because I guarantee you, they are going to catch his fucking ass. There's going to be like 200 police plus Secret Service at this rally, so this will be
Heresy's the question.
interesting.
Fire is the answer.
So yeah, this picture here, like you're gonna see this picture fucking everywhere.
Oh
Trump
God, that's
bleeding.
a great picture too.
Yeah, Trump with like blood on his face and like the fist raised and the American flag in the background.
Oh, that
like,
is a
thi-
fucking perfect picture.
This is the victory picture for Trump now.
Yep, that is the inaugural fucking painting right there. Yeah, that
Wait,
is
shooter,
the inaugural
the shooter's down
painting.
apparently. Hold on, let's see. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, hold on. Just wait a second.
Jesus, that picture. That fucking picture.
Okay, someone in the chat said that like shooter down. In the video, someone yells shooter down, but that doesn't. I don't think that means that they took down the shooter. I think that means that shooter and then
Heresy's the
down, as
question.
in there's
Fire
a shooter
is the
and get down.
answer.
I don't think that means they got the shooter yet.
Holy fucking shit, some of this coverage though.
Heresy's the question.
Okay,
Fire
right.
is the answer.
Trump removed from stage by Secret Service after loud noise startles former president.
Oh my god!
You fucking come. Just come
Service
on.
guarantees citizenship.
Yeah, like there's actually blood on him. Like,
Holy
unless he
shit.
took one of those. Unless Trump, this is like a setup, and Trump here. I'll be conspiratorial, chat. This was all set up. None of it's real. Trump took one of those ketchup packets when he grabbed his ear
Heresy's the
and like
question.
squirted it
Fire is
in
the
order to
answer.
appear heroic.
Oh
There.
my god.
There's the conspiracy brain. Yeah, like it's ridiculous what these people are saying. Obviously.
What the? I mean, no matter how far left you are, you
Service
must.
guarantees
When you write
citizenship.
something like this, your brain must go like, "Oh, that's gonna make me look really fucking bad, isn't it?"
Mm-hmm.
Fucking hell. That's Trump derangement syndrome right there.
Yep.
Fuck.
Actual Trump derangement syndrome, guys. By the way. Okay, let's see. Is there anything? Like I have a feeling that
Heresy's the
there's going to be
question.
more
Fire is
information
the
rolling
answer.
out about this in like the next like half an hour to an hour, because if there's an active shooter in that location, everyone is currently scrambling to find him. Like fucking everyone.
Oh yeah.
Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
I mean, shit. Now I'm half tempted to start up another stream.
You can just keep going.
But with a very different and far more provocative name, Dev.
Just change the title of it. It'll be fine.
But Vera, well, I don't want to do that either. That's cruel.
You can clip it into a second video after we're done and then like upload it.
I think I might, because I kind of want to talk about this a little bit now.
Okay. We're both just like dead air trying to find what's going on.
Yeah, I'm going to update the title actually, because that is fucking ridiculous. We're risking a little bit of YouTube wrath here, but I don't want to start a second stream either, because then I'll lose everybody's super chats as well.
Mm-hmm.
Truff rushed off stage. This happened in Pennsylvania.
Yep. Here's a close-up of the ear. It looks like went through the top of his ear. A chunk of it's off. There's no blood on his hair though. It's on his face.
Looking at this, I think looking at this, I do not believe this hit his ear. Again, chat, I'm sorry, I can't show you anything with blood or violence in it, real life violence, etc. But this does not look like his ear was hit. This looks like there was a bullet that hit his head.
And then bounced because it was too far away.
Yeah, and then didn't penetrate or got lodged under the skin or something. I think I can see a tiny hole above his ear there, but it might just be shading. It might also be that he was hit, like, from the front, and it, like, got the top of his lobe, maybe? Jesus. Right.
Yep. And then here's the video where he, like, says fight to everyone. And, like, the crowd, like, goes wild at this point, obviously.
Yeah, he's standing on his feet. He's pumping his fist.
Yeah, so like this seems like Trump has now won the election. Like,
Oh yeah,
it was it was touch and go for a bit. Things were weird. All right, because before this moment, Biden's really fucking old, but Trump lied a whole bunch. Like, and there was many factors at this point. But after this, no. Like when things like this tend to happen, Americans tend to unite and rally. So I think this has secured Trump the election.
yes. There is no way this is probably one of the single largest electoral victories in fucking American history, because the worst part too is I'm looking at the coverage from the left with the ridiculous nonsense like Trump startled by loud noise on stage. Motherfucker, they are going to go full Dev derangement
Heresy's the
syndrome on
question.
this.
Fire is the
Okay.
answer.
And I said that on
Dev
purpose.
derangement syndrome?
Yes. I mean, they are going to go full crazy here. There's going to be no semblance of reality. We're going to leave the realms of mere Trumpian derangement syndrome well behind and shoot off into the fucking stars with this.
Yeah, like if the mainstream media, which, to their credit, is actually anti-Trump quite a bit. If they cannot report on this accurately, like their credibility is already shot. Like they're just digging the fucking grave for themselves even faster. Like, fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Every one of the mainstream media and the stations are going to have to come out in the next hour or two just denouncing this openly and loudly and with accurate reporting, or they are done. Not to mention the fallout of this. Oh, boy. You thought January 6th was interesting? Oh, Jesus. And I would like to say also to anyone who's getting excited, don't.
Don't.
Yes, just simply don't is my full feedback on that.
Like, okay, here I'll give you a bit more feedback. All right, everyone's like LARPing with the Civil War. If an actual Civil War happened, it would be fucking terrible. You don't want to live through that. You don't want to be you don't want to be in these times if that's what happens. So like, stop hoping for this sort of thing.
Not to mention, this is not Civil War time. This is going to be the right's largest fucking electoral victory in the history of the United States of America. Use it. This is an opportunity to prevent any idea of the Civil War. This is an opportunity to purge the swamps as deep and as thorough as you want to.
Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
Yeah, it's been my view that like Tim Pool types have been ridiculously irresponsible with it because like they're LARPing and like
Service
trying to
guarantees
like spin up a
citizenship.
war, and it's like you guys would. They're so like, you shouldn't be afraid of war if it comes because you have to fight it in that case. Like you shouldn't be like craving it. It actually is fucking terrible, and like.
The mainstream media is failing this test. Trump rushed off stage during disturbance at Pennsylvania rally. The mainstream media is failing. It is failing this test.
Hold on. On the front page of CNN, Trump injured in incident at Pennsylvania rally. Loud bangs were heard. Former president dropped to the ground. Secret Service rushed him off the stage. Blood on Trump's face. CNN seems to be pretty accurate.
So CNN has made it actually has actually managed to cover it. Well, I just looked at CNN. Secret Service rushes Trump off stage after he falls at rally. Is their front line?
Not for me. For me, their front line is Trump pumping the fist, that picture, and then saying Trump injured in incident at Pennsylvania rally. Loud bangs were heard.
Let's see. So,
the question.
reporters
Fire
at the
is
rally in
answer.
Butler, Pennsylvania, where former President Donald Trump was rushed off stage, reported that they heard a series of loud explosions or bangs before Secret Service agents rushed towards Trump.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Yeah, no, the CNN also has the same thing. Secret Service rushes Trump off stage after he falls at rally, is what I'm seeing.
I mean, I'll send you a screenshot of what I've got. Oops.
Heresy's
Somehow the
the question.
mainstream
Fire is the
media is
answer.
fumbling this really fucking badly.
That's what it looks like to me there.
Trump injured in incident in Pennsylvania rally. Loud bangs were heard, and the former president dropped to the
Service
ground. Secret
guarantees
Service rushed him off on
citizenship.
stage after he got to his feet. Yeah, that's better. Your version is better than mine.
ATF agents en route to ATF. Alcohol, tobacco,
and firearms. But they're really heavily fucking armed and armored too, so they're probably like the rapid response, I guess.
Right.
NBC
guarantees
News is actually
citizenship.
covering it accurately. Shots fired at rally. Meanwhile, the Huffington Post, Trump's win would mean the end of the Constitution. Well, bitch, I fucking better hope you're dug in, because,
You. My God.
this is not the time.
Dev, will you condemn this cowardly assassination attempt? Yeah, I've already done that several times. Yes.
He has.
Stop being like a weirdo leftoid who's like, you must condemn publicly. You must come out and make a statement. It's like, shut the fuck up.
Dev has an alibi. He's been with me here all the time. I know, it's almost too good of an alibi. There are, again, people saying that the shooter has been killed, but I can't find anything mentioning that.
Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
Yeah. Oh my God! Someone in the chat again. This Mike guy is fucking crazy. Dev, Biden refuses to condemn this. It just happened. Give him a fucking second.
Yeah,
He's probably gotta warm up first.
You gotta give him a moment. Trump rushed off stage during disturbance at Pennsylvania rally. ABC News. Oh, come on. Oh, what the fuck? Ooh, okay. Oh, I don't know about that.
What's going on?
Supposedly, I can't find the actual link to this, which is the problem. Newsweek alleges that Marjorie Taylor Greene, the U.S. representative, is saying that the U.S. people will fight, as Donald Trump has told them to.
I mean, that's the kind of unhinged shit she would say, yeah.
Yeah, but it's like, Republicans, you gotta calm down too. This is an enormous fucking opportunity you have here. Calm down and use it well. Okay, it is not on her actual page. So, I don't know.
No, I found it. Here it is.
You found it?
At the end of this, she says, President Trump said fight, so we will.
Yeah, Republicans, you gotta keep cool here. You gotta keep it nice and chill. This is an enormous political opportunity. This is what this is.
Heresy's the question.
This is
fire is the answer.
4 years in office. This is 8 years in office. This is a carte blanche to do anything you want. Don't waste it.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Here's the thing, if Republicans in response to this do something as disorderly as like another January 6th, they will have wasted all their momentum. It will all be gone.
There is a way to fuck this up.
The shooter's been identified as Sam Hyde.
Holy shit. Elon Musk just tweeted out the raised fist thing. That is the image that wins this presidential race.
Yep. Yeah, Tucker posted it too. Nick Merckx, I don't even think he's political. He posted it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer. Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
Let's see, here's the Elon
Man, this is nuts.
Musk one. The shot that rang around the world, says a one reply. Yep. Again, that
guarantees
fucking
citizenship.
picture. That picture with Trump, bloodied, raised fist, American flag in the background. Holy fucking shit, that's a picture. That is an incredible picture. Right. There doesn't appear to be any more immediate news. All we seem to know is that yes, he was shot at. There were multiple shots. He was hit. But that he appears to be in good health. As far as we can tell. And that the mainstream media is absolutely fucking bungling the coverage of it. Amazingly so.
Oh my god. Okay, so you're starting to do this, or people are starting to do this, where like you have criticisms of Trump that go beyond criticism and actually kind of go into deranged territory. So like, redrawing Trump as Hitler, right? Shit like that. Because there are criticisms of Trump, but there's like also nonsense. And you have people who have posted their Trump is a fascist or Trump is Hitler on Twitter. And now those people are all getting dogpiled of like, you caused this, you did this.
I mean, that's going to happen. Because, again, they have no adequate response to that accusation. The left has been accusing the right of doing this for ages. You don't condemn racism. You don't talk about it. Your jokes cause racism. Blah, 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 blah. They have been accusing us of this now for so long. They have no standing here when the right does this to them. It's going to be used against them. And it's going to be used with far more conviction against them. I understand it's the tool of the enemy. I understand it's not fair. But, yeah.
So I think Zontar made that. And Zontar is a viewer of
Guarantees
mine.
citizenship.
So,
Jesus.
memes, guys.
Yep. They're... When was this posted? The New Republic,
I think it was a few days ago. Wasn't
July 7th. Oh, yeah, that's not a good look.
it? Yep.
That is not a good look. Right, well, if anyone has ever wanted to see what the pendulum swing looks like, IRL, in real time, this is it. This is it right here. Don Wick, Chapter 2, Annihilation. Yep. Biggest US news story since 9/11? I fucking think so, probably, yes. The assassination attempt on Donald Trump.
Okay, so the craziest, most left-wing parts of Twitter, they're doing shit like this.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Yep. Well, hey, if the left wants to absolutely fucking bury themselves, I am all for it. Okay.
Yep. I do hope cooler heads prevail, but it feels like it's not going to happen.
Let's see. Let's just have he's gonna have a troll through my Twitter, I guess. It hasn't quite, occurred to many people just yet.
Found a few OnlyFans thoughts who are posting Trump got shot with like pictures of their naked asshole.
Well, you gotta take advantage of the news story when it's there.
Mm-hmm.
Holy fucking shit. Okay. All right. Well, here we go indeed. Here we fucking go. Let me just do one more update on the news story.
Service
See if anything else had come out.
I'm gonna see what like the establishment Democrats are saying. So like the Democratic Party, Biden's account, Kamala's account, Nancy Pelosi.
Let's see. President Biden, anything? Nothing from Biden. What about Bill Gates? Nope. Barack Obama, maybe?
To be fair, a lot of these accounts don't post like constantly, so.
Yeah. I mean, if I was any establishment character right now, I would be shutting the fuck up until my team could get over it.
Yeah. Yeah, like right now, all these people are probably actually doing something more important than posting on Twitter anyway.
Yep, and actually, Raging Golden Eagle, a friend of the channel, of course, puts it perfectly right here. Now, can we finally stop trying to project violent extremism on the right and admit we have a far left violent extremism problem? Yeah, that is the takeaway from this, and there is not going to be any arguing against it whatsoever.
I mean, he's technically he's technically partially wrong. We still have a right wing extremism problem as well. There's still right wing violence, but like right now, this is obviously a leftist. Yes, obviously. Yes.
I was about to say, Dev. Dev comes out like, this was a deep ploy by the Republicans. Dev, come.
Listen. All right, the Jewish space laser is beaming information directly into my brain. Okay, I can see the patterns. I know the conspiracy theory is true. That this was all actually just set up by Trump to make himself more electable, which is why he actually had the ketchup packet behind his ear. That's what's going on here. That's all it is. It's all been fake. It's all fake news. It's fake news, guys. It's
that would be one fuck of a 75-dimensional chess move. Yo, this is gonna be quite the fucking thing. Okay, so there does not appear to be any news right now.
No. Chat, I'm not both sidesing this. This is very clearly one side that did this, obviously. If you think I'm saying both sides are at fault here, you weren't fucking listening to what I was saying, and you're just reacting.
You're saying both sides have some very fine people on them, Dev?
Yes, of course. Trump is right about that.
Yeah, no, the people who know Trump will get that one. Hold on. What the fuck?
Zontar, I gave Arch your meme. I'm not in control of the stream.
What the Okay, so hear me out here. This is probably like they had a news coverage thing up and they were just editing it. But this is the Wall Street Journal announcing 2 hours ago that Trump was shot.
What's the link there? Hold on. You have the 2 hours ago Trump taken off stage. Yeah, I mean, okay. It could be the case this was all planned and they had the news article ready to go, but it's probably that like they had like a placeholder that was there.
Well, Dev, thank you for laying out that option, so I didn't have to.
Or yeah, timestamp error, yeah.
Or like there was probably like online like with this stream where you renamed the title or something. That's probably what happened. It's just, oh boy, that holy shit, that looks funny. So yes, chat, that's probably just a update. Yeah, the update to July 13. That's probably what had happened there. It's just that looked fucking ridiculous.
Yep, Secret Service reported that Trump is safe and okay. I saw that too,
yep.
Rasta.
I saw that one. He's being rushed to a hospital, is the one where I can see. Well, duh. Yep. Let's see here. We have a live update from the Associated Press. Trump whisked off stage after the parent gunshot ring at a Pennsylvania rally. He mentioned this in... that they said he was all right in this one. Where was it? Ah, yes, there we go. A Trump spokesman said the former president is fine and he's being checked at a medical facility. The Secret Service also said in a statement that the former president is safe. And said
Heresy's
President
the
Joe
question.
Biden has
Fire
received
is
an
the
initial
answer.
briefing on the internet. I bet you his fucking asshole puckered. I bet you here.
Service guarantees
If Biden
citizenship.
is lucid right now, he's probably panicking a little bit.
Yep.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Oh, hold on. Let's see.
Service guarantees citizenship.
One person's apparently dead at the rally, says people in chat. Let's see if we can find it.
All right, here we go. Yeah, liberal accounts are celebrating the. Yeah, people on Twitter. Sad they missed. Sad they missed. Glad they tried. God, what level of brain rot must you be on to go like, oh yeah, I'm really bummed out that they didn't manage to assassinate my political opponent. Do you have any idea how unbelievably bad this makes you look? I'm sad they missed, so sad they missed, I'm so sad they missed, yeah. Holy
shit,
fuck.
dude.
And thank you, chat, for pointing that one out.
Yeah, just searching sad they missed. That's fucking wild, dude.
I'm so sad they missed. Fucking hell. Wow. Okay. I mean, if you want to absolutely fucking annihilate your own political movement, this is
Service guarantees citizenship.
this is how you do it. So thanks, I guess.
I'm still trying to see. Yeah, I'm still trying to see a confirmation of someone being dead there.
Okay. All right. Until I guess we'll start wrapping up the super chats on this. I'm gonna actually skip
Hold on,
ahead to
here's-
the Trump ones
Heresy's the question.
to deal with those
Fire
as
is
they're
the
kind of like the
answer.
thing now.
Is this the? I was talking about this part of the live stream. This is on the Fox stream.
Is this the shooter? Let's see. So it's a video of a man being manhandled by the police. Like 4 officers are dragging a guy away. He does not seem to be moving. He looks, yeah, he looks possibly to be dead. Like there's no motion. There's a
They're
very
just carrying him. Yeah.
yeah. There's a very short clip where you actually see like just an arm, but he does not seem to be struggling. He seems completely limp.
Okay, so this was in Pennsylvania. This is the governor of Pennsylvania actually put out a statement. So we're gonna start seeing official statements now.
Chat goes Baldwin? Question mark. Probably not.
So this is a Democratic senator, or sorry, governor of the state this happened in, Josh Shapiro. Violence targeted at any political party or political leaders is unacceptable. It has no place in Pennsylvania or the United States. Pennsylvania State Police are on the scene. Okay.
Yep, praying for the president. Yeah. So the shooter might be dead, from what we can see. Might. And I mean, if he shot at Trump from within the venue, there ain't no fucking chance he's gonna walk out of there.
Yep.
Well, boy, that stream took a
Service
turn.
guarantees citizenship.
Yeah, several confirmations now, several different sources. Trump is safe. Biden's getting briefed. They woke him up from his nap.
They were there.
Heresies the
They
question.
shook him awake.
Fire is the answer.
Mr. President, what? You just lost the election. Fuck. I mean, that's a good one there, actually. Brought up by Lumi, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Now's the time for every American who loves our country to step back from the division, renounce all violence, and unite in prayer for President Trump and his family. Yes. Yes. Do not do anything. Republican Party, don't do anything. Nothing.
Yep. Same with the Dems, too. You guys, everyone needs to calm the fuck down right now.
I don't know. Dems, you go ahead. You continue to dig this hole. I'm fine with that.
Let's be real, Arch. Come on.
Dev, I see a hole that could be deeper. I see an electoral victory of 80-70% that could be 90.
Let's be responsible here.
Oh, no, boy. Okay. Where did let's see here. Subject Noble, Trump just be shot, but I don't think it is critical. It does not appear to be. From multiple sources now, Trump appears to be safe. Ross Pendragon, also most of the fictional stuff I found about Yasuke. Other than the manga, you see from the occasional cameo, and it's about Nobunaga. Oh, that was one before. Yeah, shots fired at Trump rally. Alamandrius, no Dev, your response is you have DDS. At the end of Lady Columbia, right? Ignorance is evil. Me go back to the 8th grade. Artemis Fowl says I'll pay $50 for him to come back, Dev. I think it will be funny. Adamadorius, Dev, I put a response, $10 super chat, and you ignored it. Or any of those. That was the one where Dev was like, I don't think I'll be around much longer.
Well, something kind of happened, it turns out.
Yeah, shots fired at Trump rally in PA. Enterprising the Grey Ghost, just saw your CNN video. Be mindful they might just hire a DI consulting company to replace the fired staff. Well, let me tell you, they're not going to do that now. They are not. Goddamn. And
oh my god, trending, how do you miss one job?
yeah, okay, yeah. Lumi is in our
God.
Discord now, so this is her trending page. How do you miss shooter one job? Fucking Christ. Now, to be fair, they're lesser than staged. Okay, the Deviant 74D chess theory is trending as well. All right, well, again, if he pulls this off, then I guess he deserves it. What can I say? Anime document, shot clip Trump's ear. Anonymous foul, Arch, check messages. I shall. PI, Dev, where's the video from Trump? Video from Trump? It looks like it skimmed his head,
Fire is the answer.
says Artemis. Yeah, that's what I think too. It looked like it might have actually hit him and like skimmed him or nicked him or something. Alamandorius, Dev, Deviants. Is that the server? Just making sure. Is that your server, Deviants?
My server is
Deviants?
Devocracy.
Oh.
Yeah, the Devocracy is the server.
At Hint of Lady Columbia, if he lives, Trump's win 2024, man. Yeah, the Republicans are going to need to do something remarkable to fuck this up. Something truly remarkable. Alamandros, all bickering aside between us now, Dev, what do you think this will cause?
Fire is the answer.
Boy. There's a
my! So
question.
someone in the chat said that David Pacman's chat is saying that it was faked, and they are.
Okay. Sure.
Guys, you guys gotta calm the fuck down.
Yeah, no, see, we're being very careful about what we're saying and showing here. The left-wing brain rot is deep, what can I say? But the question, what do you think this will cause? Ideally, I think this will cause nothing. Ideally, I think that both parties, like the Democrat response to this needs to be to shut the fuck up, not say a word. And whatever comes out of their mouth needs to be thoughts and prayers to President Trump. Because he's going to be president soon. And the Republicans, also, complete fucking silence. Absolutely nothing. No, we're gonna fight now. No, we must resist. State the facts as they appear at the moment. Nothing more. Nothing. And so long as everybody keeps their fucking cool, this is going to be one of the largest electoral victories in Republican history. And it will guarantee Trump a mandate to do whatever the fuck he pleases. Artemis Fowl, this is a result of the hysteria of Democrats claiming Trump will SEAL Team 6 people. Destiny and Pisco are fear-mongering people into TDS. I agree. And what is the leftist argument against that? There is none. This is what they have been doing. This is what it resulted in. Fair, according to your own logic. Guilt by association.
Hold on. I haven't seen Destiny call for political violence. I haven't even seen Pisco call for political violence, and Pisco's pretty far left.
All right.
I've seen Vosh call for political violence. You can put it on him.
Oh, you know what should be happening right now? YouTube purges. It's time for the other side, Dev, to experience the hard days. Okay, hold on 1 second. Okay, I'm going to do something I never wanted to do ever in my life. I'm going to go to YouTube, and I'm going to search Vosh. He's streaming. Trump assassination attempt. Oh boy, I hope he's digging his own grave. Let's put it like that.
Fire is the answer.
Okay. I hope he's speaking from the liver, because if somebody could find a way off the internet right about now, it would be him.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Fucking... The mainstream media continues to treat this as if it isn't happening. CBS News, Trump allies and opponents react after possible shots fired at rally with the picture of Trump bleeding from the head. Possible shots. Motherfuckers, this is the easiest optics battle you've ever had, and you are failing.
The easiest battle you've ever lost.
Yes. Like, the mainstream media is just aggressively snatching fucking defeat from the jaws of at least a draw or victory here. They are aggressively trying to make this bad for themselves however they can. Fucking hell. Mercenaries, anyone?
Yeah. So someone in the chat is saying that Destiny and Pisco are responsible because they fear-mongered about the Supreme Court immunity decision. Like, that's so fucking retarded. We have nothing that links anything to anything at this point, guys. Like, calm the fuck down. And also, I've watched their coverage. It wasn't even fear-mongering, even if I disagree with it. I'm not even sure I disagree with it, but, like, oh my god. Just because somebody has a reasonable analysis of a situation that is against your analysis does not make them evil. Like, just calm down, guys. Please.
Thank you very much, Ornu, for the 50 ArchCast memberships, by the way. Incredibly generous. I'm going to turn off the alerts because it's kind of playing non-stop right now. Thank you very much to everyone who's donating. I appreciate all of you. Of course, we will get to it. It's just this is one of those unironically 9/11 moments where you're sitting there and you're like, wow, this is a thing now.
Yep.
And the consequence of this could be very far-reaching. Like, on that topic, Tim Pool, Civil War, right? I would not at all be surprised if YouTube is going to fucking smash this with the stick of fucking Damocles.
Yeah, and like a desperate attempt to try and make sure a civil war doesn't happen.
Yeah, I think everybody is going to need to be very careful about what they say about this after this, because this is going to be incredibly volatile. But again, that fucking picture, good God, it's such a good picture. It is such an amazing picture. Mercy Next 21, I have warned everyone about this. Gloves are off. Gloves need to stay on for everybody's own benefit, for the Republicans' own benefit. The gloves stay on. This is the highest high horse you have ever seen in your life. This is the greatest moral altitude from which you have ever been able to dump upon your opponents. Value it. Again, this is founding fathers carte blanche to do whatever you want. Statement from the Trump campaign. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, we look at this one.
Lumi's being our little research woman. President Trump thanks law enforcement and first responders for their quick action during this heinous act. He is fine and is being checked out at a local medical facility. More details will follow. Yep. That's good. That's good. Trump, too, needs to have a calm down moment. He needs to have a nice cold glass of water before getting on Twitter. Boy. Secret Service struggled to remove Trump from stage due to weight of his enormous balls.
Oh my God.
That's pretty good. That is pretty good, actually, yes. We'll bring that up. Artemis Fowl. Trump is now the new bull moose. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Mercenaries 21. There is no coincidence this was planned with news. I mean... Who knows? Dry feet? Well, this is an interesting, very curious. If Trump is fine, and if not, then what is the fallout? Is the suspected shooter in custody? We know he's fine. Now, he is fine. Shooter, we don't know. All we have seen is what appears to be a limp form being dragged from the venue. Adornment, Democrats are definitely guilty. I mean, I ain't fucking arguing. Rusta Zero, Tim Pool frothing at the mouth right now. Anno document. Dev, let's see what the government says. The Biden response is going to be interesting. Sean King, well, that CIA agent is getting fired. At the end of Lady Columbia, Republican PSYOP, when people? I mean, hell, yeah, no, staged. Stage is trending, unironically. Fucking hell. Dry feet, now is the time, Dev. Conspiracy theories all around. Let's hear them all. Maybe it was aliens. Maybe it was aliens. Hiding in Dev's car while he moved specifically. It wasn't me. Well, thank you for clearing that up. Oversaturated market. The government investigated itself and found it should have really hired a far better marksman. I'm at least glad we can joke about it a little bit.
All right, so... Yeah, Nikki Haley has given her statement. Violence against presidential candidates must be normalized. This should horrify every freedom-loving American. Yep.
Yeah.
That's how it should be.
Yep.
Okay. One of my mods, Dragon Fat. Hold on.
Assassinating presidential candidates should be unacceptable. Agree.
Okay. Give me a second, Arch.
All right. Oliver Nord, while an earshot isn't quite a miss, it doesn't count as a headshot either. Wonder how many HP he has left. Anyway, patch that. Bleeding effect is a bitch. Oh yeah, but ears bleed. You would not fucking believe, but there's a lot of blood circulating up there. Subject Noble, in the video, the police said the shooter is down. Artemis Fowl, Dev, send it to me. Dev, send it to me. Dev? Oh, I don't know. PC, looking forward to the Dems denouncing the assassination attempt. Trump will end democracy, but you can't shoot him. They will, right? Yeah. See, that's a good point, too. What the fuck is their argument now? It's like, he will destroy democracy. Oh, wow. So he's a threat to the republic, is he? Yeah. But don't assassinate him, though. Like, So, you're lying on one of those two, aren't you? Which one is it? J-Rod, do it, Arch. This is history. It is. Dry feet. Well, Dev, when is the video? First no trucker video, now no Trump video. You're falling behind in your content production. He is. When is the assassination video? To be fair, I think everyone should be very fucking careful making videos on this. Lagnat, it's not blood on the shirt, it's his MAGA hat. Before they stand him up, they say the shooter's down, the mic picked up everything up. Okay, that would make sense, actually. Yes, but yeah, because there's no blood on the other pictures. Okay, fair enough, yes. That makes sense.
Yeah, I'm back. What did I miss?
Nothing much. Just reading Superchats.
I'm going to give you this. It is a video of a corpse, though.
Oh,
you can at least... You can play the audio for the chat. This comes from my moderator, Dragon Fat Deposits. So thanks for that.
Thank you. Right. Let's see here. Okay, so this video appears to show a motionless body at a Trump rally, because there's MAGA hats, laying on some sort of elevated structure, like a podium or something. That might, or on like a barn or a house or something, looks like. No visible weapons or anything. He is not moving. Presuming. I am assuming his gender. So that might be a shooter again. Which would be consistent with maybe a long-range shot.
Well, it looks like the same guy that was carried down on that Fox News stream.
Maybe.
Like the same clothing?
I can't really tell. All right. Okay. So rifle, possibly. At the end of Lady Columbia, Dev, I think I hate to vote red now. I have to vote red now, I guess, for stability.
You know, I wouldn't blame anyone if they did at this point. I understand.
Anonymous Foul, I just analyzed the video. Trump was, look to the right. The bullet traveled across the stage and clipped his ear. That is the reason none of the audience was hit. If he had been staring forward, he would be dead. Possibly. Adam Ackman, how is your hunger, Art? Starting to get hungry now, actually. This is...
It's been a while now, yeah.
We're approaching pastry time now. Axiom Seraph, all they do is say he's an existential threat to democracy, then scream stochastic terrorism. When we talk about crime data, screw them. Nyotsu, Dev, we need a government official to say if Trump won. That's true, Dev. Don't get a hold ahead of yourself here. Thomas Vortzer seems to have been about 9 shots. 3 initial ones that startled him, then about 5 in quick succession, and 1 after a few seconds. Guessing some of them were the police shooting the gunner down. Yeah, quite possibly. There was one other picture that showed what appeared to be like a proper security guard in tac gear and carrying what looked like an MP5 or an AR-15 or something. So, and again, you take a shot at the president, there's gonna be return fire pretty fucking aggressively.
Yep.
Dreyfy, well, Arch, congratulations on your newfound millions. Too bad YouTube took such a large cut. Not a millionaire yet, but hey, if somebody wants to donate $1 million, that would make the day even more memorable, I guess. Actually, don't do it on YouTube, because, you know, that would... that would haunt me forever at that point. Like, God damn it! 30% to the big guy. We are joking, of course. Calm. Karen Frazier, this has been the worst assassination attempt in the history of assassination attempts, maybe ever. God, I want to hear I want to hear Trump say that. I want to hear Trump just absolutely ballsing it up. Like, this was the worst assassination attempt ever. Couldn't even shoot straight. Look at me. I am humongous. Still missed. That would be good. Anime Document, so, how does Dev fit into the floorboards, Arch?
A whole bunch of people on Twitter are saying that a guy named Mark Violets was the shooter. And they're all reposting the same image of him. However, the more that I look, the more that I don't think this is true. I'll give it to you anyway, Arch. Like, you can find this picture with this caption being posted by like hundreds of fucking accounts right now. Of course, they all say breaking, and they all have the fucking siren emoji. But I mean, it could be. Who knows? But like, the more I look, I'm trying to find it, and then like, one guy posted a video of this same person. And here, I'll just come on. Oh, come on.
Yeah, I automatically disregard any message that starts with flashing lights breaking. So
yep,
I'm gonna say no to that one just straight off the bat.
Yeah. So the people who are posting that are also posting an image of the same guy, saying this is him. He's like doing some communist shit, but this is in Italian, and like, he's speaking in Italian, and behind him, the pictures behind him are Italian. And if you look up his Italian name, Marco Violi, his Instagram is all in Italian. I think someone, like, just trolled. Someone dropped this random Italian communist activist, and now everyone's picking up every single fucking Twitter account. Like like a bunch of like right-leaning Twitter news accounts like Clown World and Wall Street Silver, all these fucking guys, they're all reporting this like it's true, and it doesn't seem to be true.
Yep.
So
yeah. Again, anything that starts with flashing lights, auto disregard.
Yep. Guys, this is why you can't be conspiracy brained. You must always confirm and look for evidence.
Dean Domino 25, I'll steel man the Tim position. It's not that they want a civil war, it's just that they view the US on an inevitable road to one and would rather get it over with than this whole managed decline. Yep, no, I agree. That is the Tim Pool position, as far as I can see. And hey, a third American Civil War would be interesting from a historical perspective, at least, I guess. Says the Norwegian, at a safe distance. Dreyfy, on a serious note, I will say I am curious what actual details of this will come out in the coming days, weeks, and months. Oh, fuck yes. This is a historical moment, and no doubt about it. Mercenary X21, get ready for this to get much, much worse. Well, okay, a moment of optimism here. Presuming everybody keeps their fucking testicles in order, untwisted, and everybody just calms down. Again, this is Trump winning the election in a landslide, okay? This is Trump being handed a mandate to do anything he wants. Trump wants to disband the FBI? Done. Clear the swamp? Done. Reform fucking basic elements of the state? Done. you just need to take this win for a win, and maybe we can avoid all of this entirely. Maybe we can actually get good institutional reform against the extreme leftism. You know, this could be a good thing. This could make things better, as crazy as it sounds. So Nico, Dev, you don't know jack about firearms or firearms safety, especially the 4 rules. You also don't know about calibers of firearms, how they arc, I guess.
This is referring to the Alec Baldwin thing. What I do, listen. I could not actually tell you the 4 rules of firearm safety right now, but I have heard them and I have talked about them before, and I generally agree with them. However, I also understand that things are different in different locations. Everything you're saying makes complete sense on a firing range. Things are different when you're on a movie set with an armor. It's not the same thing.
Vodka latte. I swear if the Republican National Congress, RNC, National, I don't know, fucks this up, holy shit, yeah. I will be amazed too, but there are ways to fumble even this ball. Shoot me dead, calling it transbiological male over 21, under 25. Oh boy. I tell you this, if this was a trans shooter, ooh. Commander Wolf, well shit, so interesting November this year, that's going to be for sure. Is he the most recent president to have an assassination attempt on his life? Well, he's definitely the most recent, because it happened 11 minutes ago, but yes. There hasn't been too many assassination attempts on US presidents. Ala Mandoria says, guys, Dev literally isn't both siding this. Cut up some slack here, seriously. Now is not the time.
Thank fucking God there's a few people who still have their brains attached.
A little levity, okay? Sven Hallgren, my guess is still going to be that the hotheads are going to do something crazy and screw this up, and the legacy media will eat it up, cue fear-mongering like what happened last time. That is what I fear too, yep. Rustacito, Secret Service reporting Trump is safe and okay. Yep, that is what we've heard. Dryfee, Dev, how much money have you made Arch in Superchat at this point playing the heel? Number is incalculable.
Probably a fair bit.
Let's just put it like this. If I ever go to America and Dev decides to travel the 50 miles by car to wherever I am, I will buy him dinner. Yeah. I'll take him out for a nice dinner. But I won't peg you, Dev. I'm sorry, I have a line. You know, we can't do that. It's too much. Just a dinner, nothing else.
But wasn't the last assassination attempt, wasn't that Reagan?
I don't know. Probably. So on the Lich, nothing is connected. Stop having a TTS. Fat comic up. Strigoy, it's after 4 o'clock. Biden isn't home. Robert Davis, CNN says his Secret Service interrupted him. Interrupted him going to beat the shit out of the gunman, no doubt. Strigoy, Elon just endorsed Trump for president. Did he? Well,
Biden was at a church doing just one of many rallies you do during a campaign, right? So he was at a church when it happened, and he walked out of the church, and someone asked him about it. He's like, I don't know. And then I assume he got briefed after that because this was pretty early on.
Yep. Let's see. Has Elon said anything else on this? Last time America had the Canada this tough, it was Theodore Roosevelt. Theodore Roosevelt, yep. Well, I mean... Oh, there we go. I fully endorse President Trump and hope for his rapid recovery. Okay, so... Yeah, it does kind of look like he's resisting the Secret Service dragging him off stage. Oh, that is kind of brilliant. Oh boy. Dryfee, I guess the ArchCast is going to be an all-night. Dev, you'll have to eat on stream.
Oh no.
Bacon Slayer, what a day. Some people are thinking this was staged. The shooter was taken out. No one's been hit that attended. As far as we know, what a day. Well, let me put it like this. If it comes out that this was staged, it'll be a bigger drama than the fact that Boogie lied about having cancer. Okay? It's going to be pretty huge, but...
Yeah, guys, Boogie's off the hook now.
Boogie's off
shit
the
about
hook
that
now.
anymore.
Oh, fuck. That fat fuck wiggled off. Right off. He's away. Dr. Disrespect,
he
everybody.
keeps getting away with it. Like, something always happens to get Boogie off the hook.
Holy shit, Boogie did it. Oh my god.
Boogie did it.
Boogie did it. Nobody's going to be talking about my medical documents after this, pang pang. I'm joking, YouTube. Joking. Hands up, joking. Oh, Jesus. Alex Kenny, the left can't aim. The whole thing was staged. Trump establishment, says Drunk Atheist. I think you are too drunk, unfortunately. Most next 21, the cops are all over the street in CA right now. In CA? California? John Smith, well, I said I was only going to give you 5, but the left has dug too greedily, and they have uncovered their demon. They have.
Arch. Okay, you gotta check this shit out. So first, I'm gonna post you a Garfield tweet, okay?
Okay.
Look at what it's replying to, and then look at what it's quote tweeting in that order.
Alright. Let's see here. Maybe take a look in the mirror, Nate. Some of you really shouldn't be tweeting right now. Right, my point is that you believe Trump poses an exceptional threat. You should be willing to throw out the rules and do something.
Nate Silver, please. Just go do something else for the night, man. Go play Elden Ring or something, man. Like,
that's a fucking... Oh, that is a fucking slay right there. Oh, my Jesus. Oh, my fucking God. Oh, wow. You know, that's... Fucking nuked from orbit. Absolutely. Holy shit. Because this is the point I made, though, earlier. If the Democrats keep going like, he's a threat to democracy, he's a threat to the public, rah, rah, rah. Okay, what you're saying there is that exceptional measures are required. Now, we know you don't mean it. We know this is a talking point because he was already president for 4 years and he didn't do anything crazy. We know that. But now something crazy has happened. And now all of those takes are starting to sound really fucking bad.
I think the reason that people were so scared about the Trump second term is because Trump said, you know what? I'm just going to put in a whole bunch of Trump loyalists and forget about trying to play nice with the Republicans, and I'm just going to purge everyone and everything. So everyone's like, oh shit. Lumi's currently in a Twitter space listening. Some reporters are saying that there was a second shooter who was in custody.
Okay, let me see here. Alright, so I got sent one on Twitter as well, as a personal message from Tag the Mage. Thank you very much. I can't show it because it has, like, you know, blood and what appears to maybe be body or something. I'm already pushing it by showing the Trump picture. But it appears to be a picture from the bleachers. It shows blood. The guy in the bleachers next to me hit in the head and killed. Trump hit. Now, there's no evidence of a gun in that one, so it might be that the idea that it's 2 shooters, either there might have been 2 shooters, one on the roof and one in the stands, or the guy in the stands might actually have been an innocent bystander hit, potentially.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Someone behind Trump, like the bullet went and hit him instead.
Yeah. Yeah, that might have been, but somebody appears to have been hit amongst the audience. I need to find that fantastic picture of Trump again. There we go. Dreyfy, dear God, yes, curious what nuanced opinion Wash will have. I expect it to be entertaining. I'm half tempted to listen in, but I ain't taking that chance. I feel like he might be saying something that's going to get him off YouTube if he was on the wrong side of the spectrum. PSU, even Israel is commenting first. Oranu, member for 17 months, and thank you very much for the gifted memberships, by the way, sir. I just got woken up by violent thunder, and I hear complete nonsense. At least I get to read the sensible people of ArchChat breaking it. ShadowFox2300, and now Trump is going to look like Teddy Roosevelt after this. Oh, fuck yeah. Deathless Soldier becomes a member. Thank you very much. Dear Lameger, there was a bystander who got ended by a stray. Matthew Engel, a photographer for the event.
Hey, wait a second. Isn't Sargon like on a trip in America right now?
I think so.
I see. It was him, guys. He did it.
So another tweet from Lumi. An emergency room doctor I spoke with tried to save someone's life in the crowd. So there's definitely someone in the crowd who was hit. But whether it was by a stray... Oh yeah, he is covered in blood. Whether it was by a stray or by the security detail returning fire, we don't know. Glow in the dark. Did you guys hear? Kib's sock fund was completed. Well, good news. Chad is working on the skirt fund now. After programmer socks, it's all downhill for Kib's masculinity. He never had much to begin with. We have a statement from Barack Obama.
Our boy Obama.
It's time to bring out the old meme. Thanks, Obama.
Thanks, Obama.
There's absolutely no place for political violence in our democracy, although we don't yet know exactly what happened. We should all be relieved that former President Trump wasn't seriously hurt, and use this moment to recommit ourselves to civility and respect in our politics. Michelle and I are wishing him a quick recovery. Well, Brock, I better not see you mentioning anything about our democracy being under threat or anything, Mr. Buriek. Let's see here.
Oh my god, I just thought of the edgiest fucking joke. It will make your entire chat hate me if I say it.
Oh boy, Dev. Oh boy.
What do you think, Arch? Should I pull the trigger? Should I toss the grenade?
I think I could use a few more super chats. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't know why everyone's complaining about what happened. I thought conservatives liked shooting pedophiles.
What the fuck? I don't even... What?
What, you didn't get it?
No.
Wait, you didn't see... There was like a case against Trump a couple weeks ago where he was accused of like raping a 13-year-old.
Okay. I didn't hear about that, no.
Okay, well, Jesus, all right.
Well, Christ, Dev, that was way worse than I expected.
I told you it was going to be bad. What did you
Dev,
fucking think?
Cancel yourself now. Everyone, chat. Dev evil. Can't forever. The fact there is an immediate and strict condemnation the fact there is from his team is odd. Do they pander that much to the crazies? They can't risk that? There isn't, I'm presuming. Yeah, no, it's a bit strange that there hasn't been one. Let me see. Let me check Biden's account. President Biden. Yep, still nothing. I mean, I guess they got to put some drugs in them first, but you'd figure that they'd just be able to put out a pretty blank statement like, "Don't shoot presidential candidates." Cough, whatever. Isn't. Yeah, isn't. I figured. Gulo looks like the bullet entered beside the nose and exited in front of the air. Does it? I didn't see that. Skullthrower88 was Milo scorned again. Milo?
Milo.
Brian Linden. I hope the Secret Service yelled Donald Duck.
Donald Duck. That's good.
That's good. Steel Manning, I'm calling it. It was a leftist who bought an AR, took it to a 50-meter range a few times, and tried to take a 200-meter shot because their training was movies. Maybe. Glow in the dark, possible shoots fired at Trump, indeed. He is fine from what we can tell, from what we've heard so far. Ala Mandoria, CNN, Trump spokesperson says he is fine following injury at Pennsylvania rally. Watch CNN. Starscream 1540, even Schenk Yuga denounces the attempt, even the bison, and reluctantly said Trump looked strong. He tells his audience not to attack Republicans. Check it out. What? I mean, no, judging by the Twitter reaction, you do actually need to point that out, but holy shit. Imagine the Republican presidential candidate gets shot at, and as a leftist, you have to go, okay, don't attack Republicans over this.
Well, that's why Artemis stopped watching. He went to go be a guest on Wick.
Oh, bitch, Artemis. Bitch.
He's abandoned.
Nightlighter, do you have a PayPal so we can send you money without and other services taking a cut? Streamlabs would be the best way. I do have a PayPal, but I don't like having the PayPal link in the description or something because I feel dirty if I do that. It feels too much like me holding out my hand like, PayPal. I know, it's stupid. I'm already receiving Superchats and have a Streamlab. I know, it's dumb, it's hypocritical, but it feels wrong, okay? And I am an emotional being. I act based upon my gut. My belly tells me wrong. Heat, welcome to 2024, where an anti-gun celebrity has a better KD ratio than a presidential assassin. Starscream 1540, what happens if this is a never Trumper? I mean, that might actually be better, honestly. If this is a rhino or something, I would lead to one hell of a purge of the Republican Party. Ornu, bashing Dev is a comfort reaction for some people. And hey, I can kind of understand. It's a stress ball. Glow in the dark, possible suspect, China. He's got a little red flag in his pocket somewhere. Dryfee, last attempt. I wouldn't count it, but I suppose Bush and the shoe. I mean, if I was Trump, I'd have bulletproof glass around me after this. I'd be Pope mobiling this. You know the Pope mobile with the bulletproof glass on the back and the stand? That one. Glow in the dark, the last assassination attempt was at Congress baseball game. Steve Scalise went to the hospital, was a leftist Bernie bro. American Outlier. Here's the most famous US president assassination attempt was Andrew Jackson. The guy shot and the gun misfired. While AJ stood there, then the guy reloaded, misfired again, and Andrew Jackson beat his ass almost to death with his cane. Base is fucked. I remember that one. Andrew Jackson was an interesting character. Reigning Terror. The Democrats decided to use the Deviant solution. Ooh, the Deviant solution. I condemn the Deviant solution. Bug5654, Lumi Love. The tortilla receives plaudits. Yes, good tortilla. Glow in the dark, it's a cover-up. Man shot was a witness in Boogie trial. Boogie will get away with it again. Oh boy.
Oh my god, Boogie. Boogie's at the center of everything.
Boogie is the deep state. Warpo Al Big Daddy. Dev, you are a bad faith actor because you've shown off diaper art commissions on your stream yet. Yet you deny your love of diapers. That's true. I think. I don't know. I assume. Ornu. Bad Dev. Should have called Trump a philander or politician. Would have landed better. It would have. Yeah, no, Dev, your joke would have been spot on if you were like, what's up, conservatives? Aren't you pro shooting politicians or something? Dev, you fumbled it, my bro. You fumbled it. Skullstone 88, the left got aim.
Yeah, people are saying that Trump was getting shot at by stormtroopers.
The bookie with the revolver picture.
Oh my god.
Oh shit, I know now. You know when Boogie fired that warning shot in the air?
Oh, it's just been going. It's been looping around the Earth this whole time.
It's just been fucking going. My god. It's trans-dimensional Boogie chess. Fuck, that man. Jesus. You know, they're gonna find the bullet that hit Trump, and it's gonna be a revolver bullet, and the guy's gonna have had a rifle, and they're gonna be like, how the fuck?
Okay, so this is unconfirmed. This is unconfirmed, guys. There are reports 5 days ago when Biden was on a phone call with like other like people like who are working on his campaign. He was on a phone call, and Biden casually said, "It's time to put Trump in the bullseye."
Ooh.
And like, okay, if he said that, that's very clearly like not. It's very clearly not a call to violence. It's very clearly him saying we got to take this guy out. We got to like go hard on the campaigning. I understand what's being said there, but considering the way that the left has interpreted, you know, relatively benign statements sometimes as calls to violence, that is going to fucking start spreading.
Okay, I found one mention of this. I don't even know what article this is. The Sun, New York. Biden threatened to put Trump in a bullseye, met with shrugs in contrast with Firestorm over pale in crosshairs. Will Biden be accused of advocating violence? Well, I don't know. I don't know anymore, but it's possible. It's possible. Well, actually, hold on. Drum roll here, but actually, he didn't put him in the crosshairs because he missed. Do you end Trump victory? And we all knew this was going to happen. I mean, it felt likely. Ricardo Ospina, Teddy Roosevelt got shot in the chest during a rally, finished the speech, and then went to the hospital. I mean, yeah, Trump should have continued talking, I guess. That would have been even better. Samson Quadev left call it planned assassination by Trump himself. Planned Parenthood, 70 years later, or 68 more currently.
But how long has it been now? An hour? Hour and a half?
I think so. I think an hour.
I think at this point, the president should have said something.
So 1 hour ago, we got the president says he's fine, so it's probably been an hour, 30 minutes maybe. All right, let's see if Biden has said anything. Because an hour should be enough time to formulate a don't shoot presidential candidates response. Let's see. So the Joe Biden account has said nothing. The President Biden account has said nothing.
How about the White House account?
Let's see. The White House account has said nothing.
Okay, let's see.
And the actual, leader of the United States of America, Jill Biden, has also said nothing. Yeah, it doesn't look like any of the... Let's see about Kamala. Oh.
Did
Well,
Kamala say something?
Yeah, she did. 2 hours ago, Vice President Kamala said, Republicans' elected officials have proposed and passed abortion bans that threaten doctors and nurses with prison time for providing care. To fight back and safeguard reproductive freedoms, we must restore the protections of Roe. That's all she said. As Trump was shot, she was talking about fighting back. Anything in the replies? Nope. What about Bernie? Bernie, come on, Bernie. Bernie! Bernie! Oh, Bernie hasn't said shit either. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez? Nothing. Okay. To be fair, I guarantee you, all of them right now are not thinking about what to say. They're thinking about damage control. They're thinking about how fucked they are. They are thinking about how badly they are going to lose this election. That's what they're thinking about right now. They are thinking about a electoral landslide, the likes of which has never before been seen, and they are trying to find some way to survive it, I'd guess. Sculptron 888, Joe Biden condemned this attempt on former President Kennedy's life. Icarus Gel, I'm not sure, guys, but I think the guy at the podium is a crisis actor. I recognize him from Home Alone 2. Perfect. Brilliant. That's a good one. That is a good one. Because if you don't know, if you're not aware, Trump was in Home Alone 2 for like 5 seconds, pointing the kid in the correct direction. Dustin Shupak, CNN, Secret Service rushed Trump off stage after he falls at a rally. Changed to Trump injured at Pennsylvania rally. It's unclear what happened. Yep, that's the mainstream media take. Rasta Zero, Harambe returned in our time of need to save Trump. Maybe it was Harambe who killed the shooter. Dr. Diddler, this is what happens when you say Trump will end democracy on every broadcast. Well done to Vorsh and Hassan, CNN. You built your own coffin. We can't but hope.
Be back in a second. I'm going to check something out real quick.
All right. Oliver Nord, Biden, put him in the bullseye. Secret Service, sir, you know we can hear you, right? Keith Lane, so you think the commie advisors Dev recommends wouldn't do this? You think the commie advisors Dev recommends wouldn't do this? Syntax. Oh boy. Right, previous super chats before all of this. Nightmare. HIV tweet is Dev's rare based and sneed-pilled moment. And Zero, grats on the weight loss at all. Oh, I am on it too. Oh, good. Hopefully you will succeed. Honest Foul. Dev stated that COVID mask mandates worked. To prove this, he linked a study that showed that respirators worked and that cloth masks had no impact. Adam Unfriended. In my opinion, the media's problems are more about ignorance, greed, and naivete than malice or incompetence. Also, I don't think the new orcs look Mexican. They seem more anime-like or Disney-ish to me. Sajjar, Dev, ESG is bad from the start. Whatever good it does, the negative it causes negate any good, and therefore you feck it out of there. A Witcher. So Steve, Bridget or Diane for the new woke moniker, baby. Arch, can you ask Dev on, did he do any research on the actual copyright patent enforcement on Korea when he made the Sweet Baby video? He did. I know that. He's told me about it. He did do that. Sajjar, Dev, communism and socialism are not designed to succeed. They're designed to collect power to the party who rules with an iron fist. Witcher. Sentinel Rex, what possible environment impact can a digital video game company have? ESG is a scam on its face. That is a good point. That is a very good point, sir. Black Hat 7K, Shift Up was already compromised. Everyone praising their TNA when they gaslight gamers for months about censorship, then Grum screaming, we won, when the company censored even more afterwards. Ranger Hale, I've heard it suggested that even if we get the perfect fusion, the left will reject it like the rest of nuclear. Do you think that is true? I think so. I do. Because it will solve the problem, and they cannot afford to solve the problem. Damondas89, ESG can go on forever if it becomes the new normal via bridge. Nightmare, Dev, do you follow Louise Rossman? I don't know who that is. Mr. Jade, Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be a dumpster fire. Probably. Mr. Frenzy, Arch, is Orc more or less offensive than Latinx? Less, I think. Rusticido, Todd Howard caressing his prophets, as he offers a free copy of Skyrim with Elder Scrolls 6, maintaining eye contact as he whispers, it just works. Mercenary X21, Starfield is going to be Michelangelo to Elder Scrolls. They are purposely making these games bad. It's not about money, it's about the message. And Ciro, Vera, so anyway, I started blasting. Oh god. Zero, What are you saying here, buddy? Dreyfie, if Elon is liable for defamation, still said that about the EU, then I am more than willing to believe him because of his willingness to take the hit. Sujad, I believe Elon on this. The EU has promised they're not aiming to create an EU army, but they've been working on it behind the scenes since the Nice Treaty. Then is the central EU tax and bank. They have. Artemis Fowl, weird that Dev never asks whether the government is lying when it states something. Oh. Here's next 10-1. I'd sooner believe Elon says he has a Mars colony right now with aliens, alien help, than the EU say the sun will rise in the morning. Nightmare. Dev is a filthy statist. Taxation is theft.
I'm back.
All right.
I wanted to confirm. People are saying that Vosh is calling this a mega crystal nut.
Okay.
I mean that's pretty funny. He is not going crazy, which I'm kind of surprised because he has gone crazy in the past. Maybe he's slowly mellowing out. But yeah, I found Biden's statement. He said, "I've been briefed on the shooting at Donald Trump's rally in Pennsylvania. I'm grateful to hear he's safe and doing well. I'm praying for him and his family and for all those who are at the rally as we await further information. Jill and I are grateful to the Secret Service for getting him to safety. There's no place for this kind of violence in America. We must unite as one nation to condemn it."
All right. Well, that's decent enough.
That is exactly what he should say, yeah.
But what did he mean by that, Dev?
Oh, Pelosi finally said something about it.
What did Pelosi say?
Yep. As one whose family has been the victim of political violence, I know firsthand that political violence of any kind has no place in our society. I thank God former President Trump is safe. As we learn more about the details of this horrifying incident, let us pray that all those in attendance at the former president's rally today are unharmed.
Pelosi, you weren't a victim of political violence. You were a victim of your husband having a weird-ass fucking fetish.
I don't know about that one. I looked into that event. It seems like... No, I don't know about that one.
I don't know about that one. My gut says me.
Stop believing every fucking news story, Arch.
My belly is closer to me than you, Dev. My belly has been right on more things than you, Dev.
Your belly's grumbling because there's no pastries yet.
That's true.
Here we go. Pete Buttigieg, Secretary Pete. In this horrible moment, encouraged to hear that President Trump's team indicate that the former president is doing well. An entire nation must speak with one voice today to completely and unequivocally reject all political violence.
Well, I expect a lot of people to retract their statements that democracy is in danger.
Or the there was a bunch of statements like circa 2020 when they were like pumping up the summer of love. A bunch of them were saying you got to get out in the streets, you got to start fighting, you got to shit like that. Like, listen, it's very clearly a left-winger doing this, but like there's enough blame to go around over the past 4 years. Everyone's been fucking insane. The White House released a statement. Let's see.
Did they? I can't see it.
White House. I can't see it either. Maybe it's not on Twitter. Maybe it's...
Breaking: President Trump will be at tonight's UFC fight. It's got breaking in front of it though, so I don't believe it.
Nope, I already read it. The White House's statement is the same as Biden's statement.
Okay. Okay. Trump, assassin guy, you're fired. So, Florida man, well, now the internet is on fire, and it will remain so for quite some time. Skulltron888, check Razorfist on Twitter. Well, Dreyfie. Dev Pete Buttigieg. Ooh, Dev, you like him, don't you? You like him too much, Dev.
How do you pronounce his name? I used to say Pete Buttigieg.
Glowy, if this keeps up, Trump will literally look like Dark Trump meme. Eye patch, scars. The Secret Service yelled Donald Duck. It might have been Disney. They did have Special Forces wing. Dreyfie, actually, it's very unfortunate his own four-sub got hit was just a bystander. It is very unfortunate, yes. Electric Angel, remember everyone, this is a turning point in history. It will impact centuries. Friends, I shall ask you to be as quiet as possible. I don't know whether you fully understand that I have just been shot, but it takes more than that to kill a bull moose. Yes. Yes. Oh, Jesus. Mark to shame, Arch. Dev's belly is bigger than yours. It is, but it doesn't make, prophetic noises like mine does. Mark to shame again. Democrats say, don't attack Republicans. Wink, wink. Blowing a whistle for Fido. Okay, lots of Mark to shame on Rumble. No, Dev, sadly there will be no calming down. You two just be grateful you aren't in the US. Shots and prayers. If this guarantees a Trump victory, then them will have to make another attempt. And another guy besides L.H. Oswald was tried for JFK. He was a member of the Rainbow community.
Oh my God, did Hillary Clinton say anything?
Oh.
Is she involved?
Is she involved? Well, it didn't include any weightlifting equipment, so, I doubt it.
Yeah, I'm going to see if that Mark Violet's thing... Hold on. If that Mark Violet's thing was... Okay, this is going to be funny. Just give me a second.
Yawn.
I got to find it for you so you can see it.
Mark saying Biden will likely die before January, and Trump will likely be killed before January. Then the true rulers will show themselves. I don't believe Trump getting JFK equals 8 more years. I'll see. And
yeah, this is also from Dragon Fat. This is also from Dragon Fat. Here. Keep in mind, this was posted in 2019, keep in mind.
Ugh. That sounds stupid, Dev. I refuse.
It's funny, though. It's funny, though. Come on. It's funny. Okay. Let me try to find something that's actually real. I am going to quickly look up if that Mark Violet's thing was true. It's been like another half an hour. Maybe,
Arch was
we now
investigated.
know who it was.
We need to open one on Devs, is Mark Shane. We do. We need to test Dev for gun residue. Just in case. Okay. Another retarded headline from the Associated Press. Donald Trump whisked off state in Pennsylvania after apparent gunshot rang through crowd. It is being investigated as an assassination attempt. I wonder why.
Okay, someone was interviewed by the BBC. Okay. Yeah, I'll see if you want to watch this, Arch. Here, I'll post this if you feel like listening to it. It's 4 minutes, though. But basically, the guy says that he was outside the event and he watched the shooter take position.
This guy watched Mark Violet take position before the assassination attempt. Okay.
Someone else added the Mark Violet's thing because that's the name floating around right now, but yeah, he says that he watched him take position. Apparently, like, people in the crowd noticed that something weird was going on, and they tried to tell Secret Service, and Secret Service was like trying to listen to him over like the roar of the crowd, and they didn't notice it in time, and then the guy started shooting, and then a sniper took him out. It wasn't actually one of the guys on stage that shot back.
Fuck, imagine being that guy. 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 Fu Like, imagine being the sniper there. It's like the president is getting shot at. Now you gotta pop this dude sitting on a roof somewhere. Fuck, that's gotta be a surreal experience.
Yep.
That is fucking weird.
Oh, there's Bill Clinton.
Yeah, Bill Clinton on behalf of Hillary. So Hillary can't say it herself, but Bill reassures us that his wife believes that political violence is wrong. Thank you, Bill. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very, very, very kind of you. And apparently Biden is doing a speech thingy. Okay, you know what?
Is Biden doing a speech thingy?
When your hitman is a diversity hire. Oh boy. Alright, so chat. You can go now to the real news and get their impartial and unbiased take.
You're not going to watch the Biden speech?
I'm not, because I've played enough news organization for today.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm also very hungry.
And to be honest, at this point, there's probably not much more coming out.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's
like,
going to be
Trump survived. Yeah, Trump survived. People are given their takes. Official words are coming out. We more or less know what happened, at least the broad strokes. Now it's going to be, the next few days will be like what's the narrative going to be now? Because the narrative, frankly, is going to be Trump comes out on stage tomorrow with like a big bandage on his ear, and he does the Emperor Palpatine speech. I've been left scarred and deformed by these radical antifas. The woke leftists tried to kill me. You can see how the speech is going to go.
Yep.
And then he'll have like a 90% approval rating, and then that'll be that.
Yep. And I'm looking forward to Order 66. What more can I say?
Okay. Yeah. Apparently, Biden is about to give a speech. I wonder where it's going to be. I can't find it.
Yep. Okay. So I will leave it at that. I will be going on Yellow Flash's stream in like 3 hours, so I need to, wash my face, be fed, and be ready for that, I guess. And I'm sure this will come up. I don't know why, but I suspect this will be a topic, weirdly enough. So I'll raid into that in case anyone wants to continue to watch this thing, I guess. But for now, thank you all very much for watching. This deviated slightly near the end, a little bit.
Yep.
Thank you all for your very generous donations, and thank you, Dev, for hanging out with me to the end through extraordinary circumstances. I'll pin a little medal on you.
No problem. I guess this is gonna be the rest of my night now, though. I've now lost what I was supposed to do.
Well, Dev, look at it on the bright side of life. At least you didn't get shot.
That's true.